Buenos días, Cristina. Vanessa Ramírez, prueba de audio.
Good morning, Edward Schuster. I could hear you guys loud and clear. Hi, Vanessa.
Hi, thanks, Edward.
Good morning.
Cristina, te mandé la nueva presentación de Kevin. ¿Y qué? ¿Qué hora es? ¿De qué decidimos? ¿Por qué me oigo?
Good morning, everyone. We are about to start the meeting. It's 9:02 a.m., December 8, 2021. Please take your seats. Thank you very much for everybody that are assisting virtually. The first presentation today we're gonna start with some presentations that due to the, yes.
Some housekeeping items that I need to tell you about.
Okay, we have some housekeeping information that Graciela is gonna share with the group.
Number one, can some people hear us? Can some people hear us now? Can you hear us now? Someone? Yes.
I can hear you.
Okay.
I
So
can
the
hear
other
you,
thing, can some
Graciela.
people, someone can say something, please, so that we can see, we can hear you?
I
Hello?
can hear you still.
Morning, Graciela,
Someone
audio
can
test.
Zoom?
Morning, Graciela. It's Eddie Schuster.
Good morning, Graciela. It's
Sí,
Nicole.
pero can we hear us? Who was that? Ah, good morning, Eddie.
Good morning.
Okay, so number two. Pero apaga esta. En lo que está apagado. Okay. So the other thing is that if you are having a hard time listening to us or to whoever is speaking, please use your headsets. The people in the back, they can pick it up by the translation booth. Okay. ¿Y qué más? And make sure that when you're here at the table, you have your speakers turned off. All the computers have to have their speakers turned off. And if you have a microphone, then you can turn it on when you're going to ask a question so that the people who are listening via Zoom can hear you. And make sure that you also turn on the microphone that it's on the table, because that's the one that it's actually recording. Yes. When you're speaking, you have to turn this one on. Channel 1 is for translation for Guillermo, and channel 2 is the one that it's around the table. Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Graciela. We're gonna start with the roll call, starting with Graciela.
Graciela Garcia Moliner, council staff.
No officers.
All officiating council members and registered.
Morning, Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, USDA.
Morning, Tony Blanchard, Vice Chair, St. Thomas District.
Good morning, Marcos Hanke, Chair.
Good morning, Governor. Good morning, Governor McCarthy, Southeast District Senator.
Good morning, Cristina Olan, council staff.
Good morning, Michelle Duval, council contractor.
Good morning, Sinai Haptis, DPNR, Division of Fish and Wildlife, and EBFM TAP Chair.
Good morning, Alida Ortiz, Outreach and Education Advisory Panel Chair.
Good morning, everyone. Nelson Crespo, the AP Chair, Puerto Rico.
Rich Appledorn, SSC Chair.
Good morning, Miguel Borges, NOAA Office for Law Enforcement.
Good morning, Howard Forbes, DPNR Enforcement.
Good morning, Nicole Angeli, Director, Division of Fish and Wildlife, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, USDI.
Buenos días, Michelle Scherer, SSC.
Good morning, Roberto Silva, Fisherman Congress of Puerto Rico. Good morning, Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico Liaison Officer.
Good morning, Anya Shostrom, East Carolina University.
Good morning, Janet Ramos Garcia, Puerto Rico SIGAN Program.
That's all for now. Thank you very much, and we will be recognizing the other people as they arrive.
Se está yendo por Zoom.
Let's start with the presentation of Southeast Region Science Center. Okay.
I'm going to wait and see that of the people that are connected to Zoom. Jose Rivera. Adrián. Stephanie Golden,
Vanessa Ramírez, Iris, Nicole Angeli, Virginia Sherbet, Stephanie Martinez Rivera.
Julia McGrath, DUP Chair, St. Thomas, St. John.
Thank you so very much. Thank you for attending the meeting.
Kevin, can we start with your presentation, please?
Did you get Edward Schuster, DAP Chair, St. Croix?
Okay, thank you, Marcos. I'm just doing a sound check. I've got two mics going, headset on. Let's see how this goes. Can anybody hear me out in Zoom land?
Hear you loud and clear.
Loud and clear.
Okay,
Coming through
terrific.
clear, Kevin.
Well, thank you very much for allowing me some time to speak at the meeting. Good morning, buenos dias, bonjour. Those are all the languages I've got, and it's very limited what I do have. So let's get started. My name is Kevin McCarthy. I am the branch chief of the newly created, now I've got three mics. Okay, perfect. So I'm the branch chief of the newly created, I feel like I'm being interviewed for something really important, but anyway, so I'm the branch chief, as I've said 3 times now, of the newly created Caribbean Fisheries Branch at the Southeast Fisheries Science Center. Joining me in the presentation today, can we make that bigger so we've got like one per page instead of half a slide creeping up on the bottom? That would be terrific. So we've got a lot to cover. Adian Rios and Rachel Eckley are both going to join me in this presentation. So they're here listed as presenters. Now I'm going to cover, as I said, a lot of ground, a lot of projects going on at the Science Center that are Caribbean based. It is by no means a comprehensive list. It's primarily the work that our branch is doing, the Caribbean Fisheries Branch. We'll mention a couple of other folks. But for example, I don't have a bunch of information on what the science and, the social science research group is doing, although they're doing a lot of work down here. A number of folks are running surveys. I won't be talking much about those. But if the council would like to hear about that work, we could certainly arrange for those folks to present information in the future. So what I will be talking about, or I should say my co-presenters will be talking about, are the Caribbean projects inventory, as noted in the Federal Register, the species selection for assessment process that we've got, and a CDAR 80 update. Those will all be discussed by Rachel and Adian. The theme that you're going to see, I think, throughout this is that what we're trying to do now that we've got a Caribbean-centric branch is to make data-driven decisions. So I think you'll see that over and over again. Next slide, please. So as we all know, we're managing fisheries under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. So within that world, what kinds of data do we need? And you've heard Virginia Sherbet talk about this a little bit yesterday in terms of the life history information, but we also need landings, also sometimes called takes. So that's commercial landings, recreational landings. I'm seeing that Julie Neer says that she has no sound. Does everybody else out there have sound?
I can hear you, and you're very clear.
So can I. Yep,
So
clear.
I'm seeing Rafiq has sound. So let's keep going, Julie. There may be something on your end. Anyway, we need commercial landings, we need recreational landings. We also need dead discards if we want to get total take. Now, dead discards are a tough thing to get, not just in the Caribbean, but everywhere. So we usually have a better handle on commercial and recreational landings, although that's also can be a challenge. Again, the Caribbean doesn't have problems that other areas don't have. So one of the things that we're trying to do in the Caribbean branch is to take the lessons learned from other regions and apply them down here and come up with our own solutions, because we do have a unique situation down here. So let's take what we can get from other places, apply it down here, and end up with a better data process. We also need size composition of the landings, and we need that by sector, meaning recreational, commercial. We need it by gear. Different gears, as you all know, catch different sizes of animals. So we need to take that into account. That can be a challenge. This is also a time series, and you need to measure a lot of fish to do this well. I won't dive too much into the life history. Virginia covered a lot of it yesterday, but we need to know some information about reproduction and size and age, growth of the animals. So there's a lot of information there. And it turns out that if you don't have these life history parameters, when it comes to doing a stock assessment, you're kind of dead in the water. You can't do a lot without the life history. You can't do anything without size composition. You can't do much at all without the landings or the take. Now, where we've got a little bit of wiggle room is with what this last bullet, index of abundance. This is a catch per unit effort series over time. We didn't have one for lobster when we did the last lobster assessment. It's better if we've got one for CDAR 80 queen triggerfish, where you'll see that we're developing indices for that stock assessment. So it's an important component, and we'd rather have it than not have it. But the other three are absolutely critical. So we have much of this information for some managed species, but we have very little of this information for many of the managed species. So next slide, please. I wonder, can we make that bar go away? Okay, you're way ahead of me. Thank you. So, so what do we do? What are our first steps for getting at data? Well, one of the things we're doing in the branch is to do a data triage, and Adian will talk more about this later, but briefly what we're doing is species by species, island by island, going through and figuring out what data do we have that's specific to that species. It's a laborious, time-consuming process. We've done it in a very preliminary way, and which has informed the decisions for which species to run assessments on in 2023 and 2024. We need to continue doing that. We need to expand on it because we need to inform future years which species to run an assessment on. If we don't do something like this and we go in blind, we run the risk of putting up a species for stock assessment that doesn't have even the minimum of information. So we don't want to set ourselves up for failure. Let's go in there with some knowledge that we've got at least enough data to get started. One of the other things we're doing is compiling a database of federally funded research. So this will tell us, you know, the various projects that have gone on in the past, what data are available from them. We're starting with the federally funded stuff because it's easier to track down, but we're certainly not limiting to that. Rachel will talk more about this later in this presentation. And another thing we're doing is trying to begin coordination among the various folks who are doing life history work. So we've set up a sort of this informal working group led by Stephanie Martinez Rivera. She is part of the Caribbean Fisheries Branch, and she's not the, you know, she's just the coordinator. She's trying to get people together to discuss who's working on what, how can they help each other, how can they maximize their limited resources to get the most samples, the most data, the most out of their analyses as possible. Next slide, please. So after we run through that process and we've found the data gaps, what do we do now? So once we've identified the gaps, let's prioritize those. So what I see is sort of this three-tiered system. We've got the top, we've got species where we've got enough data to do an assessment. That's sort of our top level. Then below that, we probably have quite a few species where maybe we're missing life history. Maybe we're missing an index of abundance. Maybe we're missing some size composition data. So that would, to me, should be a high priority species to put research dollars towards. So we can fill in those gaps and keep and bring them up to the highest tier where we might be able to do an assessment. And below that, we're going to have a lot of species that have very little information, and those are longer term projects. We shouldn't ignore them, but it's going to take longer to get the information that we need to move them up to a higher tier where we can do a stock assessment. But among the things that we can do are design new and expanded surveys. We're working on that. You'll see that in a minute. Improve survey designs of existing surveys. One of the things that's going to be absolutely critical, and we've already begun this on some projects, is collaborative research with the fishers. We don't need to reinvent a fleet of research vessels. We need to work with the fishers to get out on the water, to work with them collaboratively to get data collected. And as I said, we started some of that in both the Virgin Islands and in Puerto Rico, and we need to do more of it. We need to maintain that database of funded research, and we need to continue to coordinate among life history researchers. Next, please. So this is, again, a non-comprehensive list of the projects that are going on through the Southeast Fisheries Science Center. If you recall back to those data, those kinds of data that we need for a stock assessment, one of them was landings, another was size composition. The way we get at that, one of the ways we get at that anyway is through commercial port sampling. That's been ongoing, as many of you know, for a number of years in Puerto Rico. The objective there is, because we don't have long-term funding for that, the objective is let's build a statistically robust survey design. When we get the funding, we can apply those dollars to that survey design and continue the sampling. We've got also in Puerto Rico, DNER is trying to get started with a recreational fisheries survey. We're at the Science Center providing some support for that. It's absolutely DNER's project, but we're providing some support in terms of training, port sampling staff, and some technology transfer as well. Virgin Islands port sampling, this is just beginning. It's a very similar project to the one in Puerto Rico, where we've got commercial and recreational fishery sampling. We want to do both. We want to hit all sectors. Again, we've recently begun this. We're probably a month or so into it, where you'll see at the various landing sites, somebody with a clipboard noting usage patterns. When are people coming into that dock? When are people coming into that boat ramp? When are they leaving? Is it a high use site? Is it a low use site? And in the future, they'll begin with interviews for catch and effort. So that's just beginning. I've also got a fishery information system, also called FIS, funded study where we're looking to improve the efficiency of sampling. We don't want people coming to the dock and taking 2 hours for somebody to sample their catch. We want to have a very efficient way of doing this and get it done in 10 minutes and people can get out of there. And so what we're going to use is automation and machine learning. So you'll see people with cameras. They're not taking pictures of boats. They're not taking pictures of people. They're taking pictures of fish so that it can automatically identify the species through machine learning and get the size of the fish. And then they process the next one. And so these surveys are all designed to collect landings and size composition data. Next, please. I'm sure I'm running late, so I'll try and speed up. So again, life history is critical. We've got a CRP grant, actually to Stephanie, to do shallow water sampling. And there's only enough money to collect the samples. So we got to get some more money to actually process them. This is the Puerto Rico deepwater snapper sampling. This is a project that Virginia Shervette talked about yesterday. She's been heavily involved in this, along with Kate Overly and Andy David, who are at the Science Center Panama City Lab. So there multiple funding sources went into this. And Virginia and Kate both worked on doing the laboratory work. Virginia also brought in some additional samples that she had collected through the fishers in Puerto Rico. And I think also there may have been some samples from elsewhere, maybe the Virgin Islands, maybe the Gulf of Mexico, but I know it was a big effort, lots of people, lots of funding sources involved. Again, I mentioned this working group to coordinate life history researchers. We also have supported the DNER Life History Laboratory. We purchased some equipment and supplies. That was all happening during COVID. Next slide, please. So I'd mentioned abundance indices. There are 2 of them that are being developed for CDAR 80. One is using the commercial fisher logbook data. This is a new effort. We've tried doing it in the past, but this is a much more comprehensive approach. And then the Reef Visual Census, the diver survey that Jay Grove and others, Jay Grove's at the Miami lab, she and others run that survey. So those are both being used. That one for the first time in a CDAR, as I understand it. I've got some money to do a lobster recruit survey. This one, we're working cooperatively with Puerto Rico commercial fishers. And as funds become available, we'll want to expand that survey into the Virgin Islands. The idea here is, when I talk about recruit here, I mean lobsters that are just below legal size, so that the next time they molt, they'll be in the fishery. So there's a direct connection between that size of lobsters and what can be caught in the future. There's also a deep water camera survey. This is linked to the work that Kate and Virginia and Andy have been doing on the west coast of Puerto Rico. So it's specifically designed to look at the deepwater snapper fishery. So that's an ongoing CRP funded, so CRP is Cooperative Research Program funded work. So they're working with fishers, Puerto Rico fishers on the west coast. Next, please. We've also got a gear selectivity studies, a number of them. This came out of a recommendation from the CDAR, the last lobster CDAR, the last assessment, CDAR 57, I believe it was. So the idea here is what sizes of animals are being caught by the fishery. And so that, of course, depends upon the gear, depends upon a lot of things, gear, where they're fishing, that sort of thing. And it's an important input to assessment models. So we want to make sure that we get that right. So there's a Virgin Island trap study that the Science Center is running in partnership with the Virgin Islands Division of Fish and Wildlife. Then part of that involves talking with fishers to understand the kinds of traps that are being used. I get it that there are a lot of different designs, but we need to come to a handful of sort of common designs that we can use as part of this study. We've also got a diver survey in partnership with the University of the Virgin Islands and also the Park Service. They're doing dives in different islands. They're doing shallow dives as well as deep dives. The idea here is, what do you see? What sizes of animals do you see in the traps versus what the divers see in the water? And Puerto Rico similarly has a trap study that also involves cooperation with fishers. And it's to get at the same idea: what sizes of fish are being caught, what sizes of lobster are being caught by the fishery. Next slide. And we have a number of additional projects. We've got our strategic planning workshop that we're going to do. The first one, there will be several. The first one is for the Science Center, to get the Science Center strategic plan together. Future one will involve the regional partners, so you all at the council, CIRO, then the regional scientists as well. And this, coming out of this, was this database of federally funded projects. So again, Rachel will talk about that in a moment. We're also working with Puerto Rico DNER to automate their correction factor calculations. As you all know, to get to the official landings, there's a correction factor that's applied. It's a very laborious process for DNER staff, so we're trying to automate that. I won't go into all the steps there because I know I'm running late. And then Science Center staff have also been involved with the quality assurance, quality control of data collected in the CMAP-C video reef data. So we're not running we're not running that project, but we're involved in data improvements. So next slide. Okay, so this is again a non-comprehensive list of NOAA-funded Caribbean research projects, and this is money that goes to outside researchers. These aren't folks who are in NOAA. So this is, we just very quickly went through, we looked at Marfin, we looked at Saltonstall Kennedy, which is the S&K, and Cooperative Research Program funding. And in the period 2015 to 2020, NOAA has put in about $6.5 million to non-NOAA researchers for U.S. Caribbean projects. And these have included a wide range of studies looking at life history, genetics, survey design, aquaculture, spawning aggregation work, and other things. And if you look at the researchers involved, you'll see some names that you know, and a number of these folks have received multiple awards of money. So NOAA is not just relying on the Caribbean Fisheries Branch. They're putting money out to researchers, some of whom are local, some of whom are located elsewhere, but doing work in the Caribbean. And it's a non-trivial amount of money, $6.5 million. I wish they'd give it to me. And I think that's it for my part. I think Adian is up next. If we scroll down one. Yes,
good morning, everyone.
Sorry, Adian and Rachel, for taking up all the time, but I'll pass it over to you.
Do you guys hear me okay? Kevin? You don't hear me?
I can hear you, Adian.
Oh, okay, thank you. Awesome, I'll get started. So my slides are in this poster style, and they're a little busy ahead, but I'll walk you through them. Just real quick, Christina, is that fourth button in the top middle with the arrows pointing to the side, might that be the solution to the full screen? The fourth one in the top bar? Anyways, I'll just get started. So first up is an overview of CDAR 80 for queen triggerfish. In the map on the far left, the red push pins represent the 3 island platform assessments, and the gear images show the main gears on each island platform. Moving over to the center, you see the notes there. This assessment has a Terminal 19, and the lead analyst at the Caribbean Fisheries Branch is Nancy Cummings. Moving down the center panel, you see a summary of the data types being incorporated. And I think it's exciting to point out that this will be the first Caribbean Fisheries Branch assessment in the region to have local life history data from Jesus Clivera Hernandez and Dr. Chervet, as well as the first assessment with exploring indices of abundance. On the far right, we have a summary of important dates ahead. The Life History Topical Working Group is up next in January, and the Indices Topical Working Group will be in February. We'll be reviewing both fishery-dependent and fishery-independent indices. Near the end of February, we also have the Fishing Behavior, Selectivity, Catchability Working Group, with the assessment making it to the Council in July 2022. Lastly, in the bottom right, we have a nice conceptual cycle representing fisheries management process. I'll highlight the top arrow pointing to the top right, which is where we are. We are incorporating the best available collected data into the assessment to eventually arrive at catch targets grounded in sound science. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so one more trick. Okay, perfect. The second of my 4 slides is about the Southeast Fisheries Science Center Management History Project. This work was initially funded by the Fisheries Information System Program, and we had an excellent team compiling Federal Register references and translating each regulation into the database. Moving to the center panel, the bulk of the current work is processing the database which involves designing and executing logic for related management events, and spot checking the database to improve the input validations of the data that goes into the database. The far right represents the upcoming uses and users of the data set, with the goal of being able to filter the analysis-ready data set by species, sector, or region of interest, as well as to automate outputs and tables and data for CDARs and FMP amendments. Next slide. Thank you. Next up, we have a workflow overview for developing CPUE indices from the Caribbean commercial logbook data. Abundance data ideally come from a statistically designed fishery independent survey, but in some situations, catch rates by fishermen can be explored and analyzed to provide additional abundance measures as well. The top visual represents the tools we are using to go from the logbook data that we have on the left to the indices of stock abundance for CDAR assessments on the right. In the bottom left, we have some notes about the challenges associated with this process, including the fact that because this is an island, gear, and species-specific process, a lot of the past methods are of limited utility when we look at the data for other species. This process is also conducted with important considerations and attention to the confidential nature of the data being used. In exploring these data for CDAR 80, we are also trying to build this into a workflow, reorganizing and modernizing the process with new tools and skills we now have. And on the far right, you can see the goal of this workflow, which includes easily reproducible methods, a project-oriented workflow with continuous improvement, and an open data science tool. The data remain confidential, but the analysis process becomes more transparent. Next slide, please. The last topic I will talk about is the assessment prioritization data triage and an overview of that process. So the Caribbean Fisheries Branch worked on this to help guide the decision of species with higher likelihoods of having the data needed for stock assessments that can result in science-based catch limits that are required by the Magnuson-Stevens Act. The MSA requires that we use the best scientific information available. And the MSA also specifies that regional fishery management councils are responsible for setting ACLs through the development of fishery management plans or plan amendments. So focusing here on the bottom left, for stocks that are assessed with for stocks that are assessed, the stock assessment specifies the OFL, the upper limit that you see in this chart in the bottom left. Some stocks cannot be assessed because there is not enough information. And for stocks that are not assessed, the SSC typically reviews historical landings, as has been done in the Caribbean. But the purpose of the triage overview was to rank the species and explore the data that we have to identify among those best available data, which of those species stand out as candidates for stock assessments to result in OFLs based on stock assessments. And we did so focusing on 3 important data categories: abundance, biology, and catch. So in the center panel at the top, you see that those are 3 of the very important inputs going into a stock assessment. Abundance means a measure or relative index of the number or weight of fish in the stock. And this information comes from important fishery independent surveys or catch rates supported by fishermen. Biology includes the information on fish growth rates and natural mortality. And this information comes from important analyses of fish, including whole fish for size information, gonads for maturity, and otoliths for age. Catch reflects the amount of fish removed from a stock by fishing, And these important data come from logbooks as well as dockside monitoring. Now I'll tell you a little bit more about the results of the triage, and specifically I'm going to show the summary visuals that we have specifically for St. Thomas. So we're on the far side, right side of the plot. The stoplight colors are green for good, yellow for limited, and red for missing. And here in this table, we are looking at the top 7 species ranked across all species in St. Thomas, for which we have the length data available. And the overview triage is specific to each island. So it's relative to this, the rankings are relative among the species on each island. And this summary approach allows us to see which species stand out in having sufficient types of data that we need for upcoming assessments. So here's a summary of it, but this information is actually broken down into all the different various components and all the specific data. And we're able to kind of really show it in a summary way with this approach of this overview triage. And so we have that for the other islands, but for now we'll just be showing this one today. And with that, I will pass it over to Rachel.
All right, thanks, Adian. If you want to go ahead and go to the next screen, please. All right, thank you. As I mentioned, I'm Rachel. Today I wanted to share with you a project that I've been working on, which involves building a database of Caribbean research, and we are calling this the Caribbean Projects Inventory. Next slide, please. I know we've heard about this a little bit, but I just want to reiterate the importance of the stock assessment process, which is NOAA Fisheries' way of monitoring the health of fish populations. Recall from Adian's presentation that the 3 main components to this process are data collection, data processing, and then the actual mathematical modeling. And from the model, we're able to answer the questions of how are the stocks doing now and what are the future projections. We then are able to provide management advice like ACLs, catch limits, season lengths, and size limits, all with the overall goal of maintaining sustainable fisheries and healthy fish stocks. Next slide, please. So in order for a successful and informative stock assessment, we need many kinds of data. And we've heard about the data already today and yesterday, but they are important and worth mentioning again. Recall the ABCs that we just heard from Adian. The 3 main data categories required are abundance, biology, and catch. And we really like this graphic here because it answers the question of who provides the data. We rely on commercial fishers, recreational fishers, and research scientists to obtain the regional abundance, biology, and catch data. And it's important that we compare historical data with current data in order to understand how the stocks have changed over time. Next slide, please. So this leads me to our ongoing effort of building a database that includes sources for those historical and current data necessary for the stock assessment process. We are compiling reports, publications, and information on research projects that have collected or are collecting those data in the US Caribbean and adjacent waters. At the moment, we are focusing on compiling NOAA-funded research while we're capturing other sources opportunistically. Along with the historical and ongoing research, we are also capturing information on any planned projects that will occur in the coming years. Users will be able to search for specific criteria, including species, location, year, and the type of data collected. And the output will be a table that shows all relevant research that matches the search criteria with links to the reports or publications. Next slide. Along with the search criteria that I mentioned previously, we're also compiling information related to the research methods of the project, including experimental design and sampling unit. In addition to that, we're compiling funding information, including the source, the dollar amount, and the grant number when that information is available. The funding source will also be a searchable field as a means to determine where the majority of the funding is going to. And finally, we are recording the contact information of the principal investigator as well as collaborating organizations or personnel. Next slide. So this here is an example of a record in the database. This particular one is the princess parrotfish age, growth, maturity, and transition. I've converted the record from the current horizontal view that we're using in the database to a vertical one, just for ease of showing the information today and fitting it all on the screen. But you'll see that for this record, we've compiled the citation, the link to the publication, the year it was published, and the location in which the research took place. The type of data collected in this study was categorized as life history. And we've created drop-down categories as a way to organize the records and make the database more searchable. And life history is one of those drop-down options. Other drop-down options are indices of abundance, take, social science, and management and regulations. The subcategories would be the specific information you'll find in the paper, which for this record are age, growth, and maturity data. Below that, we note the common and scientific name of the targeted species, which for this record is princess parrotfish. Now for this paper, the species and data categories were listed in the title, so this was fairly straightforward. But for projects and reports that target multiple species, these fields aren't always listed in the title, so these fields will be a really great way to search the inventory for the data that you need. Funding for this work mainly came from NOAA, and all the grant numbers are listed there. And another drop-down category is the study type, whether the information was gathered from fishery-dependent, fishery-independent sources, or a hybrid of both. This particular work was categorized as a hybrid, as it had fishery-dependent and independent data. And this field will also be in the search criteria. And then finally, at the bottom, we have the authors and the first author affiliation. Next slide, please. Okay, so why have we initiated this effort? What we're doing here is creating a central repository of research that will be accessible to various organizations and collaborators. And the main point here is accessibility. It's impossible to know about every research effort that has taken place or every report that has been published, especially if those data or reports are sitting on a desk or a computer. So having this centralized location that's accessible to everyone who needs it will be extremely beneficial for fisheries management. With this research inventory, we at the Southeast Fisheries Science Center will be able to identify the existing data as well as identify those areas in which we may need more data. We'll then be able to focus our efforts and fund those needed areas of research, be it for the stock assessment process or ecosystem-based fisheries management. Next slide, please. And this is my last slide here. I just wanted to give a little update on this effort. It's currently being compiled in an Excel spreadsheet. We have identified a number of individual projects, reports, and publications dating back to the early 1900s up until the current time. Moving forward, we plan to integrate this inventory into ODM, or the Online Database Manager, which is where the management history database is housed, the one that Adian mentioned a little bit ago. That database was created in a dynamic manner to support a variety of data sets, so we believe this inventory will be a great fit for it. Again, going back to that theme of accessibility, moving this into an online data warehouse will allow more personnel to have access to and utilize the inventory. And of course, I have to put in a request for information, so if you have any reports or you know of any that may not be accessible online, we would greatly appreciate a digital copy so we can continue building this inventory. Additionally, if you know of any planned research projects, we'd love to hear about them and add them to the inventory as well. I've left my email there on the screen, so please reach out with any information or any questions that you may have. That was all that I had. I think you can go to the next slide. It's just questions. So thank you for your attention. And Kevin, I guess I'll throw it back to you.
Thanks, Rachel and Adian. Any questions, anybody? Tony?
Go ahead, Tony.
I think you need to go back to your first slide, the very first slide that they put on.
This one or the very first one?
The ones who has the recreational input that mention a recreational fishery. That would be, I believe, the very first one. No.
Go back up one. Go back, go to the second slide. So under landings, I talk about recreational.
Right there. I'm gonna try to draw you a picture because for the last 10 years, I've been involved in this process. I came on as the chair for the trap reduction committee. I've been a fisherman basically all my life. And the point I'm going to try to make here is that this is a continuous process, that the load of this fishery falls on the commercial fisher. The only information we have in the Virgin Islands is on the commercial fishery. We mention every time that a fishery is managed by the recreational fishery as well as the commercial fishery. Yet we have no recreational information on the Virgin Islands. Time and time again, it's been mentioned that we're gonna fix this problem. But to the end of the day, I think this is an injustice to the commercial fishers, number one. Number two, if we can manage a fishery, and this is the criteria we need to manage this fishery, we ain't doing a good job, brother. Because at the end of the day, I guarantee you, there's a lot more recreational fishermen dipping into this fishery than commercial. Yet, when we find a problem with the fishery or the stocks, it's always the commercial guy that takes the blame. It's always the commercial guy that gets the regulation put on his head. So we try to keep it short and make the point very clear. The question is this: when is the council going to get serious about fixing this recreational problem? Because at the end of the day, the only one who taking the blows is the commercial fisher. And to be honest with you, I'm a little tired of it. And that's why I stepped out of going to meetings before 10 years ago. I used to be involved in going to the commercial, to the CFMC meetings when it was held in the Virgin Islands. I used to go to the fisheries meetings, and I get tired of beating my head against the wall. When I stepped into play here, I figured that we would have got some things in check, which we look like we ain't getting anything in check. We call for enforcement, and I'm going to give you a perfect example. Enforcement comes in 9, I'm willing to bet you 8 out of 10 enforcement, where enforcement steps into play, they're gonna stop a commercial fisher. They ain't gonna stop the guy with his family running up and down the place with 4 rods off the back of his boat. But guarantee you, they see a boom coming off of my boat, they're gonna stop me. So to the end of the day, when is this injustice gonna stop? And when is the CFMC gonna get serious about fixing this? That's the question.
Well, I can't speak for the council or enforcement. What I'm getting at with this, I think, is getting at some of your frustration, which is this is talking about collecting data. So how, we need to collect not just the commercial landings, but the rec landings as well. And so some of those other slides is the survey that we are just starting in the Virgin Islands is to get at both commercial and rec, to get both of them. And the for hire sector. So if you've got I don't think you do a lot of head boats here in the Caribbean, but if you've got a charter boat that's going out, what are they catching? So I agree. We're not tracking that at all, or at least not, consistently and thoroughly. So that's what this new survey design is meant to get at. How do we sample the recreational fishery in addition to the commercial fishery? So I'm right there with you on getting those data, because we can't say the impact of the recreational fishery until we've got some data. We could speculate all you want, but we can't say it for sure. So this is about collecting those very data you're talking about. But as to what the council will do or enforcement will do, that's outside of what I do.
Follow-up from Tony, and we have Vanessa, Julian, and Nelson on the queue.
Okay, let me just run a scenario. And I know what it sound like, because to the end of the day, it is what it is. And I'm speaking as a commercial fisher. So let me be very clear. If the commercial fishers of the Virgin Islands was to get serious and challenge this MSC, according to their guidelines, this fishery is not being managed how it's supposed to be because of the lack of recreational information. So to the end of the day, this is a bias. This is biased data that we are dealing with. So I'll leave it on a note. And I'm not putting this on your head. Don't get me wrong, I ain't blaming you. This has been a process that from day one, the commercial fishers have been carrying on the back. And I don't see this getting fixed anytime soon, to be honest with you. And that's as straightforward as I could be and as clear as I could be.
Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, and can I just,
yes.
So I appreciate your candor, Tony, and I understand your frustration, but it is a process. And if we don't get started, we'll never get fixed, right? So what I'm saying is we're trying to get started. And we're trying to get, what happened in the past is in the past. I was not part of that, but we're here now in this time and place. Let's move forward and figure out ways to address this problem. Because you're right, it is a huge data gap, and that we can't put a good handle on. So we want to address it. We want to have the data.
Yes, and I have, like I said, I have Vanessa, Julian, and Nelson before that. I just want to mention that this presentation to me, being involved in this process for a long time, show for the first time a good effort on coordination, looking for efficiency, and looking for industry participation, which include recreational fishermen for the first time. For sure, with more details that you can talk to Kevin later on, you're going to recognize that we have a greater effort on the recreation that we all here have been requesting over the years to include those data to make it available to us. Vanessa?
Yes, thank you, Marcos. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I just want to say some comments, especially I'm in the same line of Tony, because it's practically the same issues that have a Virgin Island are in Puerto Rico with the data collection. But I want to make one comment. Some of the species that we are looking at, we're not gonna find in the data collection. And it's not because we don't have enough. It's because practically for the commercial fishermen, they go for the ones that are best paid. And some of the species that we're presenting here, like the example of the queen triggerfish, we have many, we have a sustainable fishery, but the thing is it's underpaid by the fish market. So that's why especially in the West area that we have a lot of fishermen and divers, they don't go for it because it's really underpaid. So how could we practically start making them report the best data or that can help you to bring the data that you need for continue this big effort that you're doing. Thanks.
So I think I followed the question. I had a little bit of trouble hearing, so correct me if I'm wrong. So one of the ways to get at better data in terms of landings is the surveys that I talked about. So and that's for commercial as well as recreational. And those efforts are happening in both in the Virgin Islands and in Puerto Rico. So a properly designed, statistically valid survey will get at those better numbers, because we need to have a good solid way of saying we've got confidence in the numbers that we're getting. And I think those surveys and the participation of the fishers in those surveys are what's going to get us to a place where we have confidence in the data. As far as the economic side, we've been talking with the Social Science Research Group at the Science Center, especially in Miami, to get them more involved. I know that they've done work down here, but we specifically talked to folks very recently about getting them to participate more in the stock assessment process. And they can inform things like, through their work, they can inform things like, how do prices, how do natural disasters, how do various factors that are kind of outside the data collection that the fisheries people do, how do those impact the landings and the fishing behaviors of the commercial fishers and the recreational fishers? So there's a place in what you're saying for the social science research group as well. So we're trying to get them more involved, and they want to be involved, and they've been doing other work, but now we're at a place where we're starting to get people more coordinated. So that's what we're trying to do. So I hope that addresses your question.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. And we have Julian. I have Jocelyn requesting, and I go with you, Jocelyn.
Yes, thank you. Can everyone hear me? Can you all hear me? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to speak briefly to the comments about managing the commercial versus the recreational sectors. So obviously the management measures that we've been talking about, these the overfishing limits and the ACLs and the ABCs, they're based on the best data that we have available. And for right now, as Kevin and the Science Center have explained, that's the commercial landings data. And so we're trying to fill in those data gaps and get the recreational data so that we can have more informed management reference points based on good quality data. And obviously that's because we want to ensure we're meeting the Magnuson goals, in particular, preventing overfishing and achieving optimum yield. But in the meantime, with the management measures that we do have that are based on the best available information that we have at this time, I just wanted to clarify and make sure everyone knows we are managing the recreational sector. So we'll look at commercial landings information and compare those to the annual catch limits. And where a closure needs to occur because of exceedances of the annual catch limit, that closure applies to the recreational and commercial sectors. So in that instance, if on the enforcement question, if there were persons recreationally fishing during a closure, that would be a violation that could be enforced. So I just wanted to clarify that we are managing the recreational sector, but we're using the available data, which is the commercial data. And then this presentation is talking about getting better data so we can make sure we have more informed management. But in the meantime, we are managing to the best we can the recreational sector. And of course, there's bag limits as well for the recreational sector. But I did want to clarify that the closures, for example, they do apply to the recreational and commercial sectors.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Julian?
I have my sneakers on today.
I need them today. Julian McGrath for the record. Here we go. So this one is going to be very interesting. So I look at your presentation, excellent presentation put together by the team. And here it is, I see that you're mentioning of the involvement of the fishers. Well, I'm still waiting to see that involvement. I see that you're doing interviews with fishers about traps and stuff like that. I'm the chairman of the St. Thomas Fishermen's Association, and I have the 43 biggest hitters on my team, the biggest fishers in the industry. And I just reached out to my fishers to ask them which one of them has been interviewed about trap dimensions, different traps they use, everything. No one knows what I'm talking about. That's one. So where is this study taking place? Is it taking place in the St. Thomas, St. John district, or is it taking place in the St. Croix district? Because it's two different fisheries. UVI is doing a study on lobsters diving. Not one fisherman is involved in that study. I know who's doing the divings and where they're diving. They don't know where they're diving. I have a problem with that. I think going forward, that any grants that are given to any scientist should be mandatory that there is fishers involved. It should be a speculation in those grants. Reason why? Scientists hold the PhD by paper. I've been saying those for years. Saying this for years, they hold it by paper. We hold a PhD by fishing on that ocean for a living. We know what goes on everywhere in that ocean at different times of the year. And I'm so frustrated with how this process has been going. We talk about port sampling. The project that you guys are pushing forward, there's so much inconsistencies in that project. By the presentation that was given by Todd Gemenke and what was done in Puerto Rico. We're talking about certain species being off up to 10 to 100,000 pounds. We've been saying for the longest time, we need port samplers hands-on measuring and weighing the fish. I heard you said earlier you're going to do a port sample in 10 minutes. Nothing against you, it's never going to happen. If I come in with 3 coolers of fish, I used to have one guy from Fish and Wildlife, Gerald Griot, that used to come and port sample my catch. And I'm working with him separating the fish. It takes us about an hour and a half to do. And you're getting every fish measured, you're getting every fish weighed, you're getting all the information on where we fish, how long the trap soak, everything. This process of coming and take a picture, the first time that this was preliminary, I would say about 6 to 8 months ago, they came and they did me. 4 port samplers came and they're taking pictures. I'm trying to understand what they're doing. Some asking questions. Number one, they didn't know half of the species and they wouldn't ask the fisher, which was me, well, what kind of fish is this? They're there looking through a book. So just think how long it took with 4 port samplers and me to do the sketch, 3.5 hours, and it was a very small catch. So what officials are trying to say here is, we're throwing all of this money. You're gonna have these people coming out with cameras and everything, and I see it to be a big waste of money because it's gonna take more than the actual hands-on body that was doing it before to get the job done. And they're not gonna be able to keep up with the load. The guys from the Saga Haven area, been telling them, listen, we got 7 or 8 of the biggest fishers fishing out of that area. We're all going out 2-3 days this week. Bring your whole team in, and when we come in, you have the whole team there and sample every boat that comes in there one time. They can't get that done up to now. There's no ice to re-ice the fish. There's a big problem, but the fishers are willing to help. The St. Thomas Fishermen's Association has been willing to help. We want to create a great data set that when we go to look at stock assessments, that I use Virginia Chevette as an example. When she put her presentation up there, look at that amount of information that she's able to give us. Imagine, and I sat in the Cedar lobster process with you guys, and the officials are able to give a lot of information that the scientists didn't have. Look, the amount of information I was able to compile there, and we were able to move forward with a good assessment. This is why we can't do that if you don't get the involvement, and you guys need to start to listen to the fishers. We don't want special treatment. Everyone in here is getting a salary, right? Except for Tony, Nelson, and myself. We are fishers. So every day we are here, we lose fishing. The little compensation that we get here is nothing to compare for our hands-on. But the reason we are here is because we care about our fishery and we care about the future. You know, at first when we came in here as fighters. Back in 2004, it was a war when you walked into a room. Miguel can tell you. Now you have a working relationship we've been trying to move forward, but obstacles have been getting in the way over the last couple of years. And we need to stop that. I think we are trying to accomplish the same thing here. And we need to get the fishers more involved, and you guys need to listen a little bit more. We can help you get the information that you want, and it's going to be 100% accurate. If not 100%, 99%. But trying to speed up and collect something is not always the right way. The right way is doing it correctly. And I feel that if we get out there and we measure the fish there, let's use the red hind as an example. I can take a hind that I catch that's been in a trap for 4 days and it weighs a pound. I can take a hind that I've caught in a pot and a 3-hour soak because of baiting, and it weighs 1.75 pounds. What's the difference? This fish was not in the trap losing weight. He was caught as he went in. So when you look at size and weight frequency, you're going to see a big difference. So, and that's where when the preliminary stuff that was done in Puerto Rico, you saw the big numbers. And, you know, a good way to determine is, all right, let's say we're going to do 10 of the new way. But when you do those 10 new ways, at the same time, let's have it 10, those same 10 done the old way, the way that we feel. And let's compare those numbers and really see off of those 10 samples, what's the difference? And you guys would be surprised. And I think that's what we need to look at in order for us to give the Southeast Fishery Science Center the tools that they need to do their job. We need to give them the best information as possible. So I'm not here to beat anyone down. I'm just here that I would like Tony said, and I know Nelson is gonna chime in here shortly. I would like us to see it being done better. Let's do it the right way and not waste money to try something. Let me just look here, see in my other notes here. Yeah, so I will leave it as that for right now. And, you know, if you want to comment, I'm greatly, but I just want everybody to know, I'm not picking on any department, anyone. I'm just saying there's a way to do it and a way not to do it correctly. And getting your officials 100% involved, you have officials that are willing to do it, different officials from the different part of the industries. They're willing to take you out on their boat. They're willing to help you do whatever you want to do. You know, I was honored by the council a while back, a few years back in 2017, I think it was, at a CCC meeting that was held at Frenchman Reef. And I made the statement right there, and a lot of the other council representatives was there, agreed with my statement. It's the same thing I said earlier. You guys hold the degree by paper, we hold the degree by hands-on. Us working together, we can achieve a lot more than working against each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. If you want, Kevin, short comments, then we go to Nelson and you have to wrap up.
Okay, thanks, Julian. I'm going to try and turn and look at you and talk into these because I hate to have my back to you when I respond. So much of what you said, I agree completely. In fact, if we can advance the slide 1 or 2, one more. You know, right there, collaborative research is the third point down. I completely agree. And so everything that you'll ever see that has CRP with it, you know that as well as I do, cooperative research program, that has to have people in industry involved in the project. So right there, it's a mandate. So, and we absolutely want to have that. We absolutely want to have that. And I couldn't agree with you more. There was a whole lot of stuff you went through, so I'm going to try and remember so that I can respond. So we are actively looking to do that. And maybe what we need to do so that we ensure that more folks are being involved is you and Sinai and I get together and talk about who's been involved in the trap study and the design of all that so that we want to get the broad array of people to have input on this, because we don't want to come up with some specialized trap design that hardly anybody uses. We want to get, I get it that there are a zillion different varieties, but there are probably some groups that are fairly similar, right? We want to get at that. So let's have that conversation today before everybody takes off out of here. So we want to do that. As far as the dive survey, contracting with fishers can be tricky. So we need to talk about that too. We've got to have a mechanism so that we can do that directly. And it's hard to do that, that contracting process, So I think in the Virgin Islands, we've got some things set up in Puerto Rico, but we need to come up with a similar mechanism in the Virgin Islands, because if they get NOAA money, there's all kinds of rules they gotta follow. So one of the things, and I want to fix it, and I want to be able to more directly work with the fishers, but sometimes you get money and you got to spend it. And so the quick way to spend it in this particular instance was the University of the Virgin Islands is part of the Cooperative Institute for Marine and Atmospheric Sciences, right? So CMAS, which is run through the University of Miami, but it involves a bunch of different universities, including University of Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, University of Puerto Rico, other places. I can immediately put money over there and I can immediately get a project started, because when they tell me in June, can you spend this money? And I say yes, I have to have it spent in about a month. So it's harder to do that with the contracts, but if we have a mechanism in place and they tell me in June, can you spend this? And I got a mechanism to work with you guys directly, I can say, yeah, I can spend it, and here's how I'm going to do it, and then we can move that money. But in this case, the Caribbean Fisheries Branch is not even a year old yet. So when they give me money, I don't have to say yes. I need to say yes, because we've got so many projects we need to do down there. But if I ever say no, they're never going to ask me again, right? So I got to spend it. So I know that only addressed some of your comments, but let's talk some more today about those very issues, about how we can get that mechanism set up, and about the trap study, so we get more people involved. So I'm sorry for not getting to all of it, but I know we need to move on.
Nelson?
Julian, you hit the nail. So I am not good to go over your words because you said it all, and I don't have much to say about that. I'm just gonna make a quick comment. I support strongly the words of Tony and Julian, and I think that not only this council, the local government had to step into the plate and finish for one time at all the recreational license, because we need that data, because we feel that we are receiving an unfair treatment when it's time to apply a accountable measure, and we have a unfair competition with the recreational that everybody knows that the most of their catch end in the market. It's very important to attend this issue, because in the way we're gonna lose our life, dealing with this, and it's time to do something, and don't, keep doing a revolving account about this. Just finish and let's go to work. We need the recreational data, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelson. And I want to invite everybody, because we're very short on time, to read the comments by Shannon, by Virginia, and others on the chat that basically are in agreement of the conversations, the points that Julian, Tony, Nelson, and Kevin brought to the table, and the kind of conversation to build the collaboration and the request that had been made on record today. And I just will invite everybody to go to the chat and read the comments. Next presentation, Maria del Mar.
Good morning. Okay, so good morning. This is Maria Lopez with NOAA Fisheries. Okay, can you guys hear me now? Okay, thank you very much. So the first thing that I wanted to say is about the island-based SNPs. This is just going to be a short update. So we are very, very close to being done with our NOAA fisheries reviews. So we can conduct, publish the proposed rule for for this island-based fishery management plans. So the plan is still that the island-based fishery management plans should be in place in early 2022. So that's all I have for you right now. As soon as we have more information, we will be sending that information to the council so it can be published in their website as well as in their social media and other forms. Okay, so I'm going to start with another topic. The next topic is the modification to the buoy gear definition and use. This is once again, this is hopefully this is the last time that we're going to be hearing this presentation in here, because we are trying to have final action on this amendment today. So there's a couple of things that we still have to do. So I'm going to go through everything as a refresher. Last time that we met, the council requested the addition of an action that will address a potential use of the buoy gear by the recreational sector. So we added that in there. So I will go through each one of the actions, the final purpose and need that was prepared by the IPT, and then I will give a summary of what each of the actions will be doing, and then next steps. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so the issues addressed in this amendment are going to be two, as I just said: modify the definition of buoy gear in federal regulations to allow the use of up to 25 hooks to fish commercially. And then the second item was limit the use of buoy gear to those fishing commercially. Okay, so let's talk real quick about that new issue, which the council tasked staff to look into during the last council meeting. The council would like to restrict the use of buoy gear to commercial fisheries only. Council members were concerned about the potential for use of buoy gear by recreational fishers that are fishing for non-managed species. And I'm mentioning non-managed species because the use of buoy gear in other managed fisheries by the council is not allowed. So the only place where the use of buoy gear is allowed is for non-managed fisheries, which means that these are the, once we go to the island-based FMPs, there's a lot of species that did not fall, that are not going to be managed on these plans. So to address that possibility, then for future use of this gear, the council requested this. Okay, so they also mentioned during the last council meeting that the use of the buoy gear was very limited or non-existent. And the rationale for that is because it was a very specialized gears that recreational use was unknown. It wasn't quantified at this time. And then there were also other measures that we wanted to take, for example, protect essential fish habitat and also protect managed species. So there were concerns that there could be an increased effort in the future added if recreational fishers would be using this gear. So buoy gear, just as a refresher, is an allowable gear for Puerto Rico, St. Thomas and St. John, and St. Croix commercial reef fish and pelagic fisheries that are managed by the council under the FMPs. Puerto Rico, St. Thomas and St. John, and St. Croix non-FMP commercial fisheries and non-FMP commercial pelagic fisheries, and also non-FMP recreational fisheries. I know this is a little complicated, but this is how this is going to be in the island-based FMPs. And remember, I should have said this before, this is an amendment to the island-based FMPs, okay? So once the FMPs are implemented, we can proceed with this amendment. Next slide, please. So this is the purpose and need, and all of this information is in the amendment that was included in the briefing book. So the purpose, to modify the definition of buoy gear included in federal regulations at 50 CFR 622.2. These are our federal regulations, Caribbean section, to allow for the use of a greater number of hooks with this gear type when fishing commercially for deep water snappers and grouper managed under the Puerto Rico FMP, the St. Thomas and St. John FMP, and the St. Croix FMP, and to limit the use of the buoy gear to those fishing commercially. And I'm sorry, I apologize. 622.2 is the definition of buoy gear that applies to South Atlantic, Caribbean, and Gulf fisheries. This change will only be for Caribbean fisheries. The need is to ensure that commercial fishermen fishing for deep water snappers and groupers in federal waters of Puerto Rico, St. Thomas and St. John, and St. Croix can use the buoy gear with more than 10 hooks, preferred by some fishermen, while protecting the deep water reef fish resource and its habitat and minimizing user conflicts. Okay, next slide. Now, this is another change from what you have seen before in the previous amendment in the previous version. We switch, the IPT switched the actions, right? We're gonna start now, instead of just having one action that deal with the commercial fishers and the increase of the number of hooks, we're gonna do action one now. It's gonna be buoy gear provision for recreational fishing. This is very simple, only has two alternatives. Alternative one is always a no action. Buoy gear is currently an authorized gear type for recreational harvest in the Caribbean as found in 50 CFR 600.725, and this is the list of allowable gears. So in this list, as I mentioned previously, the only place where this is allowed is in for recreational harvest of non-FMP species. Retain the authorized gear types for recreational harvest in federal waters of Puerto Rico, St. Thomas and St. John, and St. Croix. What this means is, like, if we do anything, the only place that that in our regulations where you can use recreationally buoy gear is for those non-FMP species. So the alternative two is our action alternative. That's what the council wants to do. Prohibit the use of buoy gear for those fishing recreationally in federal waters of Puerto Rico, St. Thomas and St. John, and St. Croix. What this alternative does, instead of just prohibiting for where it's allowed right now, it's like a blanket statement, basically saying that there's no use of this gear for anything recreationally, right? So it's already like that, but this is more like in our regulations, it will say in the Caribbean, you're not going to be able to use this buoy gear to fish recreationally, okay? All right, so can we go to the next slide, please? This is just a summary of what each one of the alternatives will do. I'm gonna go through this real quick. Retain all the gear types authorized for use. This is alternative one if we don't do anything. Although buoy gear is an authorized gear for recreational harvest of non-FMP species only, which are species not managed by the council, at present there is no evidence that the recreational sector uses or has used buoy gear as defined in the regulations. Any use of the gear by the recreational sector is unlikely because buoy gear is a very specialized commercial gear that is expensive and difficult to use. And this information is based on what you told us, okay? So this is what we're including. You told us something, tell us something, and we're including that as part of our rationale. Okay, next slide. This is the alternative two. Prohibit the use of buoy gear for those fishing recreationally in federal waters of each one of the islands. This proposes a broad prohibition for all recreational fisheries, which mean managed and non-managed species that will be implemented through federal regulations. It would eliminate any potential future conflicts between commercial and recreational user groups at the subject fishing grounds, any additional ecological, biological, and physical effects that might accrue through additional meaning recreational fishing related pressure at those grounds to those resources. Any safety concerns potentially associated with the presence of a new fleet, which we're talking about the recreational fleet, at the deep water reef fishing grounds, which may arise due to the specialized characteristics of the buoy gear operations. And again, this is all based on what you all told us. Okay, so for B, what we're talking about, B is the one that says any additional ecological, biological. We're talking about the risk of overfishing of the deep water snapper grouper resources. Any risk to manage species for misuse of the buoy gear. And we also want to limit bycatch of species. Next slide, please. This is our summary for action one, recreational. Alternative one does not change any of the gear types authorized to fish recreationally, while alternative two only affects one gear type, which is the buoy gear, and it's used by the recreational sector fishing for all species, managed and unmanaged. However, neither alternative 1 nor alternative 2 are expected to alter recreational fishing behavior in the short term, as there is no evidence that the recreational sector uses or has used buoy gear in the EEC. Okay, so with that, I'm going to move with the next slide, please. This is action 2. This is the one that you are familiar with. Modification of the buoy gear definition. Alternative 1, no action. The definition of buoy gear specified in 50 CFR 622.2 with respect to the number of hooks allowed would not be changed, and the number of hooks would remain at 10. Alternative 2, modify the definition of buoy gear in 50 CFR 622.2 as it applies to the commercial sector fishing for managed reef fish in the EEC of Puerto Rico, St. Thomas and St. John and St. Croix, to allow the use of up to 25 hooks connected between the buoy and the terminal end. And alternative 3 is, this is the one that we added the last time that we met, modify the definition of buoy gear in 50 CFR 622.2 as it applies to the US EEC in the Caribbean. That is the EEC of Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, to allow the use of up to 25 hooks connected between the buoy and the terminal end for all authorized commercial fisheries. This is the same text that is described in the amendment. So next slide. Okay, in the next slide, I'm just describing what each one of the alternatives will do. Alternative 1, no action. The definition of buoy gears that we have currently in our regulations is not going to be changed. One of the specific requirements under this definition is that buoy gear cannot contain more than 10 hooks connected between the buoy and the terminal end. In components of each of the island-based FMP's fisheries where buoy gear is an authorized gear, and these are the commercial sector harvesting managed reef fish, fisher must limit the gear to 10 hooks. So alternative 2, modify the definition of buoy gear as it applies to the commercial sector. So this one will increase the number of hooks allowed to be used up to 25 instead of 10. Oh, sorry, the slide. There's a little delay with the PowerPoint in Zoom, so I'm monitoring that too. So if I take a break just for that. Okay, so I'm in the second bullet. This new maximum number of hooks would allow those fishing commercially for managed reef fish in federal waters to legally use the gear configuration employed by some in state waters, in federal waters of Puerto Rico and the US Virgin Islands. However, in this alternative, the modification would only apply to those using this gear to fish commercially for managed reef fish species. Next slide. Okay, so this is alternative 3. Modify the definition as it applies to the US Caribbean EEC to allow up to 25 hooks. This one would increase the number of hooks allowed to be used up to 25 instead of 10 for all commercial fisheries where buoy gear is authorized. Buoy gear, as currently defined in our regulations, is authorized for the commercial harvest of reef fish and pelagic species in the island-based FMPs, for the commercial and recreational harvest of non-FMP species and commercial non-FMP pelagic species. That definition of buoy gear under alternative 3 would apply to all harvests in the Caribbean EEC, similar to the application of the definition. Now note that there's an action 1 that deals with recreational. If that is prohibited, then this would only apply for commercial, right? So I made a note in here saying that this does not supersede any regulations applicable to HMS species. Just a reminder that this is only for fisheries that are not HMS. And if you're fishing for HMS species, you have to follow HMS regulations. Okay, next slide, please. In summary, for action 2, alternatives 2 and 3 would both increase the maximum number of hooks that can be used with buoy gear to 25 per line, depending on target or location, contrasting with alternative 1, which maintains the limit at 10. However, alternative 2 only affects fishermen fishing commercially for managed reef fish with authorized buoy gear, while both alternatives 1 and 3 affect all fishers using authorized buoy gear in U.S. Caribbean waters. So you previously, council members preliminary expressed support for alternative 3. And this is, you remember, this is because this one is the one that gives you guys a little bit more flexibility. If you're fishing for buoy gear and you, I know that this is with buoy gear for deep water, I know this is a very targeted fishery. However, if you have other species incidentally caught, as long as they're not HMS, you could be able to retain them. Okay, so this is something that you requested from us, and we added it as a new alternative. Okay, so these are next, please. These are the next step. The reason I went through all the alternatives is because we have not chosen formally preferred alternatives. And also we have a new action that we have to choose preferred. So what we need to do in this meeting, if you agree, is to select preferred alternatives for each one of the, for the actions. And then once you're comfortable with that, the council can vote to submit the amendment for secretarial review. Okay, that's all I have, Marcos.
Yes, thank you, Maria. And I think that we discussed this 3 times now.
Yes.
And the council members should be very aware of the discussion. There is anything new? Go ahead.
Just a matter of procedure, but Maria, you prefer to have a motion for each one of the so you can guide us, and then the council can have a motion to approve this as a preferred alternative. And then the last one is a motion to submit the document. So can you guide us to the first one, the following? Based on previous discussion of the council.
Yes, I was just, I totally agree with that because it's the most expedite and effective way of doing it. But I just want to be on the record that we discussed this before. This is not new for anybody. And from my perspective, Maria are reflecting everything that we discussed on the past. Is being very precise and very well done. Go ahead, Maria.
Yes, so I prepared some, Sarah and I prepared some suggested text for the motion based on what you preliminary told us about what you wanted. What we can do, Christina, just if you can go to action 1, so just that everybody can look at the, that will be probably right in the middle. Go, you can continue, one more, where it says action 1. One more. Okay, here. So this is the first action. Just, I think the council needs to vote. If you, the motions are already the suggested text unless you change. So I think just vote on which one you want to do a preferred, and maybe we can deal with the motions later. And then we'll, after you vote on this one, then we go to action 2, vote on that one, and then we'll show the motions, and then you said if you want to modify them or not.
Because you create the text and not to waste time of people rereading everything, can you just mention the alternative 2 is the one that you guys have been discussing and was the preferred, and we just going to speed up the process.
Christina, do you want to show the motions that I sent you? Of course. So just to clarify, there's going to be a couple of motions. There's going to be the motions to choose the preferred, and then there's going to be a motion to submit. And then I believe that we have the codified text too. Okay, so with the codified text, which is what's going to end up in the regulations right now, because there was no preferred selected, it's what we have in our regulations right now. So once the prefers are selected, we can make that modification, and that codified text will be sent to the council chair for review and for deeming that. But we want to show you how the regulations look right now, remember, because there's no changes included. Normally, we would bring the text already with the changes, but because we didn't have it prepared, we didn't have that ready at the time, but we're prepared to do that at any time.
Okay, very quick, Maria, Tony wants to say something.
Well, I like to move action 1.
Shows the draft motion that you have one by one.
She had the motions with what we decided before, already modifying the remains motions, then you can move the motions that is
So,
already written.
Christina, there's a mistake in there. It should say alternative 2 in motion, the motion, because there's only action 1, just has, I apologize for that. Yes.
Thank you.
Can we see the first motion más grande cuando pueda? So, for the process, Tony, is the first one, the language that you see on the screen, that reflects what you want to move forward?
I can read what the alternative
read it.
would
I
say,
can't
which
see
is for that.
Go ahead.
Yes. Action 1, alternative 2.
And just for the record, alternative 2 says prohibit the use of buoy gear for those fishing recreationally in federal waters off Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, in St. John, in St. Croix.
Maria provided the rationale from the council to support this alternative in the presentation.
Yes, I also stated that a little while ago, and I think the record is very clear. Gonna vote, Carlos?
Call for Shetty, yes.
Jean-Pierre Oriol, yes.
Amaris Delgado, yes.
Tony Blanchard, yes.
Marcos Hanke, yes. Motion carries. Motion carries.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
And I'm sorry, I heard her. And Vanessa, can you speak again?
Yes, for the record, Vanessa Ramirez,
She
yes.
said yes, I heard her on the earphone. It's a unanimous decision.
Okay, so the second motion will be for action 2. And Mr. Chair, if you want to read it.
Whoever gonna.
I will. So I move to accept. Let's call it for Shetty. I move to accept action 2, alternative 3. Increase the number of hooks to 25 for all commercial fishing where buoy gear use is allowed for Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, and St. John and St. Croix.
Was second motion presented by Carlos Farchete, second by Tony Blanchard. Any discussion? Hearing none, we go for voting. Carlos?
Call it for Shetty, yes.
Jean-Pierre Oriol, yes.
Amaris Delgado, yes.
Tony Blanchard, yes.
McGovern, yes.
Marcos Hanke, yes. Vanessa?
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Okay, can you move down a little bit, please? Do you have more? Okay, can you show, let's see, which one is this? Okay, so this one is the one for submitting the amendment with the preferred alternatives to the Secretary of Commerce.
Sí. I move. Council moves to approve the generic amendment to the fishery management plan for Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. Modification of buoy gear definition and use with the selected preferred alternatives, and to submit the amendment to the Secretary of Commerce for implementation.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
I move. Just for the record, you vote.
On the first motion, I move.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing now, let's go for voting. Vote. Carlos?
Jean-Pierre Oriol, yes.
Damaris Delgado, yes.
Tony Blanchard, yes.
Jack McGovern, yes.
Vanessa?
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Vanessa also yes. Marcos Hanke, yes. Motion carries unanimous. Maria?
Yes, the next motion is something that we always do in every amendment, and it's basically to make editorial non-substantive changes to the amendment. And all of those changes, what we normally do is we have a list of those and we send it to the council chair for review. This is something that is that we do all the time because sometimes there's little mistakes, et cetera, et cetera.
I moved.
Okay. Thank you. I move to allow staff to make editorial non-substantive changes to the buoy gear genetic amendment. Okay, that's it.
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none, let's go for voting. The motion was presented by Damaris Delgado and second by Tony Blanchard.
Carlos Fachari, yes.
Jean-Pierre Oriol, yes.
Damaris Delgado, yes.
Tony Blanchard, yes.
Jack McGovern, yes.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Miguel, Vanessa? Vanessa say yes. Marcos Hanke, yes. Motion carries, is unanimous. Maria?
Okay, I wanted to add that that part of the that says any changes will be reviewed by the council and redeemed as well. So that probably needs to be added to the motion. Sorry for that. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not. Sorry, I apologize. It's not to that one. It's to the next one. We'll correct it when we go to the next motion. Okay, so Christina, did you have the codified text that it was sent? No? Okay. Okay, I've been informed that we don't need that. Okay, so this motion is to deem the codified text, which is what's codified text, as a reminder, is what goes in our regulations as necessary and appropriate for implementing the gear amendment. And for I think we need to add something else to that. Let me, Jocelyn, can you give me what is usually the text that we do? This is more like the legal text, so.
Sure. I was just thinking that it would be useful, so not only to deem the codified text, but to also give the council chair just to make it clear that we want the council chair to have
Hold
the
on, we
authority
cannot hear
to
you,
redeem.
Jocelyn. Can you hold for a second? Okay, go ahead.
Sure, I was just saying that, as you had mentioned, the codified text reflects the current regulations because we didn't have preferred alternatives. So that means that text will need to be changed once to reflect the preferred alternatives. So we'll deem the codified text, but we'll also need to be able to provide the revised codified text that reflects the changes that were made for the preferred alternatives. We'll need to send that back to the council, and it would be very useful if this motion could reflect that we're giving the council chair the authority to redeem that text. I believe that's also noted in your SOPs, but it's just useful to have it in the motion to clarify that the council is deeming the codified text as necessary and appropriate, and that we're giving the council chair the authority to redeem the codified text to reflect the changes necessary for the selection of preferred alternatives.
Okay, thank you, Jocelyn. Okay, so I don't have it. So did you have, are you writing or no? Okay, so it should say the council moves instead of I move. This probably should have been corrected in the other one too. But then, okay, that's fine. Just put I. Ignore my my correction, please. I move like it was before. And at the end of the sentence, we can add the council chair. You can just put a period. Will be the council chair would be authorized to redeem the codified text.
And authorized to redeem.
Mm-hmm. That should cover it, and we will be done with that.
Jocelyn, the language is what we need.
Yes, that looks good to me.
She said yes.
I mean, you could reflect any of the reasons, you know, to redeem the codified text to reflect changes that are necessary and appropriate.
Thank you, Jocelyn. To reflect changes that are necessary and appropriate.
Okay. Damaris, want to present this motion? Go ahead.
As necessary and appropriate for implementing the newly geared generic amendment. Any changes will be reviewed by the council chair and
Vanessa Ramirez,
authorized to
second.
redeem the codified text to reflect changes that are necessary and appropriate.
Second.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. Vanessa, second, the motion made by Damaris Delgado. Gonna vote for a vote.
Just as a quick point, I'm sorry, Marcos. It looks like there might be just a typo in that last sentence.
Can you wait, Jocelyn? I need to. Jocelyn, please wait a second. I need to connect to the speaker.
Carlos.
Go ahead.
I would just note it would be probably better if you had two sentences on the last sentence. So where it says any changes will be reviewed by the council chair, if you just say the council chair is authorized to redeem, or and the council chair is authorized to redeem, just as a grammatical point. So
No, at the others, not there. Where it says chair and the council chair is authorized. Yeah, right there.
I think you need both concepts. Changes will be reviewed by the council chair and the council chair is authorized. Or you could have two separate sentences, however you'd like to do it.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, Jocelyn.
Thank you.
Damaris, do you accept the change in the language?
Yes.
Vanessa, do you accept the change in the language?
Yes.
Thank you. Now we are ready for voting. Carlos?
Carlos Fachada, yes.
Jean-Pierre Oriol, yes.
Damaris Delgado, yes.
Tony Blanchard, yes.
Jack McGovern, yes.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Marcos Hanke, yes. The motion carries, is unanimous. That's it? Do you finish, Maria? Carlos, go ahead.
Just for clarification, everything that we just did will also then automatically fall into place for each IBFMP platform when everything, okay, cool.
Yes, Carlos is asking if everything is for each one of the FMPs. Yes, and remember, these changes are going to take place once the land-based FMPs are in place and the proposed rule for this particular action is prepared and the final rule, etc. So as soon as the final, we're done with this one. So as soon as the land-based FMPs are in place, we're already going to be working with that proposed rule to get everything done. Okay, I want to say thank you to everyone that help out to prepare this amendment, especially the fishermen, because this is an action that was brought by the fishers with a lot of concern, particularly Pauco, Edwin Font. Thank you so much, and hopefully this will be done as soon as possible. Thank you, and thank you, Nelson, also Nelson Crespo, for all your assistance explaining to me how the fishery works. Thanks, I learned a lot.
Thank you very much. We're gonna make a 15-minute break for people that need to make the checkout to do so, and we come back in 15 minutes. Sharp, okay? It's gonna be here just 11:12. The next one is on the schedule. The time on the that. Yes. Then we break for at 12. Then we have ¿dónde está la langosta? Yeah, but we are still driving the first presentation. We are still. Timing of red hide season.
Oh, red
Yes. I'm sorry that we are driving.
I have one friend, usually it doesn't work in one channel. You find it in four, and there's a short circuit.
Hello, everyone. We are going to start the meeting again. We are waiting for the rest of the group to sit down and to restart. We are trying to catch up with the agenda. We have the next presentation, which will be the timing on the red line seasonal closure in Puerto Rico federal waters. Maria.
Okay, well, welcome back, everybody. This is going to be a presentation. This is Maria Lopez with NOAA Fisheries. This is going to be a presentation, collaboration between Graciela Garcia Moliner, council staff, and our office. So give me a moment, please. Let me get this set. Okay. So this is okay. So the title of this presentation is modifications to the timing of the red hind seasonal and area closures in federal waters off Puerto Rico. The way that I have this presentation, the way that we have this presentation set up is to be very similar to the draft options paper that it's included in the briefing book. So if it's a little wordy, it's because that's on purpose, and it's because we wanted to get the council familiarized with the text, how it's included in the document, so that there's any changes that are needed, we can do it right away. Next slide. So I wanted to start this presentation with the issue addressed in the options, and we're also calling this a decision paper, because once we go through this, the council needs to make a decision if they're how they're going to move forward or not move forward with the action that we're going to be presented. And we are included in here the recommendation that the SSC gave the council on July 2021, which is when they presented to the council their the recommendations for this action is to reduce the impact on the red hind spawning stock at the West Coast spawning aggregations at the end of the reproductive period due to a possible shift in the timing of the aggregation. And we decided to put in here because this sets the topic, like what we are dealing with in with the rest of the slides. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a recommendation from the SSC in July 2021. Shift the dates for the seasonal closure, prohibiting fishing for or possessing red hind in or from federal waters west of 67, 10 west longitude, and in the area closures prohibiting all fishing in federal waters in the Tourmaline Bank and Abril La Sierra Bank red hind spawning aggregations areas to December 15 to March 15 each year. The SSC noted that red hind spawning aggregations do not form before December 15, but spawning aggregations can remain intact after March 1st. To measure the benefits of management measures for the red hind population of the west coast of Puerto Rico, the SSC also recommended the council support the implementation of continued long-term monitoring of spawning aggregations. This was presented by the SSC July 2021. Next slide. Okay, so after that, this prompted the council to have a discussion about this topic, and we heard about that in the August meeting, as well as the SSC meeting before, and the July meeting, which is where Dr. Scherer presented the results of her studies and with other colleagues about the potential shift of the spawning activities for the red hind in the west coast of Puerto Rico. So during this meeting, the council made a motion that said staff to prepare, instruct staff to prepare an options paper that would discuss modifying the seasonal closure for fishing for or possession of red hine in federal waters west of 6710 west longitude, and the seasonal closure for the Tourmaline Bank and Abril Sierra Bank red hine spawning irrigation areas. And before I proceed, I wanted to clarify what this means, just as a refresher for everybody. So right now, there are what we call the seasonal closure for the red hine grouper, and this is for federal waters. And this is a closure that goes from December 1st to the last day of February, and it's west of 6710 west longitude, which means that these are in the west coast of Puerto Rico, all the federal waters are going to be closed to the fishing for and possession of red hine during this time. In state waters of Puerto Rico, there is a closure that goes from the same date, and it applies to all territorial waters. There are also seasonal closures, seasonal area closures in Tourmaline Bank, which is partially in federal waters, and an Abril La Sierra Bank, which is completely in federal waters, that close all fishing that would occur from December 1st to the last day of February. So this is what we're going to be talking about in this presentation and in this action. Next slide, please. So to provide a little bit of background on the species of interest, this is the red hine grouper, scientific name Epinephelus guttatus, which is one of the most abundant grouper species that are landed by commercial and recreational fishermen in Puerto Rico. And this is why this is a very important species for us. Puerto Rico commercial red hine landings, and this is, you can see on that graph, these are the different landings, the average adjusted landings, which means that the expansion factors were applied for the different coasts. In 2019, which is the most recent data that we have, total 48,648 pounds of whole weight. We don't have any recent recreational landings data reported for the species up to 2017, and I'm going to show that in the next slide. As you can see from this graph, the top landing areas from 2010 to 2019 are the east and the west coast of Puerto Rico. In 2019, the East Coast contributed to 49% of those adjusted commercial landings for red hine, and the West Coast with 32% of the red hine adjusted landings. Next slide. Okay, so this is the red hine recreational landings that we have up to date. Up to 2017, I'm sorry. We do not have that information by coast, unfortunately, by like the other ones, but this will give us an idea of what is the recreational harvest of red hine from 2010 to 2017 in estimated landings. Next slide, please. Okay, let's continue with the little bit of background for the species, because the biology of the species is what is prompting changes in this action. So the red hine is what is called a protogynous species, which means that it changes sex from female to male based on some environmental cues, for example, social cues, at approximately 28 centimeters of fork length, or approximately 11 inches. They have a complex social structure and reproductive behavior. They form transient spawning aggregations that follow a lunar cycle, and I added all the references in there. I'm not gonna get into details about that because we have received presentations from the scientists before, but if you're interested, here are the references. And that has been linked to when the full moons occurs each month in relation to the winter solstice in December. Reproductive individuals aggregate to spawn in established aggregations in Puerto Rico. And these ones take place between December and February, and what we have seen also through March. At the aggregations, we have the males that arrive first and defend their territories while waiting for the females to arrive. Some other aspects of the reproduction: the female fecundity increases with size, but there needs to be a sufficient number of males to fertilize the eggs. Both males and large females remain at the aggregation after the spawning season before migrating to their home ranges. Next slide. Okay, so in Western Puerto Rico, spawning occurs, red hind spawning occurs in aggregations at several sites within loosely defined areas that are located towards the edge of the insular platforms. For example, we have aggregations that have been identified in Bajo de Sico, Abril la Sierra Bank, Tourmaline Bank, and also in Boya Cuatro. And what I'm showing in here, these are our managed areas. And to the left, you can see the red hind closure that occurs from December 1st to the last day of February, and it includes all the west coast of Puerto Rico. And then to the right, we have the three areas, Bajo de Sico, Abril la Sierra, and Tourmaline. Some of them are shared with the territory. So as it said in there, and red hind catches in Western Puerto Rico constitute a substantial proportion of local grouper catches and very likely depend on healthy aggregations in managed areas. And this actually came from the regulatory amendment, I believe it's number 2 or number 3 from 1996, which is the one that implemented these spawning aggregation closures of Tourmaline in Abril la Sierra, I believe. In the 1990s, red hind in Western Puerto Rico showed evidence of some overfishing and showed a decline in landings, prompting the enactment of conservative management measures to protect the stock from that overfishing. And that's where all these measures came from, to protect the stock. Next slide. So this is the background information of the histological information, which is, the examination of the tissues and the cells under the microscope, and that were obtained from what we have looked at in some reproductive tissue obtained from red hind between 2010 and 2017 provides support for the spawning season period that we have right now, and they have found spawning capable females from December until February and a small percentage is in March. And this comes from a report that was provided by the DNAR lab by Noemi, and it's unpublished right now. It's called F48 2017. In these studies, when they were looking at all those samples from the reproductive tissue, the largest proportion of spawning capable red hind that were found were from December. They also found early post-spawn individuals in January and in March, from January to March. So one of the things that we found while we were evaluating the information that we have is that we need additional information on the reproductive potential of red hind in the West Coast during the spawning months. So I'm saying this because this is very important for the action and for the council to be able to make an informed decision. There's also what we heard before from Dr. Scherer and colleagues, long-term acoustic monitoring and service of red hind, for example, at Abril la Sierra, have shown that peak aggregations consistently occurred 7 to 10 days after the full moon. And this comes from a paper from Appledorn and colleagues in 2019. Research conducted in the Western Puerto Rico suggests that because red hind spawning is associated with the lunar cycle, with peaks during the full moon, spawning activities or behavior may still be occurring during the full moon or the new moon of late February and March. And this is all what was presented to us during the July 2021 meeting by the researchers. I'm just stating that in here for purposes of our action. Okay, so in this research paper, Appledorn and colleagues suggest that 2 spawning events could occur during one lunar cycle, and added that extended periods of red hind calling activity have been identified in at least 4 lunar cycles over 8 years of recordings at Abril la Sierra. And these years were 2007, 2013, 14, 16. And this indicates that its pattern may be common. Now, for our action, March is not included in the current dates of the annual seasonal closure, which, as you know, goes from December 1st through the last day of February, or in the area closures in Abril La Sierra Bank and Tourmaline Bank, which also go right now to the end of February. A shift in the seasonal closure dates to December 15 and to March through March 15 could provide protection to spawning red hind as well as to individuals that remain in the aggregation after spawning, based on that information that has been provided to us by previous research. For example, Chatter et al. 2021, and this is the presentation that was given to us in July by the council, discussed that for 63% of the past 11 years, red hind were present at the Abril La Sierra aggregation after March 1. Further, this same presentation estimated that the potential aggregation peak could occur outside of the current seasonal close period for 80% of the next 10 years because of when the full moon occurs. So what we're presenting here is that both the histologic information and the acoustic and visual census information basically should complement each other, right, and be available or are available so that the council can make an informed decision. If you have any, if you would like to see further information in the council website under the briefing book for the July meeting, you can find Dr. Shatter's presentation that has more details about what I summarized in here. Okay, so the next slide, please. So this is just, I'm not going to go through all of this, but just to let you know that these are all the management actions from the federal level that had been taken that affect the red hind, starting with the Reef Fish FMP, which started in 1985, and which is what red hind was added to the management as part of the Reef Fish Grouper unit. And then after that, we have, for example, in 1993, the establishment of the Tourmaline Bank aggregation, December 1st to February 28th. So that means that it has been in place since 1993. And there was a resizing of the Tourmaline Bank in 1996. Then in 1996 also was the establishment of the Abril La Sierra Bank red hind spawning aggregation. Also the establishment of Bajo de Sico with its original date. There was also after that in 2005 a ban on the use of bottom gear in all three areas year-round. No filleting at sea, no gill nets or trammel net. All of this was passed in the SFA amendment. And then that seasonal closure that spanned all the west coast of Puerto Rico and federal waters was implemented in 2005. Bajo de Sico, which is not part of this action, was changed. The timing of that closure was changed to October 1 to March 31st. Therefore, that's why this is not included in here, because that potential shift in the aggregation would be already covered under it. Later on in 2012, we have the 2010 and the 2010 amendment, which is the one that established the ACLs, the back limits for reef fish as an aggregate, and the accountability measures. And then now in 2022, when we have the island-based FMPs in place, there was a rearrangement of the grouper units. And remember, this action is just for Puerto Rico, right? We're just talking about the Puerto Rico FMP. There wasn't a specification of ACLs, accountability measures, and there were also some actions, and all of the actions, all of those previous actions that are included in this table were carried over into the Puerto Rico FMP, so they are all effective. Next slide. Okay, so based on all of this information, we were tasked with creating some options that will include these potential changes that from the seasonal closure. Now, I want to do a disclaimer real quick. Not because this is said like this, it means that this is the way to go. This is just an example of what could be. If the council is interested in moving forward, then once an IPT is formed, they can rearrange anything as the council desires. So right now, this is the way that our team decided that it was a good way of showing how it could look. So we decided to set it up as 2 actions. Action number 1 is timing of the Red Hind seasonal closure and area closures in the exclusive economic zone of Puerto Rico. Option 1 is always included. This is a no action. We don't change the seasonal closure dates or the area closures for Red Hind. Nothing is done. Now we have an option 2. Can change the seasonal closure period for Red Hind in the EC of Puerto Rico under any of the following sub-options to December 15 through March 15. Remember, right now it's December 1st through the last day of February. The way that it is set up, it has 3 options. So you can change it for the seasonal closure and the Tourmaline Bank and Abrir La Sierra, or you can change it for the 3 of them. It doesn't have to be set up this way, but this is a way to look at it more clean. Now in option 3, we added an option 3 and note that it has an asterisk, and it says this option could be further developed depending on council interest, because some of you requested that what about if the closure is shifted only in certain years? If it's going to be based on the lunar cycle, why not just shifting it when the moon, that full moon falls within the last part of the month of February, right? That will encompass some potential spawning activity during the beginning of March, which would not be included in the closure. So that's why that action is in there. As the option is in there, it says change the closure period for the seasonal fishing and possession of Red Hind in the EC of Puerto Rico, and or the area closures of Tourmaline Bank and Abrir La Sierra only for certain years based on the lunar cycle. And we added in there pre-identified and codified in the regulations because it is known when these events will happen that those dates could be already included in the regulations. For example, say in year 2023, the closure, the Red Hind closure will be from December 15 to March 15. But for 2024 and 2027, this is just an example, the closure will be December 1st to February 28th, okay? This is the way that an option like this could look. That doesn't mean that it's desirable, but that this is an option that could be explored if necessary. Okay, let's go to the next slide. I'm going to explain what each one of the options would do, okay? So the first one is no change. You don't change anything that's like it's going on. This one was established to protect the Red Hind resource during the identified peak spawning periods in Western Puerto Rico. Other things, these dates are consistent with the December to February 28 Red Hind seasonal closure in territorial waters of Puerto Rico. However, the scope is different. The EEC closure only applies to the West Coast, while the territorial closure applies to all Puerto Rico waters, including the waters of the other 3 coasts. Both Abrir La Sierra and Tourmaline Bank are closed to all fishing in federal waters during this period. Abrir La Sierra is completely within federal waters, so there is no overlap in territorial jurisdiction for this area. Tourmaline Bank, however, spans both federal and territorial waters, and there is not a compatible closure regulation prohibiting all fishing in the territorial portion of the Tourmaline Bank. In the territorial portion of Tourmaline Bank, the prohibition is limited to fishing for Red Hind. And we're bringing all this up because while we were looking at this action, we found a lot of loopholes and things that were not consistent between the 2 areas, which obviously, as you all know, complicates enforcement, complicates management, etc. So it's important for all of us to bring this to your attention as well. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. Now for the option 2, shifting those dates to December 15 through March 15. So we set it up as 3 sub-options. Sub-option A, Red Hind seasonal closure, you shifted for that seasonal closure. Sub-option B, you shifted to Tourmaline Bank and or, right, you can do the 3 of them, Abrir La Sierra Bank, sub-option C. Under all of the sub-options for option 2, that would allow for the inclusion of a later potential spawning peak period that is not currently included in the existing regulations at 50 CFR Part 622. Moreover, a spawning event that occurs during a full moon period at the end of February or the beginning of March, depending on the year, may not be included in the current dates of the seasonal closure and the seasonal area closures. Shifting the dates may provide protection not only to spawners during this period, but also to reproductively viable red hind that remains in the aggregation after spawning. Shifting the date for the seasonal closure, remember, these are kind of like pros and cons of this option, which is sub-option A, and not for the area closures, would still protect red hind in the closed areas from December 1st to December 14, as red hind would not be allowed to be fished or possessed while the areas are closed to all fishing, because remember, the closure in Tourmaline and in Abril La Sierra is for all fishing. So even if you have the red hind closure open, the red hind closure not operating, you still cannot fish for red hind in those places because it's a ban of all fishing. But fishing for other species in federal waters in Tourmaline Bank and Abril La Sierra could be allowed during the March 1st to March 15 time period, and this could allow bycatch mortality of red hind in these areas, right? Because you will be fishing for other species, and red hind can still be pulled. But that is something that can happen, right? So we're setting up absolutely everything in here. One of the things that you have mentioned before is how this overlaps with Lent, right? So this is the socioeconomic part, because there is red hind is one of the species that fishers harvest during this time. Okay, next slide, please. Now, with all of that said, what we are showing in here in this graph is the commercial adjusted landings of red hind averaged by month for 2010 through 2019 in the west coast of Puerto Rico. As you can see, the highest landings of red hind are reported from August through October, and we're talking about 3,100 to almost 3,300 pounds of whole weight. March and November show the low. Do you have a pointer? No, that's okay. March and November show the lowest average landings from 2010 to 2019 outside of the red hind closure dates. So if you see the x-axis is the months. We have January, February, March, etc., all the way through December. Okay, right there, sorry. That's okay. Okay, so 1 and 2 are January and February. These are months that the red hind is not supposed to be caught, because these are supposed to be closure there as well as December, but there's always some red hind reported in the landings, but they're supposed to be 0. So after those months that are closed, we have March, which is number 3, and November, which is on number 11, are the months with the lowest red hind landings, adjusted landings for the west coast of Puerto Rico. Next slide, please. Okay, and then in terms of recreational, these are the recreational landings from 2010 to 2017 by 2-month waves, which is how this is reported. And remember, this is not just for the West Coast. We don't have the information from the West Coast. This is representative of all Puerto Rico. And it shows that in all Puerto Rico, highest recreational landings are in the March to April wave. And we're showing approximately 4,300 pounds. We don't know how much of these, how many of these pounds come from the West Coast. And this is only until 2017. Let's not forget that. So based on these two graphs that we just saw, shifting the closure to December 15 to March 15, based on what we're seeing on these landings, may not be expected to substantially affect the commercial landings in the West Coast, as average West Coast March landings are low compared to other months of the year. So this is what those landings are showing us, okay? It is unknown what proportion of the recreational landings come from the West Coast of Puerto Rico and how this action could affect those landings. So socioeconomic factors such as higher demand for fish during the Lent period could also be included in a future analysis for this amendment. If you go to, when you go to the amendment, to the options paper, there's a table that has all of the pros and cons of the different options. I didn't include that in here, but I summarized it for you, and we included that in the document. Okay, so next slide, please. And this is option 3. This is the one that we said that has that asterisk saying if the council wanted to develop it further, we can definitely do that. This is changing the date of the seasonal closure area closures during certain years based on the lunar cycle. Okay, we don't have a lot of input in here yet, just because, you know, based on council's council's interest, we could look into that. Let's go to the next slide. Thank you. Okay, so this is a slide that shows the commercial adjusted landings of Red Hind during March 1st to March 15 and March 16 to the 31st for 2010 through 2019. Those yellow circles that you see in there are years where Red Hind was present at a spawning aggregation west of Puerto Rico in March, per the presentation that we saw from Dr. Scherer and colleagues in July 2021. The asterisks note when land started during the period of March 115. So in here, we cannot really see, like based on the landings, like a certain pattern of if there are more harvests occurring when the full moon, or when this fish were present the beginning of the year. But what we wanted to show in here is how much harvest, how many landings occur in different parts of the month. And if you think about that, you can say, well, if the closure is shifted, then those landings that occur from March 1st to March 15 will be potentially the landings that will not be caught or, you know, or fished during this time. Yeah, anything else to say about this one, Graciela? Okay. All right. Yeah, okay. Graciela's gonna talk a little bit about this too.
So one of the issues that we're looking at, and data that we were not able to get yet, has to do with the histological examination of the red hind that have been sampled by the DNER in the area. So we are looking at that data, and hopefully it will be presented to the council at the next meeting if you decide to move forward. Even if the council doesn't decide to move forward, these are information that need to be brought to the Southeast Fisheries Science Center to be included in the databases that are provided for examination of this data. So that sampling that has taken place over the years, there is information on the sex that could come out in terms of sex ratio, and whether the fish were ready to spawn or not, whether they had previously spawned, etc. So those data sets are part of the mini projects, if you want to call it that the council can push for or ask that they be carried out. So the data has been collected, it has been explored, and we're just waiting on the transfer of the information to the council. We don't know exactly how far along the examination of the samples is, and if that's part of the problem, that there is no funding to complete that project, that those funds could come potentially from the council and complete the project.
Thank you, Graciela. Okay, next slide. Okay, and this is the last action, the way that we set it up for purposes of making the council to be able to make some decisions as to how they want to proceed. This explores an extension of the area included for the red hind seasonal closure in the Puerto Rico EC. If you have no action, the area where the December 1st through the last day of February red hind seasonal closure, this is on the west coast of Puerto Rico, federal waters, it will not be changed. And this one states that no person may fish for or possess red hind in or from the Puerto Rico EC west of 6710 west longitude. A potential option, if the council desires, is to extend the application of the annual seasonal closure for red hind to all waters in the EEC of Puerto Rico. The seasonal closure would be applied during the dates in any of the sub-option below. It could take place from December 1st through the last day of February each year in the whole Puerto Rico, which is basically just extending the area, not changing the date. It could take place from December 15 to March 15 each year, which is what we were proposing in Action 1. However, this one will be extended through the whole island, or any other date that the council is interested in doing. Next slide. I'm going to explain each one of the options in the next slide. So for option 1, it is not consistent with the scope of the Puerto Rico regulations, because in the Puerto Rico regulations, they close all territorial waters from December 1st to February 28 to all harvest and possession of red hind, not just the areas of the west coast of Puerto Rico. And what it has been mentioned before is that obviously this complicates enforcement, because you have two different areas that are closed during the same time, or not closed. It creates confusion from constituents and does not extend protection to the red hind stock in all federal waters of Puerto Rico during the recognized peak spawning period. And if you remember from the graph before, there's a lot of harvest for red hind. Most of the harvest for red hind comes from the east coast of Puerto Rico. Option 2 would extend the protection to red hind in all federal waters of Puerto Rico, and not just to a particular area of the west coast of Puerto Rico. Remember, these were set in the 90s and later in 2005 to protect the spawning aggregations stock, the spawning stock that was in those aggregations identified in the west coast. Extending the closure to cover all federal waters of Puerto Rico would provide additional protection to the red hind stock during the spawning period. Sub-option A would make the closure compatible with the closure in Puerto Rico territorial waters, which extends from December 1st through February 28. And this is something I wanted to mention too, because Puerto Rico stops at February 28, but there are some leap years that go through February 29. So we are adjusting our regulations in the island-based FMP, so it says last day of February. It's not a big deal, but maybe we should probably be consistent so there's no confusion. Sub-option B would only be partially compatible with Puerto Rico regulations. Okay, so can we go to the next slide? I'm almost done. And then we can discuss. And if there's no time for discussion, I was just told that we can continue the discussion after the launch. Okay, so I have one more slide. Yes, Miguel?
Yeah, we have other ideas. So anyway, when we finish, we will present to you what we think.
Okay, so Miguel is saying that just to continue, and then we'll talk about what's the next step. Okay, so this is we're going to see a little bit more about what Graciela just mentioned. We need incorporation of reproductive condition of red hind from the histological data. For example, identify which red hinds are in transitional state, which ones spawner, post-spawners, etc. ID also parameters that affect the aggregation. So for example, occurrence and temperature. Information on aggregations and Boyacuaro, which is the south of the west coast. This was mentioned in the presentation that we have in July 4th. This is not currently an area closure. This is just covered under the seasonal closure that covers all the west coast. Information on spawning in the east coast of Puerto Rico from different sources. That's something that would be interesting to have. And as Graciela mentioned, most of this information could be just out there. It's just that it needs to be evaluated and incorporated into this action. Information on connectivity of the different populations, on red hind density, and include fishers in focused research, on comparative research, as was mentioned earlier. So if the council wants to move forward with this as an amendment, we could consider, the extension of the closure to protect this, or if the council wants to task staff to continue evaluating this action and bring it again to the council's attention, that's something that we can definitely do that. Or if the council doesn't want to move forward, that's another possibility as well. Graciela, do you have something to add regarding this next steps?
Miguel.
A couple of things. And I'm here with Vanessa talking on the chat privately about some of the things. This is, and we have 3 minutes to go to lunch. This is a very important issue because it's also may have application in other species in the future. Marcos and I were talking and taking in consideration what Tony mentioned yesterday, that because of the pandemic, we haven't been able to talk to fishery one-on-one, eye-to-eye. And by the way, this is excellent. What you have done, your staff, the staff that have worked with this is excellent. It's probably one of the best summaries I have seen in an option paper of any of the species that we have worked with. Our proposal is to have a couple of workshops with the fishermen in the west coast of Puerto Rico, where we can present this in Spanish and English. We also can have this posted in our webpage that Cristina managed. So everybody will have an idea of what we're talking about, because as Maria mentioned, there's a need for action within the local area, with the Puerto Rico area of jurisdiction, because otherwise it would be a nightmare for enforcement to have a couple of feet next to this application and they see a different set of regulations, different closures. So our proposal is for the council members to take this home, read it, the whole document, as Maria said, is in our webpage. Ask the staff to have this series of meetings with the fishers eye to eye. Then we can come back to the next meeting, get the feedback from the fisher. Don't call it public hearings, because a public hearing it's better to call it a workshop. Because of the public hearing, you say what you have to say, then you shut up and let the people speak. And sometimes it's very difficult for the fishermen to grab all this and be able to have the information they need to be able to contribute. So our proposal here is that to take this, have it in Spanish and English, and Cristina can help us with that. Then have a workshop that Graciela, Maria, myself, we can work toward having that workshop between here and the next meeting. And then at the council meeting, we can have more time to discuss this red line application. Remember, if we are going to do this quick, remember that quick time for council is sometimes the same as geological time. When you say something quick here, it would take 2 years to implement. So if we have this workshop, let's say in the next few months, or the first month in let's say March or April, we can have the input from the fishers, come back to the council and explain to you. Also, Graciela has some, she has stated that there are other information that we can get from Virginia Chevette work and others. So we can gather that information. What? Oh, sorry. We can gather that information to submit it to the council. But the most important thing to me is that to pay attention to what Tony said. This is an opportunity, hopefully COVID, Omicron, whatever other Greek letter that we'll have next year will allow us to have meetings, hybrid meetings with the fishers, and then have this information digested for them. This is what we mean. This is the information that we have. And we can break now for lunch, then maybe have 15 minutes so we can come back and talk a little bit more about it. But now we have to break for lunch and go because the people here won't wait for us. But this is important enough. We can have Mr. Chairman, maybe 15, 20 minutes after lunch. The dolphin presentation can be moved a little bit so we can wrap this up for Maria and Graciela to talk about it.
Thank you, Miguel. So, okay, so we are going to, as Miguel said, we're going to break for lunch. So everybody hold their thoughts on
this action, and then we will continue the discussion
after
after the lunch.
And
And
thank you very
much,
much.
everyone.
Thank you. We are back here at 1 o'clock sharp, really sharp, okay? Be a few minutes before. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We are about to start. 1 minute more and we will start. Please take your seats. Gonna start. Welcome. It's 1:03. Maria del Mar.
Yes. So this is Maria Lopez from NOAA Fisheries. Welcome back. The only thing that this is the last slide, and it's was the next step. We talk a little bit about it, and it's basically like depending on what the council wants to do, if moving forward or when moving forward, is identify the information requirements and the sources, everything that we discussed before about the you know, scientific, social, economic information that are needed for this action. And then a report on progress at a future council meeting. And then if the action is going to move forward with an amendment, we can create an IPT, which is an interdisciplinary planning team, which are the ones that are tasked with the creation of the amendments and evaluations when appropriate for development of the amendment. That's all. Mr. Chair, if you want to continue with the discussion for this action.
Okay. Oh, okay. We have Nelson and then Tony Blanchard, and I have the some lines that I want to read to the group, and we keep going.
Okay. The pressure of the line right now is taking out. In my opinion, making any change would do more harm than good. Trying to extend the government process for more states to know the last day of the year is going to bring a negative impact to the system and economy. During the day, during those days we celebrate the quarter, but our 40 days ended with a weekend. That is when the system has more demand for this unit. We will also do discuss in the management, and we encourage illegal fishing. I don't understand why in the landing slide says that in March and April are less landing for this unit than October and November, I think. Because I told the teacher that this was that teacher. Because the rest of the year, as the business continues, it is a small scale. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Tony?
I think that's
Some fish are still spawning at that point in time. But if you would tell me that you don't have the numbers, we might be shutting down or a fishery or extending a fishery for 15 more days for 1% of the fish that is still aggregating. The other part of it is the only ones who are going to suffer from this again is the commercial fisher. And I will remind some of us who was here at the council about 8 years ago when we went down to Ponce, and there was a situation where we was going to implement some management plans for Abriales, the ABC, or the Abriales, La Sierra, and the other one, what it was? Bajo de Cinco, that the officials had really raised that the management, the regulations, the room was filled with officials for that public hearing before the decision was made. And they brought in different fishing organizations, the fishers, the families, and everybody else, that they flood the room. And their cry at that point in time was to leave the regulations as is because it was living with it. So let's not forget that we went and we invested all of that time at the council level to try to simplify things, which it would have been more complicated. So to the end of the day, for the lack of the data that we need at this point in time, the only ones here who are going to suffer once again is the commercial fisher. We don't have an idea as to how many fish we're talking about that is still in that aggregated mood to extend a fishery or to change fishing days for 15 days. I say to the end of the day, no action.
Julian, I need to put my perspective on the table, and please, very brief, your participation. Go ahead. Yes.
Julian McGrath, for the record. I totally agree with what Mr. Crespo and Mr. Blanchard just said. My point as watching the numbers and everything that was in the presentation, one of the things that popped out to me, and it sits there with me, is I see that the landings are very high from the recreational fishery. And I think changing the dates will be a nightmare for enforcement and for the commercial fishers. And what I see is a greater opportunity on cutting back on the harvest of what the recreational fishers are harvesting. So it's just, I'm throwing it out there, and I think it's something that needs to be looked into, that you regulate more on the recreational side than trying to change what the commercial guys are doing for their living. Thank you.
We have Vanessa pending to speak, but I want to remind the council that this is something that we have to really be mindful. We have a work done by the SSC and some recommendations on that line. We have data presented by Dr. Schreier to us, and we have some new approaches to address this that we didn't have on the prior that Tony just mentioned to us. For example, the shift. And I don't think that this is the moment for decision yet. I think it's important, and we are going to keep discussing this and filling the gaps of information that we need to take the best decision possible. But I want to because we need the balance on this discussion and have all the points of view and possibilities and facts on the table. I want to remind the group about this. Any fish related to pre, during, or post-spawning activity are not necessarily appropriate for the resource or the best for the population, because they are aggregated there, they are contained in one area. That's a risk and something that we have to discuss in the future, how much of that we can tolerate or accept. if we don't do that, and if you do it in a wrong way, we're gonna take the chance that if you don't have cherry picking on them very hard now, we can have it on the future. That's one point. The shift allow opportunity also. This is very important for Nelson. The shifting allowed on the future to open in December for 15 days, which is the time of the year where the Chillo, the group of deep water snapper and the red hind are closed. And for the people from the same gear, which is bottom fishermen, they'll have access, open access to this fishery that they don't have it right now. They have two closed seasons together. This is a benefit for the fishing industry. Due to the global warming and many aggregations, it's been documented to be moving later on the year for many factors that I'm not an expert on at all, but I read about it. I think this council should evaluate the effect on the aggregations that are not just red hind, but others that take place during the same time of the year. And especially at this administration, there is a big emphasis on addressing in a proactive way climate change parameters or analysis and considerations. Fishers have another area to fish besides Bajo de Sico, Turmalina, Abril La Sierra on those 15 days. It's not that, depend on what we decide, it's not that they don't have access at all to it. They maybe, depend on what we decide, have options to, if they want red hind, to fish on some other places. Also important to note that most species, besides of the red hind, there is other important species that can benefit that. Nassau grouper, black on the protected areas that we are talking about, as a direct consequence of this analysis and decisions on the future, Nassau grouper, black grouper, yellowfin grouper, yellow edge, tiger, and red grouper, maybe others. And I want also to remind the council that the social economic benefits of taking the max recruitment input to the fishing population of red hind or whatever through a good tool use on aggregation will allow a better availability and sustainability of this resource throughout the year, not just under the risk of a situation of cherry picking, just going there pre, during, or post aggregation. And my points are just trying to make a balance and justifying that all the good points that Nelson brought, Julian brought, Tony brought to the table are important as well as those others. That's why we need more time on the council to discuss this and to do it in a responsible way. And that's my point. And Vanessa have a turn to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Practically in the same line, as we were saying, we have been discussing this issue for a long time, and we have been seeing all the studies that have been made. We know that this is a moving that we have to do sometime in the next years, but please take care about, as Miguel suggests, make the workshops for the fishermen, explain them face-to-face, background, all the studies that have been made and the why of this situation. We know that it's something is not in our hands, it's a mother nature change, and for the sustainability of the red hind, we need to do it. But practically, because it affects directly the area where I fish, where my boats also fishing, and because I live in this area, I know that for the commercial sector, it's gonna be hard to understand this. So please, I suggest, as Miguel says, start with the workshops, and then for the next meeting, get this conversation and discussion again. Thanks.
Thank you, Vanessa. We have to wrap up this item. I think we have a path going through the future with a strong record why we need to do those discussions. Miguel, and we go for the next item on the agenda.
Actually, the next thing to do will be to have these workshops, allow the staff to keep working, but do you want to create the IPT or not? So, what else do you need, Maria de Mar, from the meeting today, if anything?
I apologize. I had a lot of buttons to press in here. I don't think we need to create an IPT right now. I think we can move forward with the actions that you're saying. You know, collecting information from the public. And then when we come back to the council with the results from that and any additional work that you would like the staff to do, then you can decide if you move forward with an amendment, and then we can create an IPT for the action. Jack, I don't know if you would like to comment. Okay, so I think Jack agrees, right? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So go ahead. To summarize, just to be clear, then the staff will have a workshop or series of workshop with the fisher of the west coast of Puerto Rico, and then we'll coordinate that with Maria de Mar. And after we get that information, we come back to the following meeting with that report to you. And Graciela also mentioned that they may be able to collect other scientific information that is going to be available. So with that, we can wrap it up.
We would request from the Science Center also to collaborate in this effort with the workshop, specifically to answer Nelson's question regarding the high increase of landings in August, September, and October. I mean, we've known that fish can be much bigger during that time of the year just because they are preparing for the spawning events, so they are bigger. So this is data that might be available through the trip information program that can shed some light into the changes in sizes over time, and we can be prepared to answer questions like that. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin, and we really need to move on.
Kevin, sorry.
Nobody could hear you. Would you mind repeating unmuting your Zoom, please? Thank you. Sorry for that.
Sure, just some logistical questions because I'm gonna need to go back to the Science Center with, you know what the proposal is. So maybe we can meet separately if you have a handle on, time commitments and if you've got some data analysis ideas, or we're still gonna explore that. I just need to be able to tell my bosses something of what the ask is gonna be.
Yeah. Yeah, promise this is the last thing though. For the record, we don't need that for the workshop. It could be an ongoing thing, so you don't have to rush in to get this information. The workshop really is to fill the work. I mean, talk to the fishers, have the presentation that Maria de Mar has here in Spanish, and then let them talk and see what the reaction is. You may have all the information that you have, beautiful things to do, but if they are not buying by the fishermen, you're not doing anything. So if by pushing 50 more days into March, you're going to lose their support for the days that you have there, the red hand will suffer too. So let's take it easy. We have the workshop. We give you the report, and then you will be able to make more decisions. So I suggest, Mr. Chairman, that you just cut it here and wait until, the primavera.
Yeah, I'm cutting. And next one on the line, next presentation is the outreach and education presentation from Alida Ortiz. Alida, 1 second. I'm sorry, my mistake. The next presentation is the dolphin fish because Dr. West have an appointment, and he's gonna present first, then you, okay? And the microplastics, we're gonna move for the next meeting.
Well, and this one. También yo le pongo el
So
teléfono
here's
aquí.
the title slide. Perfect. Okay, can everyone hear me okay? Excellent. All right, well, good afternoon, folks. It's been 4 years since I've presented at this council, so it's a pleasure to see some familiar faces again. So shifting from one important issue to another, and that is, what to do with dolphin in terms of management for dolphin within the Western Central Atlantic Ocean. So my name is Dr. Wesley Merton. I'm the director of the Beyond Our Shores Foundation Dolphin Fish Research Program. We're based in Newport, Rhode Island. And really my objective here today is to try to limit the amount of emotion I include in my presentation, because this is a pretty charged topic right now, pretty controversial topic. Depending on who you talk to throughout the Western Central Atlantic Ocean, and depending on which sector you speak to with regards to what to do in terms of helping conserve the dolphin fish stock within the WCA for the future. So with that being said, I'm going to present some case studies and some data that we've been collecting around Puerto Rico, within the US Caribbean Sea, as well as the Caribbean Sea Basin, that can lead to some further conversations about this topic. So I run the Dolphin Fish Research Program, which is the world's largest international citizen science market recapture program for dolphin fish. So it's designed to collect data with the public, to integrate the public into a market recapture study, to collect data on the movements, the life history patterns, and population dynamics of the species. So this program actually began in 2002. And so we're in our 20th year of research. So it's been running for 2 decades, and we're about to begin our 21st year. So we have a pretty deep history of working with anglers throughout this region. So like I mentioned, I'm going to provide a comprehensive update on specific data collected through the DRP, specifically for the US Caribbean Sea, and also for the broader Caribbean Sea basin. And now I'm very ambitious here, knowing that I only have 30 minutes to do so. So basically what I'm going to do is present 3 case studies, and I've allocated about 7 minutes each for each one, and we're going to hit that 7 right on the dot, right? Probably not. But I'm going to conclude at the end with issues facing the WCA stock, and I've allocated 4 minutes for that. So these timings are something that I hope you guys are lenient on. So let's get started with these case studies. So just to kind of point to what these case studies will present in terms of the data. So I put these together based off questions that Captain Marcos Hankey submitted to me a couple weeks ago when he approached me about presenting at the council meeting today. So one of those questions was with regards to dolphin fish catch and effort at sargassum. Obviously, the pulses of sargassum mats throughout the Caribbean Sea is a very controversial topic right now. So he approached me with a question about catch and effort of dolphin fish at those habitats. Another question that he had was relative to stock connectivity throughout the Caribbean Sea. So case study number 2, we'll look at movements throughout the Caribbean Sea with an emphasis on the Dominican Republic, but this case study will point to data that serves to address that question that Captain Marcos Hankey sent me. And then the last case study is on dolphin fish landings and fishery dynamics in the Caribbean Sea. And this really kind of addresses the notion of who is landing what and what is our status in terms of the amount of landings for the species throughout the region. So these 3 case studies should provide you with a good amount of information so that you guys can make some rational decisions about the management for this species. Okay, so case study number 1, catch and effort, sargassum versus FADS. So each one of these case studies is a manuscript in development. And so with this first case study, there's 6 different data sets that we have used to begin to address this notion of catch and effort of dolphin fish at sargassum habitat. So the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration's National Hurricane Center provides paths of different meteorological events. So this is Tropical Storm and Hurricane Leslie, which occurred from September 22nd, 2018 to October 12th, 2018. So it was a unique 20-day event that served to influence the oceanography and meteorology around Puerto Rico, and specifically the north coast of Puerto Rico, from Arecibo to Fajardo. And during this time, anglers were reporting some of the best fishing conditions and the best abundance of fish in years. So this storm really kind of served as the episode to kind of look at the influx of sargassum and catch and effort relative to that habitat during this 20-day event. So that's data set number 1. Data set number 2 is looking at the oceanographic and meteorological data from buoy 41043 right off Old San Juan. So this buoy collects, general standard meteorological and oceanographic data. So that the top panel just shows the wave period in black and wave direction in gray. And when the black and the gray lines move away from each other, that's indicating long period swell energy from the north. So northerly swells coming towards the north coast of Puerto Rico. Now the bottom panel is alluding to wind direction in black and wind speed in gray. Again, when you see divergence of the black and the gray lines, that is indicating the wind direction is shifting to the south, and the wind speed is actually decreasing in velocity. And when you have a long period swell from the north and light southerly winds off the north coast of Puerto Rico, those are prime fishing conditions off this coast, and anglers flock to fish during those moments. So those are the first 2 data sets that really kind of set the stage for analyzing additional data that overlay on top of this time period. So, and one of those data sets is visual census scuba dive surveys. So during this episode, we dove FADS, we dove logs and sargassum, and we did standardized scuba surveys. And just to point to a couple quick results here, we've been doing these standardized scuba dive surveys since 2016. And during this episode, this meteorological and oceanographic episode, we observed some of the largest schools of dolphin fish during those standardized surveys. So up to 30 individuals observed on one dive, 22 on another. So now we also have another data set that we're incorporating into this analysis, which is tagging data. So we started tagging off the north coast of Puerto Rico around the FADS beginning in 2015. So we grabbed the tagging data from 2015 through the end of October 31st, 2018, which was kind of the end of this weather event. During that time period, there's 392 fish tagged, including this one during that actual period. 10 fish were recovered. Now, 23% of all tagged fish were actually tagged during this meteorological event off San Juan a few years ago. Now, October, during that episode, had the highest monthly tag deployments with 59 fish actually tagged during that time. So we had an increased amount of tagging activity from a bunch of different participants during this time period. So that was data set number 4. Now, data set number 5 is during this exact time, we had vessels participating in our catch and effort study. So we had 10 vessels embarking on outings on pretty much a daily basis between recreational, charter, and commercial or small scale commercial anglers. And we grabbed the trips from September 1st to October 31st during this time period to examine the catch that they were having during this episode. We recorded catch for any species, but really looking at dolphin fish, yellowfin tuna, blue marlin, and wahoo. And then the last data set that kind of really brings everything together here to start to address this question of dolphin fish catch at Sargassum is incorporating the floating algae index via the satellite-based Sargassum watch system. And we collaborated directly with Dr. Hugh and Dr. Zhang to look at the data more so than what is available via the website that everyone can view. So we actually worked directly with Dr. Hugh and Dr. Zhang. Okay, so quickly to the results. Now, basically what the main part of the results here is a catch matrix that you can look at and break it down by boat, by week, and whether or not the catch was FAD or non-FAD associated. So every catch report that anglers reported to us, they said whether or not they caught the fish at FADs or they caught the fish away from FADs. So from week 1 through week 4, the vessels during this study embarked on 44 trips, of which 18 resulted in no catch. But then from week 5 through week 9, which was kind of the peak of this meteorological episode, of the 47 trips, only 3 resulted in no catch. So the incidence of vessel catch per trip was highest in week 5, and just over half, or 50.5%, of recorded dolphin fish catch occurred in week 5 and week 8. So for vessels that embarked on trips from week 5 to week 9, each vessel recorded their highest catch per trip, and overall significantly more dolphin fish were caught away and unassociated with moored FADs during this time period. And these were statistically modeled results. So we do have statistical significance with these catch records. During this time period, we logged 91 trips. A total of 702 dolphin fish were logged during this 9-week period. 26 yellowfin tuna, 12 blue marlin, and 10 wahoo. The yellowfin tuna was the only species that was caught in greater abundance at the FADs during this time period. All the other species were caught in higher abundance away from FADs and presumably at these Sargassum mats. So now when you start to look at the vessel effort relative to the floating algae index and the images that Dr. Hugh and Dr. Zhang provide, we found matches for the majority of the weeks that we observed this data, and we correlated this data. So the only matches that we didn't have are the ones that are kind of grayed out here. So in subpanel B, subpanel C, F, and G. Now there is a limitation with the SAWS model in that near shore, close to shore, there's a lower amount of ability for the floating algae index to actually reflect floating algae. So there is a near shore limitation with these data. And in F and G, clouds and the lack of nearshore remote sensing data led to no matches. But for some weeks, when you do have satellite imagery available, you can actually do more sophisticated models, which in this next slide shows the subpanel H, which is week 8. And this is using an image from Sentinel-2, which is a different type of satellite used than the floating algae index. But this provides nearshore resolution of Sargassum mats. And within this actual figure, we have recaptures that occurred during this week from fish that were tagged. And the anglers that reported those recaptures also reported those fish being caught at Sargassum. So the point being that incorporating these different data sets can lead to strengthening the floating algae index and lead to actually starting to address the lack of data of catch at these Sargassum events within the Caribbean Sea and within the US Caribbean Sea. And so in summary, for case study number 1, we had significantly more catch unassociated with FADs during the time period examined. So a lot of the dolphin fish being reported during this time period were likely being caught in association with the Sargassum mats during this time period examined. The one negative aspect of our catch and effort model is that we do not ask the anglers for size because it is really demanding on anglers for them to report size estimates in all of their catch reports. One thing that we have done to try to rectify this is they send images of their catch. So we're trying to incorporate size by getting images so that we can incorporate size into the catch associated with these trips. Now, some of those trips caught upwards of 111 dolphin fish at the habitat that they were fishing. So it is based on my experience that whenever you're catching 111 dolphin fish, they're not gaffer dolphin fish. They're not 25, 30-pound fish. They're 3 to 5 pound fish, probably predominantly being caught in that number of fish. So coupling remote sensing, floating algae index, and Sentinel-2 images is promising, but it has its nearshore limitations. The visual census and tagging data are certainly helpful for providing additional observations, which can be used to corroborate those other data sets. And then this is an analytically extensive, like episodic approach to small scale fisheries observations, but it is doable. So it is doable to look at sargassum coming into, say, Puerto Rico, coming into the Virgin Islands, and try to quantify what anglers are catching at those sargassum mats. And there is the possibility of incorporating vessel speed and direction into this type of research to then model the likelihood that vessels are actually trolling sargassum relative to these habitats that are coming through the Caribbean basin. And I'd just like to point out here that off Fajardo, this is actually Captain Marcos Hankey and his vessel activity. So we do have his catch reports, and probably compare to his more detailed catch log to look at whether he was trolling sargassum lines back then. But you can kind of see some of these images here, these tracks, where these vessels are moving in a pretty much horizontal direction, indicating that they're likely trolling sargassum lines. So there's definitely machine learning and other types of really cool analytical techniques that can be used with this research. So that was case study number 1. All right, so case study number 2 is looking at movements in the Caribbean Sea for this species. So we've established through scientific papers that fish are moving from the East Coast down to the Caribbean Sea. We published a paper back in 2016 that showed these dynamics. But today I really want to focus on the Caribbean Sea tagging effort. So we've had an uptick in tagging activity within the Caribbean Sea over the last several years. Now this zone represents 8.6% of our total tagging database. We have anglers tagging in Barbados, Guadalupe, St. Bart's, Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, DR, the Caymans, Cozumel. But obviously we're always looking for more people to participate. So the point that I'm trying to make though is that we have had more participation, which is good. Now Caribbean Sea movements, we have 11 satellite tag movements from 22 deployments, and all of those fish were revived in situ, so actually revived in the water and released, which shows that deploying satellite tags is not an easy thing. There's definitely an art to it, but we have had 11 great records, and that's indicated here with this the movements here. We have 90 days of high resolution vertical movements, 56-day geolocation track of a 47-inch bull, and then 99 days of mark and report PSAT movement. So we're gathering more fishery independent movement data. Now that information, when you bring and compare to the 50 conventional recaptures, starts to amass to a reasonable movement database for the movements of the species in the Caribbean Sea. We've had a fish tagged off San Juan recaptured by a commercial longliner off of Charleston, South Carolina, after 203 days at liberty. We had actually Dr. Guy Harvey tagged the fish off Grand Caymans a couple summers ago, was recaptured in 38 days off of Key Largo. Then we had Captain Colin Butler tag a 41-inch bull off of the North Drop, which was recaptured in the Keys after 51 days. And then this is a 56-day movement from a satellite tag of a 43-inch bull that was tagged a few years ago. So you see that they have obviously broad movements throughout the Caribbean Basin and connectivity with many different jurisdictions throughout this region. So really what I want to focus in on here though is the fine scale. So we're going to look at DR, and then we're going to look at really the Virgin Islands actually for this particular segment. So first with Dominican Republic. So the Sandman started tagging for us on September 18th, 2021. So just over 2 months ago. And from September 18th to November 19th, they tagged 73 fish and 18 outings. All of these fish were tagged at or near fish aggregating devices. Minimum size was 22 inches, maximum 31. The mean, median, and mode was 26 inches. So these are subadult fish. These are not fully fecund fish. 5 of 73 fish were recaptured, which equates to a 6.8% recapture rate, which is a very high recapture rate. All recaptures occurred at FADS. So all the reporters, and I communicate with these reporters via WhatsApp, all of these reporters reported that they caught these fish at FADS. They were captured 3, 7, 8, 10, and 15 days after release. Now, Sandman's 6.8% recapture rate is higher than Wham Jam's highest 5.9% and Killin' Time 2's highest 5.1% June to August recapture rate in the Florida Keys. And that is the location of the largest directed dolphin sector in the region. So this incidence of a very high recapture rate raises a couple questions. So, and it also points to a couple situations. So number one, fishing pressure is extremely high off the Dominican Republic and specifically offshore for dolphin fish. If we have a 6.8% recapture rate from 73 fish being tagged. Number two, this raises the question or the notion, are FADs leading to horizontal compression of the species movements around the Dominican Republic? So Molly Wilson from UC Santa Barbara published a paper in 2020 that estimated there are 2,500 fish aggregating devices around the coast of Dominican Republic. That is a lot of fish aggregating devices and could be leading to a false sense of abundance of dolphin fish if their movements are being horizontally compressed towards those structures. So, and then the third thing that I'd like to point out here is that recaptures of dolphin fish at FADS is not just specific to the north coast of DR. So I'd like to introduce to you a 47-inch bull that we deployed about 2.5 years ago off La Parguera. So this fish, this is the most probable track for that 47-inch bull. We tagged it off Cabo Rojo, off the lighthouse. And during pretty much the month of April, it moved throughout the Mona Passage. And then for almost the entire month of May, was active south of La Romana before the fish was recaptured at a fish aggregating device. So this was a very unique event. Obviously, gathering geolocation estimates is something that we're trying to do with our tagging program. It is hard to do, and it's also very rare, but it has now happened for a fish to be recaptured with a satellite tag. So we got back the entire data set here. So we get a lot of really cool vertical movement data, which I'm not going to present obviously here, but I'd just like to make the point that, this tag left the hands of artisanal commercial fishermen in Puerto Rico, and it ended up in the hands of artisanal fishers in the Dominican Republic. So it points to connectivity between fishing communities, and also, this species is being caught at FADS and pretty good frequency. So now over to the Virgin Islands. So fishing vessel family ties was extremely active in our tagging program from January 9th, 2018 to August 20th, 2019. 2018 and 2019. They tagged 372 fish during that time, a total of 57 outings. Most of those tagged fish were actually tagged near FADS, so public FADS that the United States Virgin Islands has deployed. The minimum size was 12 inches, maximum 44 inches. The mean, so is 23, and the median in the mode, 24 inches. So subadult fish, not fully fecund. Now, 19% of those fish tagged were recaptured, or 5.1% is the rate, which is another high recapture rate. Some of the information that we gathered from this is some of the first return migrants to the North Drop region. So DAL stands for Days at Liberty. So we had some of the fish obviously being recaptured within just a couple of days of being released, others being recaptured up to a month later, and then several actually coming back and being recaptured 2.5 to 6 months later. Previous to giving this talk, I didn't pull the growth estimates for those 200-day and 135-day fish, but there's probably substantial growth with those individuals, and I could pull it up after the talk. Also, that yellow dot is a fish recaptured by Colin Butler that was tagged in Florida that was at large for 210 days. So all this data is pointing to the fact that, fish are being caught and tagged at fish aggregating devices in pretty good frequency within the US Caribbean Sea, Dominican Republic as well. And we have broad connectivity patterns between the East Coast, between the US Caribbean Sea, and throughout the Caribbean Basin. Now, just to summarize this case study, with highest recapture rate by a tagging team in the DRP over a seasonal window for DR. This is what we just observed recently. Tagging and recaptures all occurred at FADs in DR. The average size was 26 inches fork length. So you're not getting a big fillet out of that fish when you fillet it. It's not a fully mature, fully fecund fish. Satellite tag recovered at a FAD south of Isla Sayona, Dominican Republic, and that was in the spring. Now, high recapture rate and short-term return migrants observed off of North Drop. So that points, those return migrants point to the fact that if you release a small fish in these waters, the return migrant shows that they're coming back. So there's a potential for small fish to come back bigger fish when they're released. FADs are prevalent and increasingly referenced as reported tag and recovery sites in the Caribbean for the DRP over the last several years. And so this is Guadalupe, and I didn't do an in-depth analysis of this angler that participates with us, but this is all his vessel tracking data for the past several years, looks like 4 to 5 years. We've got 476 fish that he's tagged, 100 different outings. Most of the fish are tagged at FADs off Guadalupe as well. And you can see by this vessel tracking data, it's very direct. This angler is heading out of port and going straight to specific points and moving between those points. I could show you other data from the west coast of Puerto Rico that the anglers just disperse everywhere because they don't have FADs. So the point I'm trying to make here is that FADs are increasingly being used, they're increasingly being deployed, and the mean size of fish being caught at these FADs is small. 23 inches for Captain Julian Brossel out of Guadalupe. Okay, so that's the end of case study number 2, and I think I'm doing pretty good with time. I don't know, I haven't been paying attention. Am I doing okay? Yeah? Okay, keep going before they stop me. All right, so case study number 3. So landings and Caribbean Sea fishery dynamics. So we've got 43 jurisdictions that arguably all land dolphin fish throughout this region. Whether or not they report it is another question. So Robin Mahone, Dr. Robin Mahone, someone that I've never met, but has done some amazing work on dolphin fish, published a paper in 1999 that looked at the Caribbean Sea and dolphin fish fisheries. This is one of the figures from his manuscript is figure 3. So what we've done over the last 18 months is attempted to update Dr. Mahone's work from the past. So we extended out his figure 3 using the FAO landings data for dolphin fish, really looking at the main countries that have been reporting since 1950, but we also incorporate other countries that are now reporting dolphin fish landings. With looking at just these particular nations, this is for directed dolphin fish landings, 3,000 metric tons is the average for these nations throughout this time period. But when you incorporate all other nations that are now reporting since Mahone's work, we're seeing pretty much a spike in catch and an increase in catch from these other nations reporting, and now hitting directed commercial landings of 6,000 metric tons. And so now I presented this information to the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council about a year ago, because they're also considering management and conservation measures for dolphin fish as well. So this is just the figure cleaned up with some of those nations, depicted in color. You have some interesting patterns here. The yellow in the middle of that plot is Mexico. So I don't know what has happened to Mexico's reported dolphin fish commercial landings, but it's non-existent anymore. And they have a very large EEZ. So not sure if they're landing commercial fish or not, or if another nation is now actually landing that fish for them or something. So lots of interesting fishery dynamics occurring within the Caribbean Basin. And that is one that I want to point out from this figure. The Dominican Republic has been increasing in their directed commercial landings reporting over the last several years. And within this same figure, the US commercial directed dolphin fishery was larger back in the mid 90s and late 90s and has been decreasing since then, really ever since that time. But now when you look at the recreational sector, you actually see what the largest sector for directed dolphin fish landings is within the Western Central Atlantic region, and that is the US Gulf of Mexico, South Atlantic Bight, Mid-Atlantic Bight, and New England recreational sectors. And so in this plot, the yellow indicated here is the US commercial fishery, which has been decreasing in size since the mid to late 90s to the end of this time period, which was 2018 that we looked at this data. So the red and the yellow nations are the nations that are actually reporting dolphin fish landings. So that we're actually getting estimates to the FAO. The black nations are the nations that are not reporting any landings to the FAO. And we do not have any estimates really for many of these nations for their recreational sector. So there's a lack of data on dolphin fish landings throughout the region. But since Mahone's work, we've actually seen longline effort double within the actual jurisdictions within this region. And so this is the number of hooks set, and I grabbed this data from the ICAT Task 2 data. So this is the number of hooks set within national jurisdictions and the number of hooks set outside of national jurisdictions from 1956 all the way through 2018. And since Mahone's work, we've seen effort double within national jurisdictions and quadruple outside national jurisdictions. So this points to the fact that obviously we have a lot more longline fishing effort throughout the region. And then the question becomes, what is the incidence of bycatch of dolphin fish associated with that activity? That's a number that nobody has presented. So one way to start to address this lack of information, or even start to get a ballpark of what is being caught incidentally or not reported, is to look at other types of indices, such as coastal and oceanic grouped fish. So this is a figure showing the countries that are not reporting dolphin fish and their coastal and oceanic take. And on the scale, on your y-axis, it's landings in metric tons. So there's a lot of fish that are being grouped into these kind of ambiguous groups of coastal and oceanic fish. So again, what is the proportion of dolphin fish associated with these designations or these groupings? And since Mahone's work, we've actually seen 7 nations that have recorded an increase in what's called the UIM category, which is the unidentified marine fish category. So those nations include Haiti, Jamaica, the Cayman Islands, Panama, St. Barts, St. Martin, and Turks and Caicos. So Haitian landings have increased 4-fold within that UIM unidentified marine fish category, while the Cayman Islands and Jamaica have increased 48% and 40% respectively. So quite a bit of fish is being reported, but it's being grouped into unidentified marine fish, or it's being grouped into coastal or oceanic groups, which we are not able to actually discern what proportion of that is dolphin fish. It's likely that it's probably a pretty good proportion, given the broad connectivity of the species throughout the Caribbean basin. And this is countries reporting dolphin fish and their coastal and oceanic landings, which have been increasing through time. But these nations are actually reporting dolphin fish, so we know what proportion of those landings it is. So then another aspect of this case study was looking at the sea around us. So Daniel Pauly's group at the UBC, and they've reconstructed dolphin fish catch, and they've reconstructed catch for a lot of different types of fisheries throughout the world. So what we did is we looked at the SAU, so sea around us, dolphin fish reconstruction for commercial sector and for the recreational sector. And we also looked at the SAU reconstruction for UIM identified fish. And in most cases, or basically in the only case that there wasn't a difference between the reconstruction and the reported to the FAO or to the MRIP was for the US recreational sector. So the SAU and the MRIP estimate were pretty much spot on, but when the SAU reconstruction was compared to the FAO commercial dolphin fish catch, the SAU catch was higher during the time period. So pointing to the fact that there's likely misreporting going on with some of these catch reports being submitted. And so that points to the comments that I just made about the SAU and the FAO commercial catch and the MRIP data. So right here, I can't see that because there's a little thing there, but in one particular year, it was 2,634 metric tons higher for the SAU commercial estimate than the FAO estimate. Point being, that reconstructed catch was 39.4% higher than the reported catch from 2000 to 2016 and 18% higher over the entire time period. So the landings data we're getting is likely an underestimate of what is actually happening. And then here is just the UIM category, SAU versus the FAO. One time it was 2.7 times higher, but the UIM estimates are on order of 76% higher throughout the entire time series. So this is just pointing to the fact that there's a lot of uncertainty about landings of dolphin fish throughout the region, something that we need to rectify and improve upon. It needs international cooperation, and it needs attention from fishery councils such as the Caribbean Fishery Management Council, as well as the Gulf Coast Fishery Management Council, and the South Atlantic Bight, the Mid-Atlantic Bight, and the New England Fishery Management Councils. Now, the last part of this case study is looking at the final part of this table. It's a complex table, but the SAU data allows you to look at recreational estimates for landings at international locations. And when I did this analysis and when you combined it with the reported commercial landings for 2016, total dolphin fish direct catch was 12,000 metric tons, of which 68% was estimated to be recreational catch. And that really is a pretty staggering look at how this sector and this part of the region is generally a recreational fishery. When you compare landings in the Eastern Tropical Pacific Ocean, it is, the lion's share is obviously commercial catch over there. In the Western Central Atlantic, it is different. The recreational sector is the largest landing sector, and that also affords the opportunity for it to be the biggest sector to make an impact on the conservation and management of the species. So in conclusion, lack of data on and at fish aggregating devices in the Caribbean Sea and at sargassum events. This was, obviously you guys are aware of this, but it is evident and I wanted to be a part of the record. Generally, small subadult fish are, less than 24 inches fork length, about 50% maturity in terms of maximum fecundity are being caught at FADs. The high recapture rate and the high recapture rate in Dominican Republic really leads to the question, are FADs leading to horizontal compression for dolphin fish where you have high FAD densities? Continuing here, we have inconsistent regulations on the same stock despite transient evidence. The stock is connected. It is connected throughout this region, so it should be managed accordingly. It should be managed as a connected stock. Quality data on the recreational fishery is lacking, yet there is an increase in the fishery. We have unknown direct, indirect harvest and longline fisheries, and we've seen a doubling and a quadrupling of effort inside and outside of national jurisdictions. We have virtually no landings data from 16 nations, lack of bycatch data. So what proportion of total WCA dolphin catch is made up of bycatch? If it's larger than the recreational sector, then we really have a problem. Increasing demand in major seafood markets. So we're doing restaurant work here in Puerto Rico, and the people that we work with in restaurants, they are always searching for dolphin fish. There's price issues with dolphin fish here. There's increasing demand within the US market and on this island. high discard mortality, we need to promote the use of circle hooks. So US directed commercial longliners, they need to use 16-aught circle hooks in their longlining effort. So when recreational anglers are bailing dolphin, one of the most impactful conservation measures they can impart is to use a non-offset circle hook during that bailing action. So when they're drifting with the school and catching small fish, should be using circle hooks. We need to eliminate the perception of resistance to overfishing. So let them go and they will grow. The 2.5 to 6 month return migrants off the North Drop, those are growing fish. Those are fish that are highly fecund now after being released and they're coming back into the system. And lastly, we have this underappreciation of the multinational distribution, which fragments data collection and management for this species. So that, folks, is a laundry list of issues facing the WCA dolphin fish stock. And I'm sorry if I went over time, but I'll take any questions at this time.
Thank you very much. Like always, a great presentation. Thank you for answering most of the questions that Carlos Parchet and we sent to you. And I think, and this is Marcos speaking now. I think we should evaluate how we're going to address the continuous influx of sargassum that it's opening the opportunity for overharvest of juvenile dolphins. I think we are in a position to address that. We have better information now. In the future, we have to evaluate that, especially for the recreational sector. And a question that I have, just to make sure that it's very clear on the record, what is 50%? Just confirm if I'm okay. 24 inches fork length is 50% of the fish are mature.
So maximum fecundity, and this is coming from Dr. Hazel Oxford work back in '99. I don't know if this presentation is still working. Oh, there it is. So Dr. Hazel Oxford published a paper back in '99 on the biology of dolphin fish in the Western Central Atlantic. It was a review. So her data set, which is in the panel B for the line plots, shows kind of frequency of mature fish. So the percentage of the frequency of those mature fish, and then the size of those fish. So based off of her data, 24 inches fork length was where 50% of the fish were mature. And that is maximum fecundity, maturity. Now, the top pane is for Puerto Rico. Sample sizes weren't quite as high. So the Barbados data in terms of replicates might be stronger. But the 50% maturity was a little lower for Puerto Rico. We're looking at anywhere from, it says about 500 millimeters here, where you got about 75% frequency of mature females observed in those samples. But you have pretty small sample size there. You have like 9 individuals that they looked at. Point being that we should be allowing these fish to reach a larger size, maximum fecundity before they are harvested. We should get anglers away from the notion that once they are able to reproduce, we should catch them. So we should let them mature before harvest.
Okay. Thank you for advancing where I was trying to get to. There is 2 main points. One is that a fast-growing, fast reproduction, a few inches on the measurement means much more events of reproduction for that fish that will support the population, number 1. And number 2, we don't have the use in Puerto Rico of dolphin as a deep fry whole fish, or the little fillets are not valuable. We are not creating any problem into the use of the meat as it is right now by regulating and being proactive in favor to the dolphin fish and creating a rationale behind for a minimum size for them. And this is a discussion for the future, but it's something that I want to express to the group, what I think, and I would like to hear from the councils. Carlos.
Yeah, thank you so much for that presentation. You know, I've been doing a little bit of homework on St. Croix about the dolphin fish. And a lot of concern from fishermen, both recreational and commercial. And I'm sure in Puerto Rico and St. Thomas, St. John, I've been hearing anecdotally that they have some concerns about the overharvesting of juveniles. So our local fisheries advisory committee on St. Croix have been discussing a size limit for mahi and for wahoo. But now that you mentioned 24 inches, you know, the Golden Hook club, they when they have tournaments, their minimum size is 33. Anything other smaller than that has to be released and tagged if they can tag it. So I was coming here almost prepared to make a motion for a minimum size on mahi and maybe even wahoo, but mostly mahi for right now. But maybe I'd like to go back and have a little more discussion before I do that. But I'm definitely going to try to move forward, and I'm really, since we're moving to island-based fishery management plans very shortly. I'm going to be really speaking more about St. Croix, and we are considering having a strict bag limit for the recreational take of mahi. And we're looking at numbers like 5 and 15, 5 per person, 15 per boat. Anything other than that, you know, you tag and release or just release. And this idea or this notion that some of the fishermen that I've been hearing saying that, you know, they pass through these same sargassum weed lines, and the little mahis, the little 2-pounders, 1-pounders are so greedy that they don't even give the bait a chance to go down for the bigger ones. You know, then I tell them, well, move from that area. If that's all you're catching, move away from that and, you know, fish somewhere else and see if you can find the bigger fish. So I think I'd like to go back before I come to the council with a motion to try and do something in the EEZ, because, you know, for St. Croix, our waters are so deep, so close to shore. You know, 2,000 feet and half a mile from shore, that we also would have to work with the commissioner to have a minimum size and also a bag limit for the territorial waters for St. Croix, because you can catch that species that close in. I know that Puerto Rico and St. Thomas has a much bigger shelf, so they have to go out further to get to the deep waters. And I'm not sure what they intend to do. But Miguel? Oh, I saw you raise your hand, so
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm always raising my hand. Don't worry. By the way, Dr. Martin, excellent presentation. I always read your papers on everything. I'm glad that you got a PhD from Puerto Rico. That's feathering your cap. I know too. But I was going to mention 3 things. We have been working with the dolphin wow at the international level for a long time. Actually, Hazel and I worked together with Dr. Hunt. But we started this idea of having a pan-Caribbean management of the dolphin because we have a gauntlet fishery. Gauntlet fishery is when each country grab whatever they can, next country do the same, and then there's no coordination. So we were worried that even though this is a short-lived animal, we may be able to wipe them out of the fishery where we're not careful with it. So there are 3 regions, so let's say governance regions: local governments like Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, federal government, and international. Those 3 have to work together to be able to manage the dolphin wow in a proactive manner, in a very effective manner. And from the presentation of Dr. Martin here, you have seen that his information, actually, I love that satellite tracking that you did with this animal all the way to the Dominican Republic. But also Dr. Robbie Mahan presentation where he got all the information from across the Caribbean, and he was to demonstrate who's reporting, who's not. So at the WCAPC level, we are going to have something that we postponed, is the Flying Fish Dolphin Wahoo working group. Actually, I told you already some time ago that Marcos and you are probably the best representative from the U.S. delegation that would be working together at that meeting. That meeting will be in person, and because it will be in person, we have to postpone it. We, the WCAPC group, have to postpone it. So the council can ask the staff to start working together, put in this information. You don't have to rush into any motion at this time. But the local governments, you can use this information and establish your own quota. The thing about the dolphin wahoo is that you have two issues: allocation and then the conservation of the animal. One country cannot do the conservation that you need to protect the animal from the, to make sure the biological parameters are followed, that you fish at the time that they're sexually mature, but you have a buffer before that. So this presentation you can use as a roadmap. So the government of the Virgin Islands, you can go ahead and work on whatever is appropriate in your case, the quota, whatever. And if you go that before the council, then that can be also used at the time that we discuss compatible regulation. In the case of Puerto Rico, the same. Puerto Rico, we have discussed with Puerto Rico for a long time, allocation issues, commercial versus recreational. Recreational want the fish for them, the recreational want the fish for them, they don't want the commercial to fish it. The recreational use it for socioeconomic purposes, and then the recreational fishermen go to the market, flood the market, and the price goes down to the detriment of the economy of the commercial fisher. So in essence, I believe that this presentation here could serve as the basic for following this. So the council can have, actually you can ask the staff, especially Graciela and Maria de Mar, not to rush into this because we have, as you know, a lot of priorities that Maria de Mar mentioned this morning, but at least to have some time in consideration for the information that you need. And 2022, probably for the last part of 2022, we'll be able to move forward with this. And the local governments can use this information to move forward as you want right now, if that's what you want to do. But in order not to drop the ball on this one, we would like to hear the council. What is your pleasure? What you would like to do with this information for the next 2022-23 period?
On the same lines, I want to, I have you on, Julian. This is not a vote, there is not a motion, but I want, because I'm here in the room, there's other people virtually. I'm pretty sure that this question I'm gonna make now gonna give you some guidance of how deep we already understand the problematic. There is anybody in a position to consider a management to protect or to address the overfishing or the extra pressure on juveniles of mahi, considering the problem of sargassum and everything that we spoke? There is anybody that have any consideration that is not in favor to consider and to address this problem? There is a silence on the room. Everybody probably are interested to address that. That's point number one. But point number two, I want to, Miguel, you mentioned me a white paper. And what is the process to start the white paper? Just instruct the staff to go ahead with it.
Just allow there. Okay, sorry. One thing that you could do is to write a letter to the local governments to move forward with the dolphin wahoo. And then they can use this information to start considering this with the process that they have. And that's something for the local government to do. The council help with any information that you want, but it's all entirely a decision by the local government. Second, The difference between, somebody asked me the difference between the white paper and the auction paper. Well, the white paper is just to collect the information that you have, background information, all the kind of information that you have, and bring it to the council. The auction paper have the options that you have for management. So at this time, really, that you need, what you need is the information. Could be the presentation that you have today. There's the same internet information that Dr. Martin has already to different organizations. You can pull that out and use it. So probably by the end of 2022, we will have an opportunity to discuss this a little bit further. If you want to discuss it in the summer, that's fine. But it's an idea. You know, we can send a letter to the 2 local government, or just, you don't need the letter because the commissioner is here, Damar is here, so they can make a note and discuss it at your own pace as you deem necessary to discuss it. But in summary, I believe that from the presentation here, I don't think that anybody opposed to help this fishery by protecting the small animals. That's something that can be promoted. The management plan that is being considered, or not being considered, will be considered again by the WCAPC, will include all that information. So number one, the CFMC will promote pan-Caribbean management of the species. That's one of our charter goals and objectives. We will assist the WCAPC with the next meeting of the working group. We will invite Dr. Martin and Marcos to participate, to give us the same information that we have here. We probably invite Dr. Mahon and Hazel to give. Those are the three people I just mentioned are the top authorities right now on dolphin or the dolphin fish. So again, the council can wait for maybe an option paper sometime. Graciela and Maria del Mar can figure out the schedule, making sure that we don't trip over the things that we have done now. But at least we have something that the council is considered. Then the local governments make note, and for the next meeting, you can tell us what an update of what's going on in terms of the schedule that you have, whether you would like to do it or not. The issues to be discussed are allocation, the biological parameters, how we can protect to make sure that the fish are reach the age where they can reproduce, the size they can reproduce, and also to have a buffer, not to fish them right at the time that they become sexually mature, because that will not cut it. In addition, Puerto Rico have a component that is different from other islands. We have 2 species, one in the north that comes from North Carolina, touches Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, another one from the south that we call it Dorado or Mahi Mahi, because we copied that from Hawaii. But that there are 2 different species and they have different strategies, biological history. They are different. And that's the best. I mean, that's my suggestion, Mr. Chairman, your question.
Okay. It's clear on the record that the staff will work on this and collect all the information and I need the participation of 4 people. Please go very, very fast. I have Julian, then Tony, Maria, Carlos, and we end this. Julian, Tony, Nelson, Maria, and Carlos.
Yes, good afternoon, Julian McGrath for the record. I'd like to start off by saying, excellent presentation. To get straight down to the point, back in 2017, the Fishery Advisory Committee for St. Thomas, St. John, which at that time I was the vice chair, we had a meeting with the recreational and commercial guys that fishing for wahoo and dolphin. And we held that meeting at the Frenchtown Community Center. And at that meeting, at that point, we all determined that there needed to be a size limit for both of the species, a bag limit, both commercial and on the recreational side. So with that said, it was presented to the council in 2017 on the size and bag limits that we had. It has not been implemented. It's something that we can request that the Working Fishery Advisory Committee now look at, but I also can speak with my members of the Fishermen's Association, and we will be willing to host a meeting again with the commercial and recreational sector and gather as much information as we can to help with this process. And maybe even increasing, now that we have seen this presentation, and if you can share that with me, maybe even increasing the size limit by a couple inches. So I just wanted to put that on the record out there. Thank you. And one last thing, I think it would be great for both the Fishery Advisory Committee and the DAP committees to come up with the suggestions or findings. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Tony, Nelson, Maria, and Carlos.
Okay, I'll echo the same thing that Mr. McGrath just said, but what I think we need to start working on right now is, since we don't have any authority in territorial waters, we need to start So I think we need a size limit and a bag limit specifically for the wrecks. But we do definitely need a size limit across the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellent presentation. This is a great opportunity to request again to the local government to reevaluate the bag limit of the recreational fishery for the mahi-mahi, and in order to protect this fishery on the recreational on the commercial sector. Also, I request to this council to reevaluate, like Tony says, start working with this as soon as we can, and evaluate the possibility to implement a size limit and a bag limit for recreational too. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria Lopez, NOAA Fisheries. So we received the task from you. We will be adding that to the list of actions to take care of. I think this is one of the things that can be also addressed to the implementation plan of the strategic plan from the council, because over there the priorities can be set up. I mean, the council can always decide if this is a big priority, just to speed the process, then, you know, just give us some guidance and what we should be doing first. Another thing is that this is very important. This is exactly what we wanted to do in terms of we're just bringing this species to management, the pelagic species. This is what you wanted. So there's obviously, once the species are in the plan, this is when we have to start implementing measures for the conservation and management of these species. And the last thing that I wanted to mention is that for that flying fish and dolphin fish working group as part of the WCAFC, the U.S. has a delegation in our office, Southeast Regional Office is represented in the U.S. delegation as well as our colleagues from headquarters. So we will be participating in that meeting too, because the objective is that you know, we need to manage these resources that are shared transboundaries, and so we will be participating in that as well with the council. Thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify something here, because I didn't want you all to mistake that because I said the Golden Hook Club has a minimum size of 33 inches for you to land the fish for the tournament. I'm not saying that it has to be 33 inches, but at least from what I've gathered information on St. Croix, between 27 to 33 inches. So we got something to play with. And I'm glad to hear Miguel and Maria mention WCAFC partners, because I did have that on my notes to talk about our WCAFC partners working with us, because without everybody on the same page, I don't think we're going to get very far with this. And also working on the same page, I know that the VI government can actually, you know, sign off on something faster than the federal government can, but we also need them. We need to work together, because the fish has no borders. So wherever that fish is, when you catch the fish and you're going to land it, that's where the problem comes in. If you're going to land it in St. Croix and we have regulations, what are you going to do with it? You can't come in with it. You're going to go somewhere else. So I think we all need to come up with a plan at the same time. Thanks.
This is the wrap up because of timing, not because of lack of interest. And I think the record at this level right now is very clear that we want to do something, is important to do something. The science is there, the desire is there from all sectors. And the staff will address the priorities and the timing on this. We're gonna rely on them. And Dr. Martin, thank you very, very much. We're gonna keep in touch, coordinating this effort. And the next presentation, it's the outreach and education report. But before that, I want to recognize the presence of Ricardo Rivera Mil, director from La Industria de Pesca, from the Department of Agriculture of Puerto Rico. Thank you very much for being present here.
Marco.
And also, Gerardo Hernández, comisionado de los vigilantes del Departamento de Recursos Naturales. Muchas gracias por estar aquí. Thank you very much for being here. And something very important is that this effort is way more productive when other agencies like agriculture and different personnel of DNI are supporting the work that Amari is doing at the council level. We encourage you guys to keep coming to the meeting and supporting our efforts.
Cuando vayamos a la parte de enforcement, se puede sentar ahí al final. Porque no está aquí solito. En el micrófono que está al lado de la muchacha. Y puede decir algo.
Department of Agriculture have different to promote commercial fishing. And the board is open for all of you for your proposals and for your recommendation. And I took the priority on this fishermen.
Era la otra muchacha. Era la otra muchacha.
Fishing village. Adequate to the reglementation for the agencies, especially to accomplish with the public health.
Porque él va a hacer el informe de enforcement. Pero
And they promote a commercial fishing
para que se presente ya.
Thank you.
Ricardo, thank you very much. And because our previous conversation, I recognize that you have very important information about gear utilization and something that you guys are doing, some new data sets and new efforts from your agency. I invite you to contact and get in touch with Graciela. She's going to write an email to you to share information and collaboration. Thank you. And Comisionado de Navegación, Commissioner of Navigation, welcome. And I know that the Vigilantes, I'm sorry, sir. Okay. There is a little technical problem. Just a second for the virtual people. Hold on for a second. Sí, por eso va después. Eso es lo que voy a aclarar ahora. Eso es así. Solo dijiste. Ok. Alida, si usted puede ir preparando.
Saludos a todos, mi nombre es Gerardo Hernández, comisionado interino del Grupo de Vigilantes. Un placer estar aquí con ustedes, ¿verdad? Y la primera vez vamos a aprender, que es lo más importante.
Muchas gracias por estar aquí. Espero que no sea la última vez y bienvenido.
Gracias.
We have the outreach and education presentation by Dr. Ali Ortiz. Adelante.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's almost evening, but we are okay. I will make my report on the outreach and education advisory panels, the materials that we have discussed in our last meeting in November, but also we are going to present the ideas that came out of that meeting and that Roberto Silva and Ricardo Rivera and Nelson are going to help me, and Vanessa, with the idea of school for new fishers. Next. One of the important things at this time is that the Marine Resources Education Program that has been given workshops throughout the Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, even though they were not able to do that since 2019, I think, there will be one in August 2022. And the OEA, the Outreach and Education, as part of their steering committee, we have meeting with them and working on the content of that workshop. So you will know when in August it's going to be, and then the fishers will participate. Also, we have been taking part in many, many webinars because probably I believe it is because of the pandemic situation, but a lot of information is being developed through webinars in things like the 2022 is going to be the year of artisanal fishery. ¿Qué quiere, Marco? Okay, and aquaculture, we have been taking more information on the impact of sargassum on fisheries, of MPAs for sustainable fisheries, climate change, and fisheries management in the Caribbean. I have participated in those webinars and taken notes and got in contact with the people that are organizing them because we think that this is very important information for our outreach and education activities. Vale.
Pasó lo que te tengo que sacar, Marina, un momentito. Es la que abrí con el otro. Yo la comparto acá.
Shit happens.
Tranquila. Sí, esta misma, pero no es.
¿Tú la quieres en
el
PowerPoint?
otro, no, en el. Yo te la abro ya. Vamos a sacarla de aquí. Y con este tap. Aquí.
Que la asusté.
No te preocupes. Y entonces vamos a acá. Y vamos a ver share screen. Aquí. Aquí. Y ahí estamos. Y la pasamos así.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. One of the activities that we have been working and should be finished by probably next week is, remember the calendar 2022 that was going to be dedicated to the MPAs in our Caribbean region. This is a way of giving the public in general contact with the importance of the MPAs, not only for fisheries, but also for conservation, for protection of different species, for tourism. So the 2022 calendar is all on MPAs, and it has mainly the MPAs that are under council jurisdiction. Those are in the EEZ, in Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, St. John, and the Virgin and St. Croix. And then there is information of what happens there, and it will be ready. I hope that by probably next week, something like that, because it has been set up already, and it has each several months dedicated to the protected areas, mainly the ones that the Caribbean Council has under the jurisdiction, but also one or two of the local MPAs, because fishers don't know who manage them. So we have to take into account all the protected areas. The other material that we have worked, and I think we showed you very, very little in the past meeting, is the recommendation that the panel gave that some of these issues like ecosystem-based fisheries management, what does that mean to all the fishers and the consumers? Should not be put only in big documents, but in illustrated documents. So we have been working some type of, I will call it comic book, but it is not to be comic book. It's illustrations, the materials illustrated, and this is what we have right now. Yeah. Notice that all the topics, and there were 16 questions that were sent to people to check them and to see if they had any meaning to the public, and with the responses that we received, we decided on the text. And notice that all the illustrations, these are from Paco Lopez, who's the graphic artist that does most of our work. In each one of those questions, there is a fisher. It can be a fisher male and a fisher woman. They are the boats, what they are doing, with the idea that in the ecosystem-based fishery management, the human being is one of the very important components of that cycle, of that ecosystem. Dame la otra. So they see that their connection between what happens in the on the shore or on the mountain, but goes to the water, to the sea, where the fishers are working, and whatever happens in that coast is going to impact the marine environment. Mis dedos son de cocinar.
Yo también cocino.
No son de pasar.
Yo cocino también.
Our next product that we have been presenting little by little, but it's very, very close to finish. And we hope that by January, it will be totally complete, is the Remember Sustainable Seafood Consumption campaign that was going to end with a recipe book, but a recipe book with the local underutilized species. And here we have 6 chefs and collaborators that have given us their recipes or the traditional recipes, and then these are the illustrations. And Cynthia Gotay is doing the final product. It will be in Spanish and English, and it will be something that the person in the kitchen can have it. If they want in English, they have it on one side, and if they turn it on the other side, it will be in Spanish with the information. And we have illustrations of the fishes, but also the plates and also the nutritional facts of that recipe. Alema. Here is a very special one. Can you recognize that, Carlos? This is Carlos Falchet's recipe of callaloo. So we will know how to make callaloo and how it tastes like. And it has also, you see a nutritional fact, so you will find that it is very nutritive. And then there are other recipes from chefs very well known in Puerto Rico, but also very simple cooking. We want that species to be on the table, following what we have in our history, following the way we cook the things. So these are one from Cedric Taquin, who's also a fisher, and he has given us very good information on the especially the wahoo is one of the species that he prepares very, very good. Okay.
And lionfish.
Yeah, lionfish also, see. And Wanda Pantojas, who's also part of the contributors to the book in terms of nutrition and health and safety of the fish. She's a professor at the University of Puerto Rico in Carolina, but also a very, very good book. So we will have other products with that because we want to take the same information with the species that are underutilized and use it also for the schools, because we went to some of the schools and we gave information and we gave a workshop to the students on the marine ecosystem, marine fishery ecosystem of the Caribbean. But that thing has to have something that they can work with, not just the text. So one of the new products that we will have will be that underutilized species for educational purposes. And you have seen this before. We're about to finish. Miguel, I think it's just hasn't been printed. The MPA of St. Thomas St. John. Okay, and the next product on this area of MPAs is going to be the same approach. It doesn't have to be exactly the same form, the same approach for the MPAs in St. Croix and for the MPAs in Puerto Rico. And this is not only the MPAs on the jurisdiction of the council, we also give information on the MPAs that the territorial government manages. And also the placemats that are being very, very popular in Puerto Rico. There was great demand for them. And the one in the St. Thomas will be the same. And this is the way the entire product looks. One poster, one fact sheet with the same information. It has 2 pages for this on both sides. And then they have placements for the local restaurants are all on another placement for the restaurants where the tourists make demand. Next. These are the projects that the initiatives that we are following for 2022-2025. And this is something that was discussed in our meeting in November 8 and 9. So we will have to produce island-based fishery management plans, fact sheets, infographics, all sorts of materials for the public. And they will be for each one of the island bays, one for Puerto Rico, one for St. Thomas, St. John, and one for St. Croix. And we will be working with probably chapter 5 on each one of those management plans so that we can distinguish the species that are being undermanaged. Some were taken out of the old management plan, but others have new species in the new plans. So we will produce that, and Maria will be our great help with that product. And it will take I have put only fact sheets and infographics, but it can also be posters. It will take any way that it is attractive to the public, that you can put it in the restaurants, that you can put in the fishing areas, that you can put in the fishing villages where the species are sold. And then MPAs is a very, very important issue, especially with the 30 by 30 program, where they want to expand many of these areas. Actually, February 9, and I don't know where it's going to be. Diana es no te da Miguel tampoco. February 9, we will have an MPA symposium in San Juan. You will hear about that, and there will be people from Puerto Rico, from Virgin Islands, from the rest of the Caribbean, and I think that is also someone coming from Hawaii to share with us their experiences in MPA management and also on the importance of that for the fisheries. And we are working on the illustrated booklets, and the illustrated booklets that I think I showed you the first one already. There's another one on climate change and another one on the MPAs in the US Caribbean. And this is now probably the most important issue that was discussed in our Outreach and Education Advisory Panel in November. And it is the great need in our region for new fishers, for fishers that are going to substitute all the spaces that are being left out. And the development of schools, development of training, of workshop for this, to bring people into the fisheries. And with that, we have worked very closely, and Vanessa Ramirez gave us not a presentation, but she told us what was being done in the area of Cabo Rojo. And today we have here Roberto Silva and Ricardo Rivera and Vanessa, that I would love to have them, add to this. Kim, who's going to tell me anything? No, Roberto. We would like to hear from Roberto and from Ricardo. Vanessa. ¿Cómo tú llamas a Vanessa?
We're gonna have the representative of the Department of Agriculture, Ricardo Rivera.
Now I have similar initiatives. Last week I presented to FIDA a proposal for a fishing school. And to NOAA, another one. This case, a collaboration with a professor from Inter-American University in Guayama, that now have in the first step for a agronomy school. It's now open, but it's the first in Puerto Rico in a private university. And I come from this initiative and why the program, and now the initiative for the fishing school is practically a reality. And you have the same initiative, but for me is opportunity to expand the goals and go more efficient to educate or fishermen and include other sectors like schools and young people. That is the future of Puerto Rico.
Thank you, Ricardo. And for sure, this first conversation right now is on the record, right? We encourage you, your staff, and Alida to communicate, because I think more than being the same, it complement each other. One have more an educational element to it. The other one have more a practical element to it in terms of the execution on the field from your department, and both can complement each other. And I'm pretty sure that that will work out very well. Thank you. Okay. Go. What?
Roberto Díaz.
Roberto, ¿quieres
Roberto
decir algo?
Silva.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Roberto Silva, President of Fisherman Congress of Puerto Rico. Thanks, Mrs. Alida, for the invitation. And we are enjoying the new horizon in the Department of Agriculture. They pay attention to each commercial fisherman around the island, and they still working ahead and educate a new fishermen. The average of the fishermen in Puerto Rico is over 60. It's a really big problem, and they take care about it. And with the collaboration with the Caribbean Fishery Management Council, we can do better job. And thanks to Damaris and the new Edgardo, thanks for help us in everything, all the challenge we got in the commercial and fisheries in Puerto Rico. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead, Alida. And I want the group to be aware that we still have a lot of presentations coming up. You're going to see that I was going fast. Now I'm going to go even faster. Go ahead, Alida. Nelson, faster than faster.
Okay. Before I start, thank you, Mr. Rivera, for all
school, not only in Cabo Rojo, in everywhere we can, we must have one. Every year, the percentage of all fishermen increase, and we don't see that amount of young blood that we need to maintain the commercial fishery, working as good as we want. And I guarantee you, if we go to the field, we're gonna find more people interested to get into the commercial fishery that we think. Every time I know a young guy interested in commercial fishing, I just make approach to him and try to, to guide him the best way that I can, to make him, a profit fisherman. And one example of that, one suggestion I have for the commercial fisherman school is in the west coast of Puerto Rico, especially in my town, Rincon. We have one of the best wooden, Yola Guadillana wooden boat constructor that I think in the island. And maybe like an incentive for the fishermen, maybe we can develop a program that this guy, first we have to make the approach to this person. If he agree, we can make the approach to the people interesting to have a Yola Guadillana, so he can teach them how to build it. And when they finish, the student can keep it, to start to develop his work. And Alida, I really appreciate, and Roberto, appreciate all the effort you are putting here to Vanessa to develop the commercial fisherman school in Puerto Rico.
Alida, go ahead, because we have many things on the way. You have still some slides, correct? Go ahead.
So our specific areas for outreach and education are the ecosystem-based management and the fishery ecosystem plan, but to get that information to the fishers, to the public, and also each one of the island-based management plans. We will keep with the sustainable fish consumption. We will have activities where the book will be presented, where the recipes will be cooked. And then we will keep working with the marine protected areas. So this is what we have for 2020 to 2025. Give me that. Now we have Cristina. Y después yo vuelvo a la mía para decirle.
Good afternoon. I am Cristina Lang. I work with the Caribbean Fishery Management Council as the social media manager. I will be presenting you today some updates on what we have in social media, and I will be very quick. Okay, as I have been mentioning before in other presentations, we have Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram accounts. There are some numbers of the amount of followers. Most of our followers are in Facebook and Instagram. Twitter is not, there is not our audience in Twitter, but if you have a Twitter account, please follow us. The content that we mostly share through our social media platforms is related to seasonal closures, meetings, workshops, educational materials, videos, content produced by other organizations and agencies, local and federal both, and the CFMC monthly bulletin. We have new collaborations on board, like Mabel Maldonado, that will be contributing to preparing the contact list of fishers and fish markets in St. Croix. Nicole Gree already is helping me with interviews to fishers in St. Thomas, St. John for the CFMC monthly bulletin. And Ruth Gomez and I also agreed to share content of the St. Thomas Fishermen Association. This is an example of a bulletin. The bulletin is also distributed through email and WhatsApp. We also produce the Paso de Pepco that is based on the material that Wilson presents during the Pepco workshops. We do that every week. Cocinando with Ita and Ta, Cocinando con Ita, cooking with Ita and Ta. You already met Ita yesterday and Janet. We were working on 5 videos about recipes that you can cook at home of species that are considered as underutilized or that are not the most common in the restaurants, but are good for your consumption and you can prepare at home. This is new also. Marcos Hanke have been working very hard on producing information regarding new opportunities for deep water squid fishing. We have been sharing this information through our social media platforms. The council is also participating on a regional campaign that is called Big Fish. And through Big Fish, one of the things that we did was compiling the contact information of all fishing villages and fish markets in Puerto Rico. And this information, there's names, phone numbers, emails, physical and postal addresses. We have already this information, and this information is also available for our partners in the DNR and Puerto Rico Sea Grants to help on the distribution of publications to reach more people and have a shared database for outreach and communications and education efforts. We already included those phone numbers in the WhatsApp broadcast list that Wilson manages. So more fishers are now involved and receiving more information through that broadcast list. WhatsApp, Wilson in Puerto Rico, Wilson manages the list in WhatsApp. And I prepared the messages that he is sending through the broadcast list. In the case of USBI, as I always say, I'm happy to also collaborate if you create that in the USBI. Thanks to all our collaborators, all the staff at the CFMC, to the council members, everybody. I'm very happy with all the feedback that I have been receiving. Also, that I have to mention that we have been receiving a lot of inbox messages in Facebook and in Instagram. It is very good because it helps to keep communicating with the fishers and also producing content. For example, last week we have fishers that were asking us about the vermilion snapper, different common names in Puerto Rico. So we created this post to answer them what they were, the information that they were requesting, and also to allow them to comment and contribute with the information that they have as fishers, commercial and recreational. If you have questions, please let me know, or ideas. I will be around throughout this meeting. Or you can contact me through email or the social media platforms. Thank you.
Thank you, Cristina. I think now we can hear the reports from the liaisons. It will be very, very short. So who we will have Wilson first, because here. Qué rápido. Después yo tengo que volver a la mía para cerrar. Esta está en...
Gonna start with Wilson as a liaison report.
No, if there is one in here.
There's somebody on.
Nicole.
No, Wilson, Nicole. Ah, espérate.
Nicole
Perdón,
está.
perdón. Espérate, Nicole.
Nicole está en línea.
Sí, pero están yo primero o Wilson.
No lo estoy escuchando. Wilson.
Pues Wilson. Porque Wilson está aquí. Ella no tiene que...
Yo la, sí, la tengo. Sí, la tengo.
Yeah, good afternoon. For those who don't know me, my name is Wilson Santiago. I'm the Puerto Rico Fisheries Liaison Officer. So I have been like a year and a half being the liaison. So, okay, in 2021, my participation as a liaison, we have bring the educational program for commercial fishers, and we name it PEPCO. Since the pandemic, we couldn't make it presential, so we made it virtual. Another participation, I have support the CFMC, Cristina Olan, with the post of the Repaso de PEPCO. The Repaso de PEPCO is topics from the same educational program for commercial fishers. So we have been supporting Cristina with that. I have been participating in the ENRI committee meetings for the 2022 Features Workshop in Puerto Rico. Like Cristina said in her presentation, we have sent weekly educational posts via WhatsApp. Another participation, and we're keep on supporting the features with their issues and information for of the DNER, state and federal closures. We are giving educational material for the fisher and fishing communities around Puerto Rico. And this is new. We have started with an educational program for recreational fishers in Puerto Rico. So I'm gonna talk more about it. Okay, for the educational program PEPCO of commercial fishers, from February 17 to March 17, we have presented the virtual program. We made 5 different sections every Wednesday. We have a participation of 41 features around the island in the 5 stations. For all the participants that completed the 5 sessions, we send them via mail, via post mail, a lot of educational materials that the SIGRAM program gave to all the CFMC, DNER, and TNSC. TNSC helped us by paying off the shipping of the mail. And all of them that completed the program, we send that to a certificate of completion. Okay, for the educational program for recreational features, just a quick background. In 2018, the program was developed by NOAA Coral Reef Conservation Program, featuring liaison, Elena Anton, and DNR as a means of addressing adverse impact to coral reef from recreational fishing activities. Healthy fisheries is equal to healthy reef. The program was developed with the collaboration of recreational features and DNR personnel. The DNR, CFMC, and NOAA are collaborating together to bring the workshop to the fishers. Okay, there are some a picture of the virtual program. The first model we get in August 19. The topic was the recreational federal and state laws and regulation. We have 42 participants. In the second model, we brought them in October 28 with the topic of regulated marine species in federal and state waters. We have 22 participants. We keep on coordinating three or four more models that we're going to bring to the fisher with different topics. And we're gonna start again in January, between January and February 2022. I want to thank Elena Anton. She was the one that has the initiative to create this program with all the collaborators, and Cristina Olan, like always, support us with the recreational program and commercial program, and with anything else. Okay, so for Puerto Rico marine protected areas, just make a quick search. We have a total of 44 MPAs that the NER manage in Puerto Rico. In the second bullet, you can see a website over there. You can go to the web and find a interactive map. You can find the designation, the management plans, and a lot of other good material for the MPA from the Puerto Rico jurisdiction. Okay, so I recommend to the council that if for further meetings, if you want to know more about the MPAs in the Puerto Rico jurisdiction, I recommend the council to invite Ms. Coralie Ortiz and Ms. Clarimal Diaz from the office of Zona Costanera in the DNR. So if you want to invite them, just we can contact Damaris, or I can contact them to see if they can come and talk about more of the MPAs in Puerto Rico. Okay, so here's a map with I get it from the USDA.gov website. Here's a map with all the protected areas of Puerto Rico. There's a lot of more because we have more in the forest in the middle of the island, but around the island in the coast, we have 44 of them protected. Okay, this is a list. You can see it very well, but yeah, it's a lot of information. There are all the names of the protected areas, marine protected areas, a lot of natural reserves. Some of them are marine reserve. The year that were designated as a reserve, and the size. If you need this document, just contact me and I'll send it to you. Sí, yeah, and thank to that was from the Revista Marejada of SIGRAM, yeah, and Michelle Charel, I think, was the one that wrote the article. And okay, so here are the names of the MPAs that the DNR have management plans right now. Some of them are completed, some of them are in draft, and some of them are in process. Some of them are approved by the Junta de Planificación. So here are the names of them. Okay, These are the ones that DNR have management plans right now. Okay, there are some photos. These are the Reserva Tres Palmas, a educational program that used in the MPAs of Tres Palmas. Okay, so the federal jurisdiction, we all know that we have the Turmarin Bank, some parts of Turmarin Bank, debajo de Sico and Abril La Sierra. Okay, for the Puerto Rico fishery issues, the fisheries, we have the DNR has been resolving the issue with the commercial fishing license. So the fishers in Puerto Rico, they are receiving their commercial license, and if not, the department is communicating with them. We have fixed that issue. So another issue is the new fishers misinformation about the fishing closure statistic report, like e-reporting, the electronic report, license and permit for state and federal waters in Puerto Rico for this, starting January, like Elias, I'm a coordinator of PEPCO program. We are going to coordinate a workshop every month, okay, around the island for attend this matter. Another of the issue is law enforcement towards the closure and illegal commercial fishing and recreational fishing in state and federal waters. Fisher needs support with different funding opportunity like regrowth program, funding from the Department of Agriculture, and other funding that are available. Okay, my next step in 2022, like I say, I'm planning to coordinate a workshop of the commercial program, educational program, one per month. We're continuing the recreational program the next year, continue supporting the CFMC social media, find more information about the management plans of Puerto Rico MPAs at the DNR office, find out and support features in the issues, visiting fishing village and fisher community. Visit fishing village and fishing community around the island, giving educational materials too, right? So if anyone have any question, I know we are quickly, there is my email. You can gonna be around here today, or you can call me or send me an email. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Wilson. Next, liaison officer, please be brief. We have 3 other presentations on the way.
¿Quién va, Nicole?
Nicole Grace.
Okay. Graciela, hola.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Sí. Oyen. Okay, I think we're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nicole Grillo. I am the liaison for the St. Thomas, St. John area. And this is my report that I'm going to try to get through as quickly as possible. Next slide, please. Próximo, por favor, Cristina. So 2021 has been a very challenging year for us by means of local fishery outreach. We have been contending with things like staffing shortage at the St. Thomas DFW office, which makes a lot of the officers there sometimes unavailable or deep into doing other research projects to try to take time out of that to communicate with me. We had the mandated restrictions that were still going on for gatherings in 2021. A lot of our fishermen here prefer to meet in person as opposed to virtually or conducting through messaging or email. And we also had the issue with overtax DPNR enforcement officers wearing many hats and doing many things, especially regarding the COVID regulations. Thankfully, all of these issues have been rectified in the positive, and we are looking forward to 2022 being smooth. Next slide, please. Próximo primero, Cristina. Some of the activities that have been going on in this year have been my visits 3 times a week to the different fish vending sites. One of the things that I'm really proud of is our Joseph P. Bryan Fish Market now has water available to the fish cleaners and the fishermen. That was a bit of an annoyance since the water was either turned off or unavailable to the fishers to keep the area clean. That has now been rectified, and I do water availability checks. So that's also a very good thing to make sure that we are consistent with keeping the water flowing for these fishermen that utilize that particular fish market. There's more communication with the Division of Fish and Wildlife in regards to new studies that they're putting out and also projects and programs that they have coming up for 2022. The thing that I am most interested in and happy to be a part of are the interviews with our fishers here in the Virgin Islands on St. Thomas and St. John, to be highlighted with the Caribbean Fishery Management Media Platform that Christina touched on earlier in her report. Next slide, please. The Sustainable Seafood Initiative is also a large part of our outreach and education program. On this particular slide, you will see some of the information in the seasonal closures that I utilize when I am visiting the restaurants that are going to be taking part in our Reef Responsible Sustainable Seafood program. The middle slide is a picture of 2 very large hemulons. Those blue grunts are my favorite fish. This is also a part of the project that we're using for giving people new ideas to use underutilized species. And that last slide is what our gorgeous, glorious fish markets look like on any given Wednesday or Saturday at some of our various fish markets. So our underutilized species are not so much underutilized. We do have underutilized markets, but we do have lots of things that we prefer to eat as far as our reef fish are concerned. The next few slides will be about our MPAs, or our marine protected areas. Next slide, please. Próximo, por favor, Cristina. There are 3 different types of management for our marine protected areas: federal, Virgin Islands government, and co-managed. Next slide. Here are some examples of the federal and the government managed. So we have the National Park, the Coral Reef Monument, the Hine Marine Conservation District, and the Germanic Bank. The US government has Cass Key, Compass Point Marine Reserve, Frank Bay Marine, and the St. Thomas East End Reserve. That is probably the largest area of conservation and preservation that we have currently that's under USVI government management. Next slide, please. This is an example of the different areas of both marine protected areas as well as areas of particular concern. St. Thomas and St. John has 18 marine managed and marine protected areas. The largest one, represented in 5 and 7, happen to make up the St. Thomas East End Reserve. Next, please. The St. Thomas East End Reserve is governed and also utilized by many different agencies that do educational research as well as citizen science projects. El otro, por favor.
There's a delay. It's coming.
¿Debo continuar?
Sí. Yes,
okay. Sí. So the Steer Management Council is very, very important as far as protecting this particular area is concerned. As I mentioned earlier, it is highly utilized by every single recreational availability that we have here, from tours to educational purposes, and also to the fishers for bait capture. Next, please. VIF score. I am very, very much in admiration of this particular program. It stands for the Virgin Islands Established Program to Stimulate Competitive Research, and VIF score is one of our largest contributors to everything from emerging areas of research, especially dealing with seagrasses and the sargassums in our shallows. There are studies being conducted through the VIF score by not only Dr. Kristen Grimes, but also Mr. Cruz Rivera and also Mr. Gunal for very, very thorough research on the seagrasses that are invasive and also the sargassums and how they affect our shallows. The Virgin Islands Marine Advisory Service, this is something that's also really wonderful. This program not only allows citizen scientists to get involved in their natural environments, but there's a program called Ocean Explorers, which helps children in the Virgin Islands every summer learn a bit more about their surrounding environment and also how to become stewards of our environment. So this particular group raises awareness about our natural resources. I want to thank everyone for being available to me whenever I have questions on anything concerning my education and outreach, to Christina and also to Alida for being there to help me out when I have issues and problems with any sort of products that I would like to bring, and also to Wilson Santiago for being available to both myself and to Mabel when we have questions. That's it for my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you. I'm sorry for interruptions in the transmission. Mabel? Mabel Maldonado.
Abel, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Go ahead.
Do you want me to share my person? Like, am I co-host already?
Right now.
Okay, so let me go and look for this. Sorry, guys, this is my first time. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Where do I go?
Share the screen. It should be like a green, like
Okay.
zero.
Lobby. Okay, this is it. Let me see. Let me know, you guys, if you can see it. I don't know how to take it off of all the little things. You guys can see it?
Yep. So now do a slide presentation.
Okay, so you guys gonna see everything. Anyways, guys, I know I have a little bit of time. My name is Mabel Maldonado. I'm the new CFMC liaison for St. Croix. This is my first time being in this meeting. So I'm gonna do just a briefly description of myself. Again, my name is Mabel Maldonado. I've been part of the fishing industry for over 15 years, enjoying the different aspects, and creating a law for the well-being for the fishing community. I'm so happy to be part of this community, and being involved with them has given me like a sort of like more knowledge, knowing how this community work, have more respect for them, and help to find ways to better serve them. It's been a great experience so far, and thanks to the fact that I've been I have a good relationship with the department and have that trustworthy bond, that's allowed me to be able to assist the fishers. I've been a liaison since June, so for the past few months, I had the opportunity to speak to my fellow fishers and listen to them attentively to their concerns. Always, like, when will some of the closing areas will be back open to go fishing? And then, they've been sharing the mixed feelings about towards the new changes, like the new, everybody now is able to apply for the new commercial fisher license for 2022. And like I said before, like, it's mixed feelings. Some agree, some don't, but hey, we got to deal with it. Now we have a new, I say me, right? Because my husband is a fisherman. So now we have a new place to sell fish. It's called the Lorraine Fish Market. And all the fishermen are able to be there. They're happy because they have a way to, to sell fish in a more organized way. Also here in St. Croix, we have different vending sites. They're like private locations and they're kept clean. Going back to the like Lorraine fish markets, only the concerns that they have if they have like more enforcement, so the place could be kept more clean. And you know, always when you have someone in authority to be able other people to see it, they're they could imply the rules and regulations and they could follow with it. For the past year and a half, things have been hard for the fishermen due to the pandemic, but they are happy now that stuff, even under the circumstances, we're getting back to normal. I'm gonna go to the next slide. This slide is a list of MPAs in the US Virgin Islands, and I'm gonna just be rough, like going through only like the island of St. Croix. Like we have the marine protected areas, Book Island Reef, and Sal River National Historic Park. Its governing institution is the MPS, or the other one for the Sal River is the MPS and the VI Department of Natural Resources, and it has been established since 1992. Going down to the territorial marine parks, we have the St. Croix East End Marine Park, and it's governed by the VI Department of Natural Resources, and it's been established in 2006. Going down, I hope everybody could see it. The fishery enclosure areas in the Marine Conservation District, I think I skipped one, sorry guys. The Marine Sanctuary and Wildlife Reserve is the Sal River MSWR, and it's governed by the DPNR, and it's been civilized since 1995. Fishery closure areas in the Marine Conservation District. We have the Molten Snapper, and it's being governed by NOAA, the CFMC, and the VIDPNR since 1993. And the Land Bank, the same, NOAA, CFMC, VI Department of Natural Resources, and the same year. So they have seasonal closures and no take. The areas of particular concern are the Frederick Waterfront, APC. The good thing about, I'm reading and trying to go as fast as possible, but in the next slide, we're gonna see like more in an illustration form. The South Shore Industrial Area, the St. Croix Coral Reef System, the Sal River Bay, APC, the Christian State Waterfront, the Southgate Pond, Cheney Bay, the Great Pond, and the Eastern APC. I'm gonna go to the next slide. Love this slide because we could see exactly where those areas are. We see within the purple outline, the particular concerns. We could see where the territorial MPAs are and the APC are. The solid purple are the territorial MPAs, and then the brown shading represent the hard bottom substrate. Sorry guys, I'm always get nervous. Okay, next slide is the St. Croix Eastern Marine Park. Seagrass Patrol. Participants explore vital nursery habitats and learn about the invertebrates and vertebrates that inhabit the seagrass meadows. The Coral Nursery. Through partnership with the Nature Conservancy, the Kramer's Park Coral Nursery was established in 2019. The Coral Nursery Tour allows the public to learn about coral reef restoration efforts and a first-hand look at the organism that call nearby patch reef and seagrass beds home. Shoreline Walks explores the function of the watershed and how coral reef, seagrass meadows, and mangrove forests work together to protect the coastlines. The Visitor Center, a place that I need to go. A center includes interactive displays for teaching guests about the vital marine and terrestrial habitats within the park. History of natural resources within the USVI. What I love about this is like having a visitor center allows even the tourists and locals to know more about our areas and why it's important to be protected. In this next slide, we see the other outreach in the St. Croix EMP. We see the new signage March 2021 is in both language, English and Spanish rules. Listed are specific to location of signs. Then 3 informational products, brochures, map, businesses operating in the park, beach goers, and offenders. I have this, you guys could write down this video about the citizen science. Is very educational purpose. So I don't know if you guys want me to leave it there for a little while, but it's open for the public. And then the Great Pond fact sheets. Next slide. Research in the St. Croix EMP, NOAA, and the NCCOS is a fish acoustic, telemetry, South Shore, UBI, Aquapara monitoring, wood holes, the cleaner fish stations influence on microbiomes, and the USBIC's Islands Alliance and Students Summer 2021, assessment of Kramer's Park nursery outplants. If I sound a little thing, English is now my first language, Spanish, by trying my best. And thank you for this opportunity to be here, even though it's virtually. Thank you for allowing me to be a liaison for the island of St. Croix. I will do my utmost to do my job. I will go to the first slide. This is my information, my email, and my number. If any, contact me. There's my information. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mabel. Pásame la mía. Marco, dame 2 segundos. Sí, es la última. Su ultimato.
Thank you for everybody that is online for cooperation, and we're gonna keep with the finish with the presentation of Alida and address the next presentation, which will be the spiny lobster presentation.
Sí, sí. Y la otra. Esa es la que quiero.
Entonces,
Okay.
aquí déjame chequear que está abierto. Aquí el
Y yo.
micrófono sí está abierto.
Yeah. Okay. This is our report from the Outreach and Education Advisory Panel. And as you see, our last meeting was quite complex and productive. So I hope that we have given you the idea of where we are going. And thank you so much and Happy New Year.
Thank you very much, like always, Alida, and I'm sorry for the short time and the being rushed on this, but we're gonna jump to the next presentation, which is spiny lobster.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Sarah. Can you help hear me?
You're getting there. Hold on.
Okay.
Now. Talk.
Okay. Hi, this is Sarah Stevenson with NOAA Fisheries. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This presentation will give a brief overview of some options that the council could consider for modifying the timing of the accountability measure for spiny lobster in federal waters off of Puerto Rico. Next, please. The MSA requires that accountability measures, or AMs, be established for all federally managed stocks. AMs are management controls used to prevent annual catch limits, or ACLs, from being exceeded and to correct or mitigate overages of the ACL if they occur. Both ACLs and AMs for council managed stocks were set under the 2010 and 2011 ACL amendments, which were effective in 2012. Those amendments separated the AM action into 2 parts. The first describing the AM trigger, or what years of landings would be used in the ACL monitoring process, and then describing the AM application, which includes the timing of when the closure would occur. Next, please. In 2021, NOAA Fisheries implemented an accountability measure for spiny lobster in federal waters around Puerto Rico based on average landings during the 2017 through 2019 fishing years, which were the most recent and complete years of landings available. The spiny lobster fishing season in federal waters was closed for 40 days from August 22nd through September 30th. Given the history of spiny lobster landings in Puerto Rico, represented by the blue vertical bars in this graph, and the ACL approved under the Spiny Lobster Framework Amendment to the island-based FMPs, it is likely that spiny lobster catch in Puerto Rico could exceed the ACL in place in future years. The landings shown are the adjusted landings estimated by DNER using the coast-specific expansion factors. The horizontal lines on the graph represent the different ACLs for spiny lobster in Puerto Rico. The lower dashed line is the ACL that was set under the 2011 ACL amendment to the spiny lobster FMP that has been in effect since 2012. The topmost dashed line is the ACL that was set under the Puerto Rico FMP, which is in the process of being implemented in the regulations. And the middle solid horizontal line is the ACL that was set under the Spiny Lobster Amendment to the Puerto Rico FMP, which is likely to be implemented shortly after the island-based FMPs. The Spiny Lobster Amendment would compare a 3-year average of landings to the ACL, but if the annual landings frequently occur at levels above the ACL, then the AM would be triggered. Maria just told me that the lines didn't show, so I'll tell you what those levels are. I'm sorry about that. The ACL that was set in 2011 amendment was 327,920 pounds. The ACL that was set under the Puerto Rico FMP was the highest. It was 527,232 pounds. So it's above all of the blue bars in this graph. And then the ACL that was set under the Spiny Lobster Amendment is 313 pounds. So it's above the ACL that was set in the original 2011 amendment, but below the FMP ACL. And so just in light of where those landings fall relative to those reference lines, the council may want to reconsider the timing of when the AM should be applied for Puerto Rico. Next, please. Specific for spiny lobster, the AM application was set under the 2011 ACL amendment. If an AM was triggered, the length of the fishing season would be reduced by the amount needed to prevent such an overage from occurring again. The closure period would extend from December 31st backwards into the fishing year of the closure year for the number of days necessary to constrain harvest to the ACL. Fishers in the USVI in Puerto Rico stated that implementing AM-based closures at the end of the fishing year resulted in negative socioeconomic impacts. And so the timing of AMs was modified in the 2016 timing of AMs amendment, which was effective in 2017. Under that amendment, if an AM was triggered, the closure would be implemented from September 30th of the closure year backward towards the beginning of the fishing year, towards January, for the number of days necessary to achieve the reduction in landings required to ensure that landings do not exceed the ACL. If the length of the required fishing season reduction exceeded the period of January 1st through September 30th, any additional fishing season reduction required would be applied from October 1st forward toward the end of the fishing year, toward December 31st. At that time, the date of September 30th was identified in general as the end of a slow fishing season, which also purposely avoided the December holiday season. September was also identified by fishers from the 4 different coasts of Puerto Rico as a period of rough weather. That was in the amendment. In case you'd like to read it, I can send you that if you'd like. This timing of accountabilities measures, the September 30th, will be continued under all 3 island-based FMPs and the Spiny Lobster Framework Amendment once that's effective. Next slide, please. Any AM closure applied is only applicable in federal waters, which for Puerto Rico is 9 to 200 nautical miles from shore. During an AM closure, state waters remain open to spiny lobster harvest. Discussion at the August 2021 council meeting brought up concerns from fishermen surrounding the timing of the closure and compatibility in state waters. Specifically, some concerns were that if Puerto Rico DNER were to adopt a compatible closure for spiny lobster in state waters, then that closure would overlap with the closure for Queen Conch in state waters, which is from August 1st to October 31st each year. Following discussion, the council requested that staff examine alternative times when AMs could be applied for spiny lobster under the Puerto Rico FMP. Next, please. Here's a quick look at the average landings by month for spiny lobster in Puerto Rico before we look at the timing options. The bars represent the average adjusted commercial landings for spiny lobster for each month using landings from years 2012 through 2019. Again, the landings shown are the adjusted landings using the coast-specific factors. A couple of things to point out. The months with the highest landings of spiny lobster are August, September, and October. This is likely because Queen Conch is closed in Puerto Rico and state waters from August 1st to October 31st. And so divers that were targeting Queen Conch switched to spiny lobster. There is a second period of high landings that occurs January through March. And then finally, the lowest landing of spiny lobster are generally occur in November and December. Next, please. The no action would continue the current AM application, and any AM triggered would be applied from September 30th backwards. And if the length of the required fishing season reduction exceeds the period of January 1st through September 30th, any additional reduction would be applied from October 1st forward towards December. 3 additional options for the timing of the spiny lobster AM for Puerto Rico were developed. Each option will be discussed in more detail on following slides. Under option 1, any AM triggered would be applied from December 31st backwards into the year. Under option 2, any AM triggered would be applied from July 31st backward into the year, and if more time is required, from August 1st forward. And under option 3, any AM triggered would be applied from January 1st forward into the year. So I see, sorry, you're just got ahead of me. Go to the option 1 slide, please. Option 1 would use the same application of AMs as that original 2011 ACL amendment when AMs were established, and any required closure would be at the end of the year. Since landings of spiny lobster are generally lowest in December and November, as we saw in that previous chart, any required AM closure under this option may be longer than a closure under the status quo, which is September 30th backwards. And that is because of how the closure lengths are estimated. NIMS uses the average monthly fishing rates during the trigger period, which in most instances is that 3 years of landings. Most recent period of landings, to determine how many days would be needed to prevent a similar overage from occurring in the current fishing year. This means that months with higher landings, such as August through October, would have a shorter closure period than months with lower landings, such as November and December. So the required closure based on those landings at the end of the year, December, November, may be longer than a closure that is based on landings that occur in September or August. This option would give fishers the greatest amount of time to react to or prepare for an AM-based closure, since the Federal Register closure notice would likely publish at the beginning of the year, but the closure would be at the end of the year. So they would have more time to kind of prepare. A closure under this option could overlap with the Queen Conch closure in state waters, the August through October, if the required AM closure period runs from December backwards into October. Next slide, please. Option 2 would be similar to the current AM, but the closure period would just shift earlier in the year during the summer months. Under this option, an AM would be triggered if the closure and the closure would be implemented from July 31st of the closure year backward towards January for the number of days necessary to achieve the reduction in landings. If the length of the required fishing season reduction exceeds the period of January through July 31st, Any additional fishing season reduction would be applied from August 1st forward towards December. Landings in April through July are generally lower than landings in August through October, but higher than landings in December and November. So the required closure period under this option may be longer than the closure under the current AM approach, but shorter than the closure under option 1. This option would give fishers less time to react to or prepare for an AM-based closure than the current approach, as the FR notice would likely publish at the beginning of the year, and the required closure period would likely start sooner than a closure under the current approach. So this year, I mentioned it started August 22nd. Under this option, it would potentially start sometime in July, so earlier in the year, given less time to prepare. An AM-based closure for spiny lobster under this option would not overlap with the August to October queen conch closure unless the January 1st through July 31st period was not long enough to ensure that landings again do not exceed the ACL in place. Next, please. Option 3, the last option, would change the closure period to the beginning of the year. If an AM is triggered, the closure would be implemented from January 1st of the closure year forward into the year for the number of days necessary to achieve the reduction in landings that's required. Landings in January through March are generally lower than landings in August through October, but higher than landings in the summer or landings at the end of the year. So the required closure period under this option may be longer than the closure under the current approach, but shorter than a closure under options 1 or 2. However, this option would likely require that the notice announcing the AM closure period be published in the previous calendar year, which could be problematic if final landings are not available at that time. It would also give fishermen the least amount of time to react, assuming that that FR notice publishing the closure period occurred in November or December, and then the closure started on January 1st. This option would not be likely to coincide with the August through October queen conch closure in state waters, but if the required closure period extended into March, then that could overlap with other periods of high demand, such as Holy Week. Next, please. At the August council meeting, the CIRA regional administrator noted that given the history of spiny lobster landings in Puerto Rico, the ACLs approved under the Spiny Lobster Framework Amendment, which are listed below for Puerto Rico, and the lack of compatible ACLs or closures in state waters, there's a high likelihood that catch will exceed the Spiny Lobster ACL in future years. As such, the council may want to consider other management options, such as a fixed seasonal closure, to ensure, to the best of our ability, that ACLs are not exceeded on a regular basis. Next, please. Here's a graphic representation of closed seasons for spiny lobster across the Caribbean region from north to south. These were reported in the citation listed below the figure from a 2021 publication by Atherley et al. That looked at the size of sexual maturity and seasonal reproductive activity of the Caribbean spiny lobster. For most territories within the Caribbean Sea, egg-bearing females have been observed in all months of the year, but with the greatest frequency in the months of February to August. You can see that the majority of these countries have fixed closures for spiny lobster that occur during the summer months, with 12 of the 13 countries closed during the months of May and June, which overlaps with that peak spawning period. A major benefit of a fixed season is that fishermen would know when the closure occurs and could plan around it. Next, please. However, when you look at where spiny lobster are landed from Puerto Rico, the majority occur in state waters from 0 to 9 nautical miles from shore. The table breaks down the amount of landings reported from state waters, which is the second column, from federal waters, the third column, and then from an unknown area for each year for the years 2012 through 2019. The cells highlighted in blue represent years in which the portion of landings reported from state waters were greater than the ACL that was in place for spiny lobster for Puerto Rico, which at that time was 327,920 pounds. Note that the fishing area is not always reported, but the amount of landings from that unknown area has generally gotten smaller over the years, likely from improvements in data collection and reporting. The blue highlighted landings are also greater than the ACL for spiny lobster that will be in place once the spiny lobster amendment is effective. If landings continue at those highlighted levels, future AMs for spiny lobster would likely be triggered and a closure would be applied. Having a fixed season for spiny lobster that only applies in federal waters might not prevent future overages of the ACL or from AMs being triggered and applied. If the Puerto Rico DNER adopted the same fixed closure or adopted compatible regulations for ACLs or accountability measures, then future AM-based closures may be reduced or may not be triggered. And then last slide, please. For the next steps, the council can discuss whether they would like to develop these options into an amendment to the Puerto Rico FMP or continue with the current timing of AMs for spiny lobster specified in the Puerto Rico FMP and retained in the spiny lobster framework amendment, which is from September 30th backwards. And then again, if more time is needed, from October 1st towards the end of the year. If you would like to develop this into an amendment, are there any other times of the year that you would like staff to consider as an option other than the 3 times that were outlined in this presentation? Additionally, would you want to include an action that considers the fixed seasonal closure in federal waters? Following discussions that the DAPs have been having with their respective state agencies, the council could request that the DNER consider adopting compatible regulations for ACLs or AMs for spiny lobster in Puerto Rico state waters. And additionally, during any future AM-based closures, NOAA Fisheries could request that the state agencies adopt a compatible AM-based closures in their state waters to provide enhanced protection for the stock or the stock complex. And with that, I'll open it up for questions and council discussion. Thank you.
Marco? If I may, that the first thing that Sarah has on the screen, is it's the reaction of Puerto Rico at this time regarding the lobster fishery and the regulations in place. Amari?
Amari, stay out for the record. We would like our regulations stay the same.
Can you repeat it for the
Damaris Delgado, for the record, I recommend to leave the state regulations as they are as now.
Which regulation, the EEC or the one that you have in Puerto Rico?
The ones in the state waters.
So the question will be, why will it be the next step then? Yes. Puerto Rico doesn't move. The question really is, is there any need for the council to take any action at this time?
Yes, I think I can help that a little bit. I had a feedback from Nelson. Nelson, go ahead. Next on the queue will be Tony and Vanessa.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. In my opinion, for the moment, it's leave it as is the for me is the best way. However, it's good to bring that discussion to the DAP panel to see their feedback.
Agree with Nelson. If it ain't broke, don't try to fix it.
Before Vanessa, Jocelyn. Before Vanessa, Jocelyn.
Hold on.
Are we ready, Maria?
Proceed.
Okay, thank you. I was just gonna say, to the point about the compatible regulations, I think Sarah's point here and Nimsa's point here is just if the council wanted to send a letter to Puerto Rico to request that they take particular action. Obviously, the council has jurisdiction over the federal waters, so we can't change anything in state waters. It would just be writing a letter requesting the territory to take, or the Commonwealth rather, to take particular action based on whatever record we had for that request. The need for it for supporting the stock here. So it's not that we would be doing anything to change Puerto Rico regulations. It would just be to whether we want to pursue writing a letter to request particular action from Puerto Rico. Thank you.
Thank you. Damaris want to reply?
I just wanted to clarify that in order to get the compatibility that we have been talking about for the last council's meetings, I do recommend that the federal waters apply our regulation, our state waters regulation for compatibility purposes.
Okay, thank you. Vanessa?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I suggest that we stay as we are. We need to check that data as we have been looking around since 2018. We have better data, and I know that because of the licenses that were stuck in the department that are now mailing to their fishermen, and we have a lot of new fishermen. So this number are gonna be up and up. So we need to verify that data for the next year and then make any suggestion. Thanks.
Thank you, Vanessa. Miguel? I'm sorry, Miguel. Jack?
This might be something that the Puerto Rico DFP wanted to talk about, and I was wondering if that would be something that could be on their agenda to talk about in their next meeting.
If I understand correctly, your recommendation maybe is to hold this presentation, present to the DAP, and come back to the council?
It sounds like that's the direction we're going here. That, I don't think we want to drop it completely. It might be something that the Puerto Rico DAP could examine further. With all the things that we have on the plate for 2022, and with Puerto Rico's statement that they will move an inch for this, and we don't have a real reason to preempt the local government because the fishery is not in that jeopardy, we can leave it at this. You consider the issue, you have the station, the ACL is always there. So if we go over the ACL, the ACL will be closed. And these people are going to suffer, the fishermen who fish in the Spiny lobster, and they will have something to say. So for the next step, rather than taking any action, I agree with Jack, and maybe have in 2022, we will have a DAP meeting in Puerto Rico with the group, present this and present particular presentation, and then in due time at the next meeting in the spring or summer, Nelson can give a presentation on the comments that the DAP Puerto Rico may have, and that way you can dispose of this part of the agenda at this time.
Okay, for the sake of time, last participation, Kevin.
Somewhat related. This all happened before we had a Caribbean branch. On our radar is to do an update assessment for spiny lobster next year. Has the council officially asked for that? Because it's outside the CDAR process. That would be a request of the Science Center, as I understand the process. So has that happened? if so, it's just because of the shift in who's responsible, and I would have missed it. But I just want to make sure, I mean, it seems timely, right, given this conversation and given where the ACLs are going to be over time. You know, those could change with a new assessment. We don't know which way they might change, but they could change. They may stay the same, but they're likely to change somewhat. So has that request been made? I think it makes sense to do so.
Yeah, it makes total sense. Miguel?
Okay, it's scheduled for CEDAR, but now that you mention it, if you have time, please do your best to get that information. Do you need anything? A letter from the chair?
We need some sort of memo to Clay. It would ask for an update assessment, and an update assessment is outside of CEDAR. So we would do that internally. You know, we get data from other people, but we do that internally at the Science Center and not involve the whole CEDAR thing. Okay. But in 24, yes, it is a full-on CEDAR update, but I think it's important that another one, given this topic, you know, be included officially in the 2022 schedule. We'll be finishing up CEDAR 80, but we'll have the capacity to do that update assessment during the calendar year 22.
So in that case, Mr. Chairman, we don't need a motion. The chair would write a letter.
Sorry, the chair would write a letter to Clay Porch requesting that assessment, and Graciela will prepare the talk points for Marcos. Thank you a lot for that offer.
Yeah.
We can move to the next.
It's already very clear, our path. We're gonna do this letter. We're gonna, before or after, depend on the guidance and the timing by the staff, we're gonna take this information to the DAP and we move from there. Thank you to all. Next presentation. It's me.
Let me get an introduction for those of you who don't know the next presenter. But I have been trying to promote the use of squid in Puerto Rico since the 70s. And perfect storm occurred. Marcos was interested. He has experience. He contacted people throughout the Caribbean. And I believe that this that you're going to see today is a success story. The idea is to present to the fishers of Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands alternative to the fishing that they do now. And the fishermen are not convinced by Miguel telling them this is good, but they are convinced by watching other fishermen adopting this gear that is capable of catching deep water squid. So I asked Marcos to help us with a presentation. This is something that already Marcos put in the web pages that we have in the social media through Cristina Olan. So what we're here today is a presentation on the deep water squid opportunity for fishers in the Caribbean. Marcos, you only have 15 minutes, according to yourself.
I'm gonna show how quick I can be now. The deep water squid opportunity, for me, it's a personal opportunity to, I'm sorry for the use of the word two times, but to show what the fishermen can do to create sustainable efforts and new opportunities for the fishing industry that are totally new or complement part of our other fishing efforts like swordfish fishing and deep water fishing. And this presentation was the outreach efforts for this information to get around was supported by the Council, CFMC, and by Sea Grant. And special thanks to Christine Olan, to Janet Ramos, to Miguel Rolón, to Alida, and especially the Colin Butler from St. Thomas DAP, Danny Suarez, swordfish fisherman, and others that support this effort. Next slide. This is the one pager or the post made on our social media, which is pretty much a little synthesis or a little roadmap how to go fishing for deep water squids around Puerto Rico and USVI. And as result of that is the follow. Next slide. It's important to recognize that because it's a totally new approach to fishery, we have new things in there, right? We have crazy, weird hooks, which is the squid hooks, which is like a parachute. And we have like the jig that is on the side made with aluminum filled with pieces of weight and cement. It's all homemade. All the jigs, pretty much most of the jigs that we use on this project, they was manufactured locally. And the terminal depth means the depth where the jigs or the lure are going to be on the water column. And the bottom depth is the depth where you are fishing. Let's say you can be in 3,000 feet and the jigs can be in 1,500 feet. Next slide. This initiative is starting in 2017. I get the opportunity to talk about this fishery with some fishermen in Miami. And we start to explore the opportunity with an approach for commercial and recreational fishers. And this approach was based on the conversation with Mitch Lay in Miami. Then we use the publications and the videos produced by FAO and by JICA, which is the Japan International Cooperation Agency, to guide us on the first steps of this project on how to fish for deep water squids. My kids call them the sea monsters. This effort was mostly for commercial fishermen, the effort from FAO and from JICA. And it was an effort designed for artisanal fishery, smaller scale fishermen. Except in Puerto Rico and USVI, many islands in the Caribbean are already fishing because of this project, artisanally for deep water squids. Dominican Republic, Antigua, Grenada, and some others are some examples. Most important, guidance was provided by Mitch Lay, Antigua fisherman, and Michiru Ishida via telephone, hour-to-hour phone calls addressing how to manufacture, how to identify the fishing areas and details that on the videos are not there. And this photo, just to put in context, is a photo taken by Danny Suarez, an expert of swordfish expert in Puerto Rico, because those squids was already caught in Puerto Rico by accident, right? Incidentally, on fishing for swordfish. Next slide. Incidental catch and some target landing were sold in Puerto Rico prior to this effort and to this presentation from $8 to $12 a pound, similar to conch and octopus prices on the market. Nowadays, this is brand new. USVI introductory price or per pound is $16 a pound. Those organisms are being sold after clean. This exploratory fishing opportunity includes recreational and commercial sector as well. This is, I want to highlight because the effort that I did at first, I'm gonna present to you some numbers that I try to put in a very small fraction of the data that we have. It's the new part, the really new part is the recreational approach to this fishery. Part of this initiative is to develop local expertise on rigging adaptations, such as finding the best rigging fishing areas, manufacture local terminal tackle, testing different reels, create added value to existing fishery, like for swordfish fishermen and deep water fishermen, and adapting to recreational angler applications. Deep water squid is a natural alternative and a substitute to culinary application made with conch and octopus, and is extremely versatile in terms of the culinary approach or reading to this resource. It's amazing what you can do with those squids because of the shape, the thickness, the form, and the quality of the meat. Next slide. No, this is still the same slide, I believe. Yes. Now, the characteristic of this species and the fishing methods, just to give a little context to this. Based on the reported biology papers that I read, it showed some resilient characteristics. I present this as a resilient characteristics because there is not a lot of information, especially for our areas. It's just some biological parameters and things that can suggest to us that are a good species to explore to our area. They grow very fast. They live approximately 1 year, maybe just a little more, but pretty much 1 year. They can get to 30 pounds. Wide distribution at the Caribbean and Atlantic area or basin, north and south of us. Basically, they are everywhere, related to deep waters and to the thermocline dynamic with the plankton migration, and they locate pretty much the point of reference is the thermocline. Potentially resilient to climate change. I want to highlight this. I just put one aspect of the climate change changes, which is the surface global warming of the waters. And those species have, on their reproduction cycle, they have a dynamic that's throughout the Atlantic, right? And it is everything is spread around. It's not something that if you impact here, you impact the population as a whole, because they're widely distributed. And from my reading, this is my expertise developed up to now, is that is not, they don't aggregate with chum and things like other species. It's pretty much a species designed for recreational and artisanal approach, where you can get a few of them and have high value of on the fishery. They have low fishing pressure throughout the range, mostly fish artisanally. There is 2 squids that are part of the fishery. I think this is very important because it's not a single species approach recommendation. I'm talking about the species composition that you can extract from the ocean, doing the method that I'm going to recommend to you, and which is divide the pressure to 2 populations, right? 2 different groups of organisms. Can reduce or redirect shallow water effort, especially on conch and octopus, as an option. If we have a closed season for octopus, and let's say there is a lack of production or supply of conch or whatever, there easily this product can substitute both in terms of preparation and culinary application. Have a minimum bycatch. It's a very clean fishery, easily combined with pelagic fishing methods like swordfish fishing and deep water fishing. Basically, the only thing that changed is the terminal tackle. Everything else is exactly the same in terms of the gear used and the boat required and the electronics and everything. Next. Great initiative to add value to engage local fishermen to pelagic resource, basically moving them out of the platform that have a lot of pressure. The opportunity includes the Caribbean pelagic multi-species approach. Again, when you go deep water and you are ready with some rigs extra on your boat, you're pretty much fishing for deep water squid, sword. You can be fishing for swordfish, mahi, and so on, and have that combo of a species opportunity. And by having that mentality and the expertise, you can have the incentive to move out of the platform, because it's not that like I'm going to fish for one. If I bail out, if I don't do good, I don't feed my family, right? In this case, it's we have to think like a multi-species approach possibility. The shallow insular platform, it's not the only alternative that we have been turning our backs as fishermen in the Caribbean to the resources that we have in open water. Everybody else around us is using them except us. Fish on very deep waters gear don't interact with the bottom, and it does not add a significant pressure to the benthic habitats because it's on the water column. Management considerations, just a few to put in perspective. Very similar gear description to the gears used on deep water by deep water fishermen and swordfish fishermen. The main change is the terminal tackle. I already explained that. Next. The typical fishing area, there is a little freedom on those numbers, but I have to put some numbers there for people to visualize what we are talking about. Those can be caught in 1,200 feet to 3,000 plus feet, all the way to 4,000 feet. We have been fishing for them. And the squid jigs between 1,000 to 1,500 is the standard on our effort to produce deep water squids, that both species. This picture was provided by Colin Butler, DAP St. Thomas, St. John. Next. Here you have some diagram made by Cynthia from Sea Grant. I invite you to see on our social media. It's with all the measurements and the details how to make the terminal tackle. On the top, you have the two of the important jigs for squid. One was made with plastic bottle of Perrier full of lead and hydraulic cement, with the hooks costing $75 on the internet. The cost of the lure is $2. The other one is a piece of wood carved with the same hooks, about the same cost. And the size is between 10 to 12 inches long. On the side also, we have a reel on the top, which is the top-notch reel, the LP reels that are good for swordfish and deep water squids. And you have the recreational general look of electric reel for deep water squids too. I will not read all the gear because probably already read in there. There is some details about them, the lights, the elastic cord, and so on. I put more details in there because this can be another reference to the fisherman. Next slide. When I spoke about the culinary market versatility, you have in St. Thomas 2 days ago a restaurant, and this is an effort of Colin Butler that have been amazing, helped me out to move this along with the commercial fishing approach. Squid on the grill, on the top fry squid sticks, below char squid head or the tentacles. Same that you do, the Spaniards do with the octopus. Have on the side the way to clean, a little bit of details. Next slide. Remember that one of the highlights of this product is that if you freeze them, you get a higher quality because it breaks down the meat and you make more tender, better quality, which means that in terms of how you market, where you take it, and how you deal with the meat, the fishermen have way more control to maximize the income. It's not a product that need to be sold fresh. And you have a salad there, and also you have a dish favorite from my kids, which is instead of a pasta with veggies, stir fry, you have very fine cut squid pieces, 20 seconds on the fire, and good to go. Next. Here you have the history of my effort, my limited effort. I wish I could go more, but I think it's enough to give you an idea on the recreational approach. First, I start with the wrong things, with the wrong hooks, not exactly best depth on setting the lures, on the terminal tackle, bottom, just got piece of a tentacle. Once I adjust that, on the next trips, every single trip I caught a squid with a single line. Be mindful that my effort, it was a recreational effort with a single line, okay? And there is other things that we're gonna explore later that are gonna maximize those numbers. And basically the standard for us now is large squid hooks of 2-inch diameter, setting on depth between 2,500 and 3,500 range, and deeper the terminal tackle, I would say that 1,500, which is where the thermocline pretty much are. Next slide. The game changer was the participation of the DAP member that request more information after the CFMC social media post. This post was the new fishing opportunity for deep water squids. Captain Colin Butler showed very quick his knowledge and expertise on pelagic species, generating great information and fishing result catching deep water squids. He has the proper gear and the innovative mentality to fish for deep water squids commercially. Please listen to this. This is a great example how across the US Caribbean jurisdiction, fishers for all sectors and areas can help each other to create better and more resilient fishing opportunities in a responsible way. I add that. Captain Colin Butler, I don't know if he's connected. I didn't saw him before. Otherwise, I pretty much can follow up. Well, I'm gonna keep, for the sake of time, I'm gonna keep going. And he made 3 trips. First trip, no hookup. Second trip, hookup, and but didn't land. On the third trip, after we fine-tuned over many conversations in the phone, he caught 8 squids, 6 neon, 2 diamondback, total of 92 pounds. Each diamondback squid weighed 24 pounds. Those animals can get over close to 50 or 60 pounds. And all those 8 was caught on the same trip. The verbal update that I will add here is that he's already approaching, the mega yachts are approaching him, very quick. The story are running in St. Thomas. People are getting interest on it. One restaurant are requesting to include on the menu, and they sold out once they introduced to the menu as a test. People bought it, and $16 a pound, and the guy is willing to buy more. And the tuna trips, he spent about 100 gallons of gas. Squid fishing, he spent just 20 gallons of gas. And first process squid batch, $16. I covered that. The biggest squid represent about $300 on his effort. Next slide. For now, I'm gonna have 2 slides, one for rec, one for commercial. Besides of the instructions and the guidance on the first post that we did on the web, there is some extra information that we want to share. If you combine two rods, one for squid fishing from the boat, no buoys, one squid and one swordfish one swordfish rig at different depth, you can maximize your effort. Use unweighted jigs from 6 to 10 pounds to compensate the drift. This is for a recreational application. They are fishing from the boat and to prevent a big ball on the line. And the lights must be positioned 15 to 18, 20 feet apart from the lures. They don't like the light to be too close from the jig. That distance is key when you are approaching this fishery. Use a long tip flex rod. Basically, you're looking for a shock absorbent method with a flexible mono like momoy or a rubber that you introduce on the rig to create some given when the squid make the short run. Use a big deep net to keep the ink in the water, then boat the squid, or use a 4-inch long gaff. And be mindful that we didn't explore yet the use and collection of the ink for sale. That is a very high value product also. Next, for the commercial fishing recommendation, fish 3 to 5 buoys. That's the FAO and Captain Butler recommendation. Combine squids with swordfish. Make sure that you are fully ready for the other species. Use unweighted jigs from 4 to 10 pounds. Light position, the same. This is all the same as rec recommendation. Use light drag when you're pulling instead of horsing the fish, or do it by hand. And one tryout combining a swordfish rig, instead of putting just a weight, just adding the weight as a weighted squid jig, produce already a pomfret fish and a squid at once. Pomfret fish is another species that we don't fish on deep waters. The depth where he is recommending to explore is between 1900 to 3000, 3500 plus. Next slide. Challenge to the future. This is a request for the agencies, for the people that can support this effort. Recommend formal exploratory data collection to establish seasonality, biological data, abundance for both common species, market potential, price range, gear description, and other important information, because we have a unique opportunity on a developing fishery to have that baseline data and to do this at once, the best way and the best informed way possible. Important, this effort was a voluntary, private, self-financed effort by myself and my family. That was not with me, but it's part of this. And this was to support all sectors of the fishermen on the US Caribbean. Let's promote a new opportunity in a sustainable and collaborative way. Thank you.
Any question for the chair? Marco?
Let me put the other hat now. Yeah. Any question for the chair? We have Nelson and Julian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Marco, for your initiative in developing this alternative fishery. You and me are talking about this fishery, and definitely we are going to try this at the beginning of next year. We know the presence of giant squid in the west coast of Puerto Rico, because we know swordfish fishermen that are catching, and I think I sent you some pictures of this. And I know some fishermen that when they are going for the deep water snapper, the tentacles are tangled in their hooks. And I think it's a good alternative for reduce the pressure in other fisheries like the deep water snapper and how you say it in conch fishery, another type of fishery in the future. We are very interesting and we are going to keep talking about this. Thank you, Marcos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joey McGrath for the record. I'm excited. When I saw the pictures when Colin first posted them on social media, I was like, I couldn't believe it. And I know it's been talked about. I heard you talking about it for a long time. And one of the good things about this fishery, nothing goes to waste. And I wanted to get that out there. Because I spoke with you earlier yesterday, and I told Colin I want all the waste. I bait my traps with the waste to catch the fish. So he had 40 pounds of waste. He had 92 pounds of sellable squid. So which is great. So we're gonna work on a price to for me to get the waste. So I'm very excited. And then another post that I saw, I heard you talk about the ink. Another post that I saw that was someone told him to stop the squid from inking if you have a big enough live well as you catch and you can have that live well filled with fresh water as you throw it in, the squid will not ink. So that was interesting to see how much people got onto social media and has been following this. And I also heard in my fishing community, other fishers now who are interested in going and doing this. So I just want to applaud you for doing this and continue the great efforts. And I'm looking forward to hearing a lot more about this fishery. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. And just want to follow up is that the yield between neon and diamondback are different because different species and they are built a little different. But 129-pound diamondback results in 23 pounds of meat. There is more byproduct on the cleaning and trimming on the neon. But the important part here that the U.S. Caribbean developing the two species, it will use the resource to the maximum. And the international effort was to use neon to supply the international market exportation. This approach aims to feed the local smart Caribbean market. Vanessa?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Marcos, I have to congratulate you. I have been looking at this project since practically the first week that you start with it. It's been a pleasure to see this presentation. And as I write in the chat, I have some of the commercial fishermen, deep snappers that want to participate, and we are able to make a training in here when you're available, okay? So I wait for you in the West. Thanks.
We are on this plan. Thank you very much. And I think we have other presentation. Thank you for your patience of hearing this project, and let's keep working. And we're gonna find a way to create videos maybe and training and how to manufacture and basically transform this into a package of execution in a responsible way, coordinated with the Science Center, maybe to collect some data. Let's see which way we can do this. Miguel, you want to say something? You're good. Next presentation. Enforcement Puerto Rico, por favor, su informe, por favor.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Sí, para efectos de récord, Gerardo Hernández, comisionado interino del Grupo de Vigilantes. Le voy a presentar un informe sobre el trabajo trabajado para los informes de Puerto Rico para los pasados agosto a octubre del 2021, bajo la ley 278, el reglamento 749. Para estos efectos, se han atendido 43 casos a nivel estatal, 4 capturas que son a nivel de tierra, que son muelles mayormente, y son 5 en realidad. Uno de ellos fue fuera de temporada y están sometidos a la discusión legal, uno de ellos. La mayoría de estos casos, todos han sido multas que se han dado, lo que se conoce como multas administrativas que se trabajan. Uno de los casos que fue referido a la NOAA, a la oficina a través de nuestro reglamento, y hay dos casos que están en la oficina legal que se están atendiendo. Esos casos, pues, es lo de la pesca de langosta fuera de temporada, y también está lo que es la captura de los bueyes fuera de temporada también. Aquí, pues, hay que saber que todo lo que son las áreas naturales protegidas, y ahora pronto lo que van a ser los parques nacionales que tienen áreas que son demandales, también se va a estar prohibiendo en ellos este tipo de actividad. Dentro de las intervenciones que se han hecho en tierra, se ha trabajado lo que es pesca a través de caña, pesca a través de lo que es el buceo, chinchorreo, lo que es cordel, buceo, lo que son nazas, y también lo que son personas que están con licencias vencidas para pesca, y también lo que son personas que no tienen licencia, y personas que no tienen ningún tipo de permiso para llevar a cabo este asunto. La mayoría de los municipios que se han trabajado han sido Arroyo, Guánica, Guayama, Salinas, Santa Isabel, Cabo Rojo, Ponce y Juana Díaz. Donde mayor incidencia se tiene en estos casos son los municipios de Guayama, municipios de Salinas y municipios de Ponce. El Departamento de Recursos Naturales está manteniendo también una vigilancia constante en la parte oeste, que son las partes marítimas, y lo estamos haciendo en esfuerzos coordinados entre la unidad marítima y la unidad aérea del departamento, manteniendo vigilancia en las áreas, en unos turnos que se establecen. Hay unos oficiales a cargo y que están trabajando con eso. Estamos en contacto con la NOAA para también trabajar estos asuntos. Estamos también trabajando otros esfuerzos a nivel interagencial, federales y estatales, para mejorar la vigilancia, la atención a todos estos elementos, ¿verdad? Es mucho reto, poca la gente, muchos retos, y el secretario está a la disposición, ¿verdad?, de, en la medida en que se le apruebe, aumentar la vigilancia para atender estos asuntos.
Muy preciso, rápido y efectivo su informe, le agradezco muchísimo. El próximo informe sería de USBI.
Director of Environmental Enforcement, DPNR. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Division of Environmental Enforcement, Federal Fisheries Summary for the third quarter is as follows. We are pleased to announce that we have hired 3 additional officers within the last 6 months and are in the process of recruiting an additional 5 to augment the existing force. Presently, we have a total of 8 officers throughout the territory, which is split 4 in each district. It is important for us to continue to recruit and hire in effect to maintain a functioning division. Highlights of the enforcement cases includes confiscation of undersized spiny lobsters that were attempted to be sold at the Lorraine Fish Market, for which was confiscated, at which citation was issued. Other cases was related to the illegal harvesting of conch during the closed season. 2 additional observed diving conch on the south side of St. Croix. 73 pieces of conch meat was confiscated and citation was issued. Earlier last month, officers on routine patrol on the north side of St. Croix conducted a fisheries inspection, observed that an individual was in a licensed commercial helper who was not was harvesting conch, but without a commercial license holder on the vessel. The catch of 30 pounds of shell conch meat was confiscated with a citation issued to that individual. With the opening of the Lorraine Fish Market in March of 2021, has provided a centralized location for the local commercial fishers to have a sanitary and state-of-the-art facility to conduct sales and transition to the consumers. Officers conducted spot checks at the first, but are now assigned to the facility on the weekends. The height of the activities is on Saturday, at which time it's necessary to have enforcement present to maintain a secure and safe to the consumers. On a final and good note, the division has been awarded a $1.5 million grant from the American Rescue Plan Act for the acquisition of 4 new patrol vessels, 2 per district, which are slated to be commissioned within service late fall of 2022. Dockside boarding hours was 567 hours. Sea patrol hours, 268. Market inspection hours were 162. The St. Thomas Fishers registered for the year of 2021 through 22 cycle. On St. Thomas is 119 fishers registered with the division. On St. Croix, registered for this 2021 to 2022 is 141. The helpers on the St. Thomas registered with the department for St. Thomas is 44. On St. Croix, we have 85 helpers. This concludes the USVI report.
Thank you. No.
Hello, Marcos, can you hear me?
Manny's on 90s.
Yeah,
we
we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay, thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Manny Antoneris with NOAA's Office of Law Enforcement. Apologize for not being able to join in person. Hopeful that I may be able to travel to the Caribbean for the next meeting. We did prepare a couple slides. I'm not sure if we were able to see those. Due to time, I can run through just some notes that I have for each of those slides. Thanks, Miguel. Okay, so beginning here on slide 2, our office initiated investigation involving spiny lobster that was imported into Puerto Rico from the Dominican Republic. Our folks seized approximately 3,000 pounds of spiny lobster for various violations, spiny lobster regulations. And this included some undersized lobster, some egg-bearing lobster, and also lobster that was clipped. This case is currently being prepared for submission to our Office of General Counsel. We had another case this quarter involving a couple cases involving HMS species. One of those was for selling yellowfin tuna without the required HMS permit. Summary settlement was issued in that case in the amount of $3,000. Another HMS case involving yellowfin tuna. This one was for purchase of tuna from a non-permitted fisherman. That case resulted in issuance of a $750 summary settlement. We also had an incident involving catching of one tuna, yellowfin tuna, and a written warning was issued for that particular case. Our agent in Puerto Rico also followed up on a complaint involving a dolphin feeding video that was posted on social media, and this posting was part of an advertisement for a short-term rental property. And as part of that advertisement, they had what appeared to be dolphin feeding activity. Upon further investigation, it was determined that this particular video was actually photoshopped and that the feeding never took place in Puerto Rico. Subjects were informed of the prohibitions under the MMPA and agreed to post do not feed dolphin placards on their property. And my understanding is they've since requested more of those signs for some education. Puerto Rico, we also had a joint patrol. It was an air patrol with DNER aboard DNER's aircraft. And that particular patrol focused on the Bajo de Seco closed area off of the western side of Puerto Rico. I also know that Miguel, Special Agent Borges, is has met with the acting commissioner of DNER and is involved in some ongoing discussions with regard to the JEA and how those particular hours are being worked with Puerto Rico. In USVI, we have an enforcement officer that's now assigned to USVI. He is stationed in St. Thomas. During this past quarter, he conducted 24 separate patrols across St. Thomas, including areas of Hulls Bay, Megan Bay, Mandel Bay, Frenchtown, Charlotte Amalie, Bavani Bay, and Red Hook. And as part of those patrols, he took the opportunity to conduct outreach and education with commercial, recreational, and charter fishermen. Also in USVI, we did have a case involving catching. It was also an HMS case involving harvesting of a tuna without the HMS permit, and also landing that not in whole condition. That case resulted in a written warning. We had another case involving, again, HMS species. This one was individual that was actually targeting HMS species but did not have any fish on board. That case just resulted in compliance assistance, and just wanted to note that the very next day, the fisher applied for and obtained the required permit. So compliance was obtained just that very next day. We did have an incident involving lobster poaching. That case is still ongoing and can't provide more details at this time. So investigation continues. We also followed up on a report of illegal anchoring with potential seagrass damage. On initial investigation, it was determined that the incident took place in territorial waters, and that information was passed to DPNR for action. And just to summarize, so some of these incidents and cases I'm discussing are just some of the activity. Of course, doesn't cover all of the enforcement effort throughout this quarter. As I mentioned, we have several other ongoing investigations pertaining to different sorts of things: illegal sales, conch poaching, sea turtle poaching, just to name a few. And if Miguel, if you could forward to the slide 4. This concludes the OLE brief. I wanted to once again leave you with our 24/7 enforcement hotline contact number, and just so that you are aware, complaints can be made anonymously. Callers can also leave their contact info if they wish to have either a special agent or officer return their call, or they can simply contact the hotline, leave their information, and provide anything they'd like to share directly with one of our officers or agents. I also have here included on this final slide, the contact information for Miguel Borges, a special agent, OLE special agent out of San Juan, Puerto Rico. Alex Terrero is the enforcement officer assigned to St. Thomas. And then, so their email addresses are included on this slide. And I've introduced Matt Walia, who is our office's compliance and counsel liaison. Matt's information is not on the slide, but as soon as I'm complete, I will add Matt's contact and email address in the chat. And Matt is available for any questions on regulations, current or emerging enforcement concerns that may come up. If there's any question or clarification needed on regulatory requirements, he's also a very good point of contact from our office. And that concludes the OLE brief. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Miguel. there is anybody from the Coast Guard connected virtually? I didn't saw any, seeing none. We go for the next item, Miguel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item is the CFMC Advisory Board's membership. Yesterday, we have a closed session to discuss possible candidates. So I will go one by one. In the case of the SSC and the ecosystem-based management tab, the technical advisory panel, they're okay. The membership is complete, and we don't need to address any vacancies at this time. In the case of the outreach and education panel, there's a recommendation to add at the end Rios to the advisory regional and education advisory panel. Since this meeting are hybrid, she can participate virtually. She's a member, as you know, of the Southeast Fisheries Science Center, especially the Caribbean branch. So this time, there's we need to have a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. In the case of the DAPs and CROI is okay. Membership are complete, and we can review that in the summer where some of the members' terms expire in 2022. Puerto Rico, there are 4 vacancies, and Nelson is going to submit to us some recommendations between here and the next council meeting. And in the case of the U.S. Virgin Islands, St. Thomas and John, yesterday we considered 3 people, and I would like to ask the chair of the DAP, St. Thomas and John, to speak about his recommendation. We have Shirley Lede, Jessica Peterson, and Christy Berry. So please, can you add Julia, talk about the 3 people and why the recommendations and who are they?
Julia McGrath, for the record. I submitted 3 names for recommendation. I'll start off with Shirley Lede. She is a registered commercial fisher. She's a female, of course. Her husband is also a commercial fisher. She's been following the industry for a very, very long time and been participating for over 15 years, being active, attending both, listening into these meetings, listening to the FAC meetings. And she has a young son that's also 16 years old, so he's too young to have a license, that she actually goes out on a boat with him. She's the captain, goes out with her husband. So I think with a wealth of knowledge that she has in the fishery, I think it's time that we start to include females into participating on these committees, especially on the district advisory panels. You know, that it's good to have their input because they're following, they are our side piece, and I think it would be a great opportunity for her to be in the committee. Then I have Jessica Peterson also, who is a commercial fisher, and she also fishes with her son, who here very soon will hopefully be one of our young fishermen. And she also has been in the process, following this process with us from the very beginning back in 2004. And I reached out to her also and asked if she would be interested, since it's very difficult to get some of the other guys to participate. I said, well, I'm going to reach out to people who wants to actually be involved. And she's a great candidate, a wealth of knowledge of all that's been going on, both local and federal. She's a lobster fisher, and I think she would bring great help to us in her areas. And then the last person that I have is Chrissy Berry, and her dad used to be one of the biggest fishermen back in the day, David Berry, and her stepmom also used to be a council member, Monica Lester. So she's a diver. She and her husband owns a diving company on St. Thomas. And she has a lot of interest in what has been going on. She's also a member of the Fishery Advisory Committee, St. Thomas St. John. And she said that she would like to give it a try and see if her input can supply information for the diving industry, which we do have a lack for in the committee. So I think it's a great opportunity to have these 3 females, and I hope they can be considered to fill the vacancies that I have in my committee. The members that I don't have in the committee no more, they have moved on. One of them moved to Hawaii, 2 of them have moved to the States. So while they were there, they were great help to us. And now I think with the vacancies and with all what's going on, I think it's time for us to get people who are willing and want to be involved in this process to join the committee. Thank you.
I'd like to add to that. I agree with Mr. McGrath. These are 3 great candidates. I know I'll trade them. We talk about having fisher women involved. This is a perfect time. So like I say, I think there's 3 great candidates. So I don't see any reason why they shouldn't be added to the DAP. And they show interest. I mean, at this point in time, there's very little interest shown to get on these committees and to stay on these committees. So I think we should encourage people that are willing to take that step forward by putting them in and giving them a shot. So move.
I'm waiting for a second. Any second?
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
Damari, second. All in favor, say aye.
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 The DAP, and I see a lot of it is on the commercial fisher side. So my question is level of effort to recruit outside of the commercial fishing sector, number 1, and what has that experience been like? Or is there any effort, or has there been mostly toning it down? And then second, because this is a St. Thomas, St. John committee, and just for my edification, level of effort to have a St. John representative, because we do not have that at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that question. And that's a very important question. We have had members from the St. John Fishers on the committee before, and both recreational and commercial. And the last one that just came off was Joshua Borg as the representative. He's from Mixed Bag and St. John. And I've been trying very, very hard to get the guys from St. John to be involved. And they're telling me they don't have time. They say if we have a charter, we cannot be involved. And we don't want to leave a seat that is vacant that somebody can fill to be on the committee. So it's been a great challenge. I've tried from the time I've been the chair of this committee to continue getting someone from St. John, and it hasn't worked. Same issue in St. Thomas, but some of the guys that you see that are commercial on the St. Thomas side actually are representatives also for the sport fishing group, like Colin Butler. He's one of them. So, you know, having a diver is great. Having Elizabeth Catterson from the University of the Virgin Islands. We had a representative from the Department of Agriculture. He left. That was Elton George. We also had Lance, who left us. He was also from the recreational sector. So we have reached out to several individuals and asked them to be part of the committee, and have been turned down due to the fact that, one, they're scared to speak. 2, they don't say they don't have the time because of the times when the meetings are taking place. So with all that's been going on now, they're involved. They're members of the association. They get involved, they ask questions, but they just don't want to be at the table sitting down for 8-hour meeting, a 4-hour meeting, and that's been the problem. So, by giving these ladies an opportunity, I think it's a great opportunity. And in the future, when we revisit our membership in April of 2024, if we do find someone to fill one of those positions from St. John or somebody else that shows interest, we can bring them on. So I'm sure that there's people always saying that they want to leave and I don't want to leave. We just was able to get Joshua Kittel, one of our youngest fishermen, involved. And I see here within the next couple of years, as a couple of these younger fishermen come up, it will be a great opportunity for them to get involved. So some of us who have been there for so long can train them and we can actually get a break. Thank you.
To both. We have pending the vote, to finish the vote. All in favor, say aye. Yes, just to make clear the record. And next item on the agenda, Miguel. Yes, I heard that. And next item on the agenda, do you want to mention something?
There was a recommendation yesterday also. I'm not say for the record, there's a recommendation to allow the chair to appoint this member that Nelson is going to look for. So we can have it for the DSP.
Yes. Once Nelson submit the names, the guys authorize me to send the letter. Yes. To appoint those people, I need a motion on that part. So move.
You need a motion for what?
To authorize me
Ramirez, second.
to appoint the people that Nelson gonna
Okay,
supply to us.
all right, yeah. I move to, have the chairman present the appointment for Puerto Rico DLP.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion. And the next item of the agenda, other business, we don't have anything. We're just gonna jump to public comments. Anybody from the public would like 5 minutes to speak? No? Yes.
I do have a message from Bill Arnold. He's in Hawaii vacationing, but he wants to wish you all happy holidays.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And next meetings, Miguel.
Okay, we are going to have a workshop February 9th on NPA.
Yo pongo aquí mi.
Yeah, Lehigh. By the way, Lehigh is our new acquisition. You have seen her around, but we want to have a round of applause for this lady. It's a bright cookie, and she competed with a lot of people to get her position, and she beat them all. So we are really lucky to have her. We are going to have a workshop on NPA, a special workshop, February 9th. Mark your calendar. But for this special workshop, we would like to have everybody sitting here, the chairs of the advisory body, and the council member are going to be invited to participate. This meeting will address NPAs. We will have the 3 liaison officers talking about the NPAs, and they are going to focus on that. We will have a person from the Western Pacific talking about oceanic NPAs, marine protected areas. As you know, the executive order of the President Biden called for having a 30 by 30 area protected, and you have heard all of that already. So this special workshop will have 3 areas covered: science, governance, and the industry. We probably, I asked Julian, Nelson, and Eddie to be ready to give us the perspective of the fishers in terms of the MPAs, what they have the MPAs. We will have the local government talking about the governance, Puerto Rico, federal, and local. So we hope that that will be a good meeting. It will probably will be today, 9 and 10, it all depends. And it will be a hybrid meeting. All the meetings of the council from now on will be hybrid, by the way. The 3 meetings that are being scheduled or proposed to be scheduled are April 19, 20, August 11, 12, and December 6, 7. And in between, if we need to, let's say, because of the strategic plan recommendation and everything, we need meetings in between. We will advertise, have a doodle poll, so we will have the consensus of the council member as to which are the best days to have those meetings. That's what we have, Mr. Chairman.
Before we end, thank you very much for the patience. I'm sorry for the inconvenience with the technology. This is something that the council staff have already plans to adjust and to improve. And we're gonna work with the timing with the agenda, not to be so rushed next time. Yeah, I received many communications requesting all the tools possible for this not to be so rushed, right? More time between presentations, maybe more days. The staff and I and you guys, we're gonna evaluate that. Miguel gonna help me on that part. And I want to wish to everybody Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Miguel.
We said that, by the way, that every time that we meet, that we want on time, and we will fix it today, and then we have what we have today. I want to say goodbye to a special person, Dr. Michelle Duvar. She's sitting at the end, and she was trying to escape the cold weather, and she never knew that we would have a cold weather for her just in that corner. She's freezing there. Dr. Duvar, she just presented the tip of the iceberg. She worked very hard to get the strategic plan going. She's a member of the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council. So she has been a member of all the councils before, and we hope to see you sometime. Maybe if you have your own boat coming here and working with us, I would like to give her a round of applause to this lady. She's the best in basement. I want to also say this is we are closing a year after a very hard year, 2020. 2021, we thought we were all gonna be happy and without face masks, and look at that. We are still having the masks and keeping a distance from each other and all that. So we hope that 2022 will be better, the best to everybody. 22, but I want to thank my staff. If you look around, women are taking over. Well, look at that corner over there. So guys, we have to do something, but I'm the last of the Mohicans in my office. All of the rest are women. And we have 2 contractors and they're women, and they're doing an excellent job. So kudos to Cristina Olan. She's our contractor. And Natalia Perdomo, she was raised in the council. She came when she was 16 and she's now 30 something. She's gonna have a baby in March, and she's the one who take care of the web pages. And the rest of the staff here, there are not many, so I'm gonna mention Luz Gonzalez, Iris Oliveras, Diana Martino, in my back, Maria de Los Angeles Irizarry, Vivian, Ruiz Camacho. You know Vivian because she's the one who sent the checks. She's the one who received. So you all know her. And hold on, I'm missing everything. Anyway, and then, yeah, but Graciela is kind of special. Graciela runs around. She's now teaching how to run around. But I'm really grateful to have these people working with us. And I hope that I will keep them for some time before I die or retire. Because without these people, nothing moves. And then the Artificial Design Center and the regional office. I tell you, we have another 2 women there, Sarah, Maria Lopez. And in the Science Center, we have Diane Rios, we have Shannon and other people. So watch out, you're gonna lose your job.
Maria.
But we are really grateful that we have the support of regional office, Artificial Design Center, and other people around here, and especially the Fishers, because without the Fisher, we don't go anywhere. And they have the interest, they have the guts. I remember when Julian and I used to talk, he was the only one talking to me Saturday and Sunday. I always asked him, Miguel, I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna say that, yeah, stick your neck for the council, for the Fishers. It's the only way. And that has been about 20 years, something like that. So sometimes we don't see eye to eye, but we respect each other. I believe that we can work like that way for the future. The commissioner, the Vigilantes, will thank you to come here. I know you're a very, very busy person. You have listening here, but I'm really grateful that you came at the time to meet with us. So to all of you, thank you very much for helping the staff working together. And I wish you the best in 2022. Happy Christmas, Feliz Navidad, y Feliz Año Nuevo. Thank you very much.
Happy holidays.
Thanks, everyone, and Happy New Year.
Motion to adjourn. Bye-bye, y'all.